Yananfan defended himself. I didn't want to go anywhere, I just wanted to go out for a walk, but I got lost. Yananfan stopped crying, but tears were still hanging on her eyelashes and tear marks on her face, making her look pitiful. Gu Qingfeng picked up the handkerchief and wiped it for him. From now on, you have to follow me closely. Wherever I go, you go too. Okay. Although it was an inquiry, the tone was not open to negotiation. Seeing that Yananfan didn't answer, Gu Qingfeng frowned and held Yananfan's hand tightly. Nanan, do you dislike me and feel tired of me these days? Yananfan waved his hands quickly. No, absolutely not. But Gu Qingfeng didn't listen to him at all, and continued to talk to himself. I know, you have lost your memory, and I forced you to stay in this relationship. You hate it, don't you? Gu Qingfeng had a sad and tearful look on his face, which made Yananfan very flustered. Yananfan continued to wave his hands, not knowing what to say. Gu Qingfeng continued, in that case, I understand what you mean. I'm sorry, I have crossed the line these days. Gu Qingfeng stood up and walked out, his expression as painful as if he was experiencing the separation of life and death. Yananfan was suddenly panicked. He didn't know what to do, but this person was really nice to him these days. He stood up suddenly, took Gu Qingfeng's hand, and kissed Gu Qingfeng on the mouth. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Qingfeng grabbed his face and pulled him back. Yananfan felt like he had been cheated. Gu Qingfeng held Yananfan's face gently but without rejection, tilted his head, and said, "This is how you should kiss." As he spoke, he pressed his lips against Yananfan's lips, stuck out his tongue, broke Yananfan's teeth, and exchanged breath with Yananfan. After kissing for a long time, Yananfan was exhausted and fell down on the bed, and Gu Qingfeng let him go. Gu Qingfeng smiled and touched Yananfan's head. Okay, now I know that you can't bear to leave me either. Yananfan blushed, crossed his hands across his chest, and made a slightly annoyed expression. Did you do this on purpose? While cleaning him up, Gu Qingfeng replied, you were the one who took the initiative to kiss me, why would I do that on purpose? Yananfan thought about it and it seemed to be so, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it into words. At night, after Gu Qingfeng fell asleep, Yananfan opened his eyes from the bed. The reason was simple. When he kissed Gu Qingfeng today, an electronic announcement sounded in his mind. Protagonist's satisfaction level plus 200, total points, 21,000. He didn't dare to study this thing carefully during the day, and only dared to try it secretly at night. Yananfan, hello, is this the creature in my head? The system was a little speechless. Host, I am 007. Yananfan, why are you in my mind? The system simply told Yananfan that he belonged to another world and came to this world just to complete the novel tasks, accumulate points, and return home as soon as possible. Yananfan was thoughtful. No wonder he always felt that there should be many things in this world, but they were not here. He could go home as long as he accumulated enough points. He thought that he had gained 200 extra points today because he kissed Guam Qingfeng. He could continue to develop in this direction and it would be just a matter of time before he accumulated enough points. He chuckled and said, it's easy to please people. Gu Qingfeng woke up when he heard his voice. Nanan, what are you laughing at? Yananfan went over and kissed him without saying a word. Then the system sounded in his mind. Protagonist's satisfaction level plus 200, total score 21,200. Sure enough, he guessed right. After getting points from the kiss, Yananfan covered himself with the quilt and prepared to go to sleep. But how could Gu Qingfeng let him go when he was teased late at night? Gu Qingfeng grabbed Yananfan's neck and gave him another deep kiss with his lips and teeth before letting Yananfan sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes the next day, Yananfan thought about completing the task quickly. He kissed Gu Qingfeng's face for a while, and then kissed the corners of Gu Qingfeng's mouth. Anyway, the face was handsome and he was happy with it. As he expected, the protagonist's satisfaction points continued to increase. Although treated so warmly by Yananfan, Gu Qingfeng still had doubts in his heart. Nanan, why are you so proactive today? Yananfan thought about it and decided that he couldn't say that he was doing it to complete a mission. There was only one way to do this. If you like someone, doesn't that mean you want to be close to him? This is not false, after all, he really likes this face. After hearing this, Gu Qingfeng was very excited and grabbed Yananfan's hand. Nanan, say it again. Yan Anfin looked at Gu Qingfeng with a pious and expectant look, as if he wanted to draw him in. He suddenly couldn't bear to let these eyes dim. I said, I like you. After saying this, her face turned red instantly. Gu Qingfeng's chest rose and fell violently, his breathing was rapid, and he pulled Yan Anfin into his arms. Nanan, am I dreaming? Yan Anfin hugged the person in front of him back. This person had clearly said before that they were a couple, but now he got so excited just by saying he liked her. Could it be because he had lost something and finally got it back? It seems that his amnesia was a huge mistake that made such a handsome guy think about him day and night. Brother, I like you. After saying this, an electronic sound rang in Yan Anfin's mind. Protagonist's satisfaction plus 10,000, total score, 36,600. I didn't expect that the word I like you would be so effective, even better than a kiss. Gu Qingfeng let go of Yan Anfin and turned his head to his face. Nanan, I like you too. I have liked you for a long time. Gu Qingfeng and Yan Anfin were face to face and eye to eye. The two looked at each other for a long time. Brother, I will definitely try my best to remember what happened between us in the past. Yan Anfin made up his mind. Gu Qingfeng froze for a moment. No, you don't have to force yourself. Even if you can't recover your memory, we won't separate. But, we were so loving before, and you're the only one who remembers these memories. Won't you be sad? Gu Qingfeng tidied up Yan Anfin's temples and said gently, you in my memories and you in front of me are both you. My feelings for you will not change because of your memory loss. Besides, you in front of me are much more important to me than the you in my memories. This was a perfect love talk, and Yan Anfin was a little moved. But he was also a little confused about what kind of memory he had lost that would make Gu Qingfeng afraid that he would recover his memory. When sleeping at night, Yan Anfin had some dreams, very fragmented dreams. He dreamed that he shamelessly kissed Gu Qingfeng, and Gu Qingfeng was furious. He dreamed that he was obviously very scared, but he rushed to kill the poisonous snake for Gu Qingfeng. He dreamed that Gu Qingfeng and he were eating the same candied haws, very close to each other. He dreamed that Gu Qingfeng saved him, and he hugged Gu Qingfeng very tightly. Yan Anfin woke up from his dream. He turned his head to look at Gu Qingfeng who was sleeping soundly beside him. He felt that what Gu Qingfeng said was not only true, but it was also very likely that he was the one who pestered Gu Qingfeng first. After being stared at for a long time, Gu Qingfeng opened his eyes. Why aren't you sleeping? Are you having a nightmare? The voice is extremely gentle. Yan Anfin suddenly felt a little choked up. Gu Qingfeng was living alone with his memories, and he had to take care of him even though he didn't understand anything. He stepped forward and hugged Gu Qingfeng's waist, burying his head in Gu Qingfeng's chest. He wanted to give this man some hope. I seem to have recovered some of my memory. Gu Qingfeng froze, his voice trembling slightly. Have you recovered your memory? Yan Anfin didn't pay much attention to Gu Qingfeng's reaction, thinking that he was just too excited. Well, it reminded me of some scenes where I shamelessly stuck to you. Did you have a bad impression of me at the beginning? Gu Qingfeng let out a long sigh. No, you've been fine. It's a lie. Yan Anfin fell asleep again in Gu Qingfeng's arms, but Gu Qingfeng could no longer fall asleep. He frowned the whole night. Chapter 17. The villain wants to go home. Ever since that night when he had some fragments of memories, Yan Anfin has been inexplicably clinging to Gu Qingfeng. The days passed one by one, and they stayed like this for 2 years. During this period, Yan Anfin did not deliberately think about completing the task. As time went by, his points were almost reaching the critical value. Yan Anfin lived a very happy life these days, and he was well taken care of by Gu Qingfeng. Yan Anfin felt a little melancholy. 007, are we leaving after completing the mission? You are the first host I have ever brought with me. I don't know what instructions you will give me after completing the mission. Yan Anfin frowned. He guessed that it should be the case. After completing the task, they should leave here. After all, this was the content of the book. He hadn't noticed before, but the points were almost full without him noticing, only a little over 1,000 points away. He wanted to stop the points from increasing further. Gu Qingfeng brought the meal to the table and saw Yan Anfin sitting in a daze. He walked over and sat down next to Yan Anfin. Gu Qingfeng waved his hands in front of Yan Anfin's eyes, but Yan Anfin didn't react, so he had no choice but to move over and kiss him as usual. Protagonist's satisfaction plus 100, total score, 999,000. Yananfan was frightened by the sudden increase in points. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng was about to come over to kiss him, he quickly dodged. Let's eat first, let's eat first. For such a long time, Yananfan had never refused, but now Yananfan's obvious evasive action made Gu Qingfeng a little hurt. But he thought that maybe Yananfan was too hungry. I must find time to make up for it, Gu Qingfeng thought. While the two were eating, a guest came into the room. Seeing the person coming, Gu Qingfeng showed no expression. Why are you here? The guest was not annoyed. It's been 2 years. Everyone is worried about you. I came to see him and you. Gu Qingfeng said calmly, I'm fine, Nan is fine too, tell master and other brothers not to worry about us, we are fine. After the meal, Gu Qingfeng cleaned up the dishes as usual. Before leaving, he said to the guest, some things should be said, and some things should not be said. I hope you can understand. The guest nodded. Yananfan looked at the two men, and he suddenly realized that Gu Qingfeng did not tell him everything, and there was something that Gu Qingfeng needed to hide from him. The guest found a stool and sat down, looking at Yananfan. Little junior brother, I feel relieved to see that you are so healthy now. I thought you would make trouble with senior brother when you wake up. Yananfan looked at the guest. This person seemed very kind. He must have known this person before. Senior brother is very kind to me and takes good care of me. The man said with relief, that's good. The guest wanted to communicate with Yananfan, but was stopped by Gu Qingfeng who had returned. Gu Qingfeng said he wanted to rest, so the man did not stay any longer. Yananfan asked who that person was, and Gu Qingfeng only said that he was his second senior brother, but warned him not to have too much contact with him. Gu Qingfeng didn't want anyone else to see Yananfan. He was afraid that the more people Yananfan came into contact with, the greater the stimulation to his memory. Yananfan nodded on the surface, but he didn't think so in his heart. After lunch, the two of them lay down on the bed and prepared to take a nap as usual. Yananfan suddenly asked, how did I get injured in the first place? Hearing this question, Gu Qingfeng paused, his expression very unnatural. I've already said it, it was the leader of the demon cult who slandered me. Yananfan looked at the man's evasive eyes and felt that it was unbelievable. There must be other reasons. He asked again. Gu Qingfeng said, it doesn't matter, I am enough for you. Yananfan shook his head. We loved each other so much before, but you are the only one who remembers it. It's so unfair. Gu Qingfeng held his hand and held it to his chest. It's okay, it's enough for me to remember it alone. Yananfan wanted to say something, but when he saw that Gu Qingfeng's expression was not very good, he stopped the topic. Now he was certain again that something must have happened in the past, something that Gu Qingfeng did not dare to face. Gu Qingfeng was upset today. He wanted to kiss Yananfan to calm his mind, but just as he moved forward, he was avoided. Yananfan covered his face with the quilt and said, I'm so sleepy now. Let's go to sleep, let's go to sleep. If he was kissed again, he would leave soon, and he didn't want to leave. Yananfan's obvious evasive action made Gu Qingfeng feel a sense of crisis. He didn't know whether Lu Minjiao said something extra today or Yananfan remembered something. He didn't even dare to ask. Gu Qingfeng lay on the bed, holding Yananfan tightly with both hands. He looked at the bulging quilt with mixed feelings. Due to his nap habit, Yananfan fell asleep after all, but this time he slept very restlessly. Yananfan had another dream. The protagonist in the dream is the guest who came today. In his dream, he learned the guest's name, Lu Minjiao, who was his second senior brother. The scene in this dream was very different from the previous ones. Gu Qingfeng did not look kind, but had a cold face. It was the second senior brother who helped him out, and it was the second senior brother who always protected him. The scene changed and he was in the middle of a big battle. There was a man behind him, pointing a sword at him, chasing him. He kept running, and finally was pierced by a sword. He turned his head to look at the murderer, and it was Gu Qingfeng's face. Yananfan woke up in shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. Gu Qingfeng hadn't slept yet. Seeing Yananfan trembling, he hurried over to hug him. Nanan, what's wrong? After a while, Yananfan replied, I had a nightmare. Gu Qingfeng patted his back gently. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Korea at each at struggle at separation. Yananfan looked at Gu Qingfeng with a scrutinizing eye. This might not be just a dream, but had something to do with his memory. He cautiously probed again. My personality used to be quite annoying, right? Are there many people in the sect who don't like me? This topic was very abrupt, and Gu Qingfeng was alert. Of course not. You are a disciple that the master has formally recruited into the sect. How could you think so? Yananfen, I don't know martial arts, and I can't do things. If someone like me is accepted into the sect by the master, I will become a burden to everyone. Don't you think I'm a burden? Gu Qingfeng held his hand and pulled him into his arms. No, you are very good, and everyone likes you. Yananfen didn't quite believe it. He remembered Gu Qingfeng's cold expression in his dream. Then he asked the question he wanted to ask. You said before that I was injured by the demon cult in the battle with the demon cult. I don't know martial arts, so why did the master send me? Gu Qingfeng answered fluently. At first, the master asked you to follow him, but later you ran away and were targeted by the people of the demon cult. As if he was stupid for saying this, Yananfen still had doubts, and he continued to ask, was I really injured by the people from the demon cult? Gu Qingfeng said firmly, yes. Yananfen felt unbalanced. He knew he couldn't get the truth, but he couldn't understand why Gu Qingfeng wanted to kill him. Yananfen also slept uneasily that night. He had another dream, in which a masked man shot him with an arrow, and behind the mask was Gu Qingfeng. Yananfen had the same dream over and over again for several days, and woke up from it every morning in a sweat. This morning, he suddenly remembered that he had a system. Yananfen asked the system, how did I lose my memory? Host, you were shot through the heart by Gu Qingfeng before, and you lost your memory when your master rescued you. It turned out to be true, it was really Gu Qingfeng who killed him. Yananfen then asked, then why did he lie to me and say that we are Taoist companions? Sorry, host, I don't know about this 007. It doesn't matter whether he knows or not, and Yananfen doesn't want to dig into the matter. He could only be sure of one thing now, that is, Gu Qingfeng wanted to kill him, and now he was inexplicably playing this Taoist partner game, maybe for some other purpose. Yananfen was frightened by his own thoughts and broke out in a cold sweat. It is unexpected that a person could disguise himself so perfectly for 2 consecutive years. No wonder he is not allowed to leave the bamboo forest, and no wonder he is not allowed to see anyone. The only plan now is to follow Gu Qingfeng's performance, complete the task as soon as possible, leave this book, and return to his own life. He admitted that he was a little reluctant at first, but now everything was a scam and he couldn't stay. Gu Qingfeng came in from outside and saw Yananfen in a daze again, with a sad expression on his face. He had some vague guesses in his mind, but he was unwilling to say them, unwilling to ask. He thought that by deceiving himself, he could perhaps keep doing it a little longer. He sat down next to Yananfen and handed him the brewed tea. Yananfen's originally sad expression immediately disappeared when he saw Gu Qingfeng, and was replaced with his usual heartless smile. Yananfen came over and kissed Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng was stunned, with a look of surprise on his face. Yananfen hadn't let him get close to him for many days. Is this accepting him again? Gu Qingfeng was a little excited. He couldn't hold back. He pulled Yananfen over, put his hand on Yananfen's neck, and kissed him passionately. Yananfen had no intention of resisting at all. He put his arms around Gu Qingfeng's neck and kissed him back passionately. This action made Gu Qingfeng even more excited. He picked up Yananfen, like a child, dragged Yananfen's butt, pressed him against the wall and kissed him. The two, Gu Qingfeng left Yananfen's mouth, buried his head in Yananfen's neck, and kept biting. Yananfen held Gu Qingfeng's shoulders tightly and unconsciously let out a charming moan. Gu Qingfeng bit even harder. He wanted to eat Yananfen bite by bite. His head gradually moved down and he began to use his mouth to open the collar in front of him. Yananfen hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands and looked at this man with evil intentions with horror. In fact, the two of them have never done it for such a long time, because Yananfen couldn't accept it and Gu Qingfeng didn't want to force it. Gu Qingfeng had been staying at the boundary that Yananfen felt was safe, but now, he seemed to be about to cross this line of defense. Yananfen lifted Gu Qingfeng's head and said, "If you say that, I will be angry and will never talk to you again." Such threatening words were very effective. Gu Qingfeng stopped immediately and leaned over to kiss Yananfen again. Chapter 18, Villains Don't Have to Be Villains. In the early morning, Yananfen opened his eyes from the bed. "Host, you have completed the mission. Do you want me to teleport you back?" Yan Anfin turned over and took a closer look at Gu Qingfeng's sleeping face. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. However, he didn't know what Gu Qingfeng would do to him in the future. Yan Anfin thought for a while and replied, "Teleport, back to my original place." Received. Transmission initiated. Night, office. Yan Anfin woke up from his desk. The moment he woke up, he recovered all his memories, about his life and about Gu Qingfeng. It was only natural that Gu Qingfeng would kill him. He was the one who betrayed everyone first. He was a villain to begin with, and this was how he should have ended up. Only. Why did Gu Qingfeng take care of him so gently after he lost his memory? Did he really like her? There was a loud thunder outside, and the wind and rain started to blow hard. Yan Anfin recalled that he had worked overtime until late at night, and if he didn't go home, he might not even be able to get a taxi. He quickly packed up his things, turned off the lights and left. Yan Anfin arrived at the gate. The wind was so strong that it seemed to blow away the flowers of his motherland. He stood at the gate with difficulty holding an umbrella. He couldn't get a taxi on his phone. A horn sounded. Yan Anfin looked up and saw that it was the car of his boss Gu Junhua. Gu Junhua drove the car to Yan Anfin's feet, opened the window, and ordered, "Get in the car." Yan Anfin really disliked his boss, but at this moment he didn't dare to act stubbornly, because of his momentary anger, he might really have to stay in the company all night. At this moment, Yan Anfin threw all his dignity out of the window, hesitated for less than 3 seconds, and decisively folded his umbrella and got into the car. His movements were so swift. After Yan Anfin got in the car, he greeted awkwardly, "Ha ha ha, boss, why haven't you gone home yet so late?" Gu Junhua was concise and clear, "Overtime." Yan Anfin replied awkwardly, "Ha ha ha, it turns out the boss also needs to work overtime." Gu Junhua turned his head to look at him, and Yan Anfin immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Gu Junhua stared at Yan Anfin intently, which made Yan Anfin feel creepy. After a while, the man opened his thin lips and said, "Address." Oh, Yan Anfin tried to cover up his embarrassment by speaking in a high voice, "In Jindun Garden Community." Gu Junhua started the car and drove very slowly. Yan Anfin looked at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. He looked a little anxious. "Boss, this car seems to be a little slower than an electric car." Gu Junhua replied, "It's raining, safety first, it's better to go slower." Yan Anfin didn't dare to refute, "Yeah, ha ha ha." Half an hour later, the car finally arrived downstairs of Yan Anfin's house, and the rain had stopped. Yan Anfin was about to thank him and leave when Gu Junhua called him, "Nanfin, won't you invite me upstairs for a cup of tea? You can drink tea late at night without worrying about not being able to sleep." Of course I didn't dare say that out loud. Yan Anfin had a smiling face and said, "Of course, the boss gave it to me, I can't possibly ride for free, ha ha ha." There was another awkward laugh, and no one responded to him. Yan Anfin led the person into the living room and poured a cup of tea. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard the second unreasonable request. "I'm hungry, go get me something to eat." It was the middle of the night and Yan Anfin really didn't have much energy. He wanted to lie, "Boss, I don't know how to cook." Gu Junhua stared at him, his eyes full of scrutiny. "You told my secretary before that you are an expert at cooking and asked her to try it." "Why, I can't do that." "This secretary who can't keep quiet. Why are you telling everything out loud?" Not only did he tell anyone, he also let his boss know. Yan Anfin scratched his head, "Ha ha ha, that's just me bragging. I only know how to cook some basic meals, nothing else." Gu Junhua, "Okay, just do what you know, any bowl you want." Knowing he couldn't escape, Yan Anfin resigned himself to going to the kitchen and preparing to make a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles for his boss. After all, it's late at night and it would be difficult to digest anything else, so it's convenient to do this. In a few minutes, the noodles were ready. Yan Anfin served them and saw his boss looking around suspiciously. He is a poor little guy with nothing in his family, but he is not afraid of others coveting his things. He put the noodles on the table and said, "Boss, the noodles are ready." Gu Junhua picked up the chopsticks and looked at the coffee table, wondering, is there no table for eating? This coffee table is so low, how can we eat? The boss is really picky. He shouldn't have been allowed in. "Boss, my house is only this big, please make do with it." Hearing this, Gu Junhua didn't say anything else. He bent down and finished the noodles. His face turned red and sweat covered his forehead. Yan Anfin quickly handed over a tissue. Gu Junhua took it and wiped his face while, "What does this mean?" Yan Anfin was puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask. After dinner, Gu Junhua left. Yan Anfin closed the door and lay on the bed. It was already very late, but he couldn't fall asleep. He was thinking about Gu Qingfeng. It was clearly a mission in a novel, but now he missed it terribly. He missed the times when Gu Qingfeng took care of him, and he missed the times when Gu Qingfeng kissed him. When he left, he had no idea that these 2 years would actually allow him to develop real feelings. Even if Gu Qingfeng's words about liking her were fake, he still wanted to meet this person again. As expected, Yan Anfin got up late the next day due to working overtime and staying up late the night before. Being late would have been bad enough, but Gu Junhua was standing next to the time clock and was caught red-handed. Gu Junhua looked at his watch. "You are 24 minutes late. Come to my office." Yan Anfin was dejected. "I was eating his rice yesterday, but today I don't know how to let him go." Yan Anfin followed Gu Junhua to the office. He didn't know what to do, so he could only stand there blankly. After Gu Junhua returned to the office, he concentrated on his work as if there was no one else around. Yan Anfin was bored and stole a glance at Gu Junhua. This person gives off an air of keeping strangers away, but he is quite serious about his work. Looking closely at this person's features, it seems like I've seen him before in other places. Kind of like Gu Qingfeng. Yan Anfin was shocked by the thoughts in his mind. The more he looked at it, the more similar it seemed. He asked a stupid question, "Boss, do you believe that there are such things as souls traveling into books in this world?" Gu Junhua looked up at him, as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Yan Anfin didn't dare to ask any more, so he waved his hand and said, "I'm just saying it casually, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously." Yan Anfin stood in the office for the whole morning and looked at his boss for the whole morning. He really didn't know why he couldn't separate Gu Junhua and Gu Qingfeng. At 5:30 in the afternoon, just when it was time to get off work, Yan Anfin prepared to pack up and leave. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by Gu Junhua again. "You are half an hour late for work, but you are quite active in leaving get off work. Come to my office, I have some data for you to do." Another data-intensive task. Yan Anfin went crazy. I don't know how many times this has happened. Every time, when he wants to run away after get off work, I grab him and make him work overtime. The key is, never arrest anyone else, just him. Yan Anfin followed Yan Anfin angrily, and wanted to leave after entering the office and getting the documents. Gu Junhua stopped him and said, "Just do it here. I'm afraid you'll go out and slack off. Dog capitalists, they eat people without leaving any bones. Making people work overtime and yet being afraid that they won't get arrested." Yan Anfin was stabbing Gu Junhua in his heart, but he moved a stool obediently and sat opposite Gu Junhua, carefully calculating the data. Before he knew it, it was dark again. Yan Anfin looked up and found that Gu Junhua was no longer in his seat. Yan Anfin stood up and stretched, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed that his boss was standing next to him, staring at him. He was startled. "Boss, the data has been checked. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he immediately ran away. He walked to the door and just as he opened it, it was closed again by a hand behind him. Gu Junhua leaned close to his body and whispered in his ear, "Yan Anfin, you have such a cruel heart." Yan Anfin didn't understand. He wanted to turn around, but was tightly restrained in Gu Junhua's arms. Gu Junhua leaned his head on Yan Anfin's shoulder and continued to accuse him, his tone full of pain. "I woke up in the morning and found that you were not breathing. No matter how I called you, I couldn't wake you up. You were fine the day before. I went to ask my master, I went to ask other sects, and they all told me that you were hopeless, but I clearly remember that you were still full of energy the day before. You kissed me, and I thought you had come to your senses again, but I didn't expect that you were going to leave me and didn't even give me a chance to prepare. Nan Nan, you have such a cruel heart." Yan Anfin froze in place. With this title, he is really Gu Qingfeng. He really did travel into the book as well. Gu Junhua tore open Yan Anfin's collar with his hands and bit him. Ah, Yan Anfin felt pain. Gu Junhua exerted some force on his mouth until there was a deep tooth mark on his neck, and then he let go. He rested his head on Yan Anfin's neck and continued to accuse, "I didn't mean to hurt you during the battle. I thought you were pretending to be incompetent, but the arrow hit you. I stole the blood-red lotus from my master and fed it to you, saving your life. I was expelled from the section. I knew I was so happy when you lost your memory, because you were mine now. But I didn't expect that even if you lost your memory, you would still leave me. Do you know how it feels to lose your loved ones twice? Yan Anfin stood there numbly. He felt his clothes were soaked. Gu Junhua actually cried. He turned around, held Gu Junhua's face, and started crying himself. Seeing Yan Anfin crying, Gu Junhua stopped instead. He hurriedly took out his handkerchief and gently wiped Yan Anfin's cheek. Nanan, don't cry, don't cry. The more he wiped away his tears, the more he cried. Gu Junhua was at a loss as to what to do and could only hold the person in his arms. After crying for a long time, Yan Anfin finally stopped and said, "You bit me so hard just now. It hurt so much." Gu Junhua was so angry that he laughed. Chapter 19 The Villain's End. Gu Junhua moved the person in his arms to the sofa, and waited until Yan Anfin finished crying. He then wiped her nose and tears, just like when they were in the wooden house. Seeing that Yan Anfin's emotions had stabilized, Gu Junhua spoke up, "Nanan, I was wrong about everything that happened before. I only have one thing to ask you. When you lost your memory, you..." Yan Anfin glanced at him, crossed his arms, raised his chin, and said proudly, "You hated me before, didn't you? You treated me so badly at the beginning, and you still care whether I like you or not." Gu Junhua quickly explained himself, "No, I have liked you for a long time. Not only when I was dressed as Gu Qingfeng, but also not long after you joined the company, I fell in love with you." Now it was Yan Anfin's turn to be surprised. "What did you say? You fell in love with me not long after I joined the company? Then why do you torture me every day and make me work overtime so late?" He grabbed Gu Junhua by the collar and said, "Do you know that I worked overtime every day and died suddenly from staying up late just to be dragged into completing the task, you dog capitalist?" He finally said what he had been holding back for a long time. Gu Junhua quickly apologized, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I wanted to stay with you longer, but I don't know what method to use. I will never do it again." Yan Anfin grabbed Gu Junhua's hair, stood up, and looked down at this person. "Can't you treat me to a meal or tea? You insist on making me work overtime. Do you know how tired I am?" Seeing that Yan Anfin was getting more and more emotional, Gu Junhua pulled Yan Anfin over, pushed him down on the sofa, and kissed him. Although we have kissed before, it was in novels. This is Yan Anfin's first kiss in the real world. Not only was he shocked that his first kiss was taken away so casually, he was also shocked that the person who took his first kiss was his boss. Gu Junhua found that Yan Anfin was distracted and was very dissatisfied. He covered Yan Anfin's eyes with one hand and stroked Yan Anfin's neck with the other. He kissed Yan Anfin's lips lightly, but felt it was not enough, so he stuck out his tongue, broke through Yan Anfin's teeth, and went straight in. Yan Anfin was breathless from the kiss and his whole body went limp. He had long forgotten what he wanted to say just now. He could only follow Gu Junhua's rhythm, moving up and down on the sofa. After the kiss, Gu Junhua looked at Yan Anfin's expression, his face flushed and his eyes blurred. He chuckled, "You don't need to answer, I know the answer, you like me." He felt a little proud after saying this. Yan Anfin was shy and pushed the person away to leave, but Gu Junhua pulled her into his arms and she sat on his lap. Gu Junhua hugged Yan Anfin from behind, his tone full of joy, "That's great, you like me too. If I do anything wrong in the future, can you just tell me directly? I will correct anything that is wrong." Yan Anfin raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smug expression, "That's pretty good." People in the company originally felt that the president was targeting Yan Anfin, especially in the past few days. He made Yan Anfin finish his work in his office every day and had him stay to work overtime at night. Facing the president every day, everyone thinks Yan Anfin is extremely unlucky. That afternoon, everyone went off work, but Yan Anfin was kept back because his work was not up to standard. Yan Anfin walked into Gu Junhua's office angrily with the documents in his hand. Instead of sitting opposite Gu Junhua, he sat on the sofa in the corner in a huff. Gu Junhua immediately noticed his mood. "Nanan, what's wrong?" Yan Anfin said angrily, "You scolded me in front of so many people during the meeting, humph." Gu Junhua quickly comforted her, "There is indeed something wrong with your work this time. I can't protect you in front of everyone, otherwise what will they think?" Yan Anfin didn't listen. Gu Junhua continued, Besides, I said I wanted to make it public, but you didn't want to, for fear that others would say you were being treated preferentially. And I can't show that I'm treating you specially, so of course I can only do business as usual, don't you think? Yananfin still didn't listen. Gu Junhua used his ultimate move. Okay, then I will announce to everyone in the company that you are my boyfriend. From now on, you don't have to work and you can only supervise me. Yananfin was finally amused and laughed. Forget it, I still want to work on my own. I won't be a monitor, boyfriend. Seeing that Yananfin was finally no longer angry, Gu Junhua took his hand and said, let's go on a date. Huh? Yananfin was puzzled. Didn't you say you had to work overtime today? Gu Junhua knocked on his forehead. That's a lie to deceive employees. Have you ever been asked to work overtime these days? And today is Chinese Valentine's Day, you know that, don't you? I really don't know. Yananfin felt guilty. Of course I know, how could I not know, let's go. Gu Junhua had already booked a restaurant, but Yananfin said he wanted to eat fried chicken, so he had no choice but to go with him to eat fried chicken. The two sat down at the burger shop. Yananfin picked up his phone and scanned the code. What do you want to eat? This meal is my treat. Order whatever you want. Gu Junhua had never eaten these things before. You recommend them? I'll eat whatever you order. Okay, Yananfin had a clear goal. He quickly found the target on his mobile phone and then placed an order. The waiter brought the food over, and Yananfin smiled. Try it quickly, it's definitely delicious. Just as Gu Junhua was about to reach out his hand, Yananfin saw two colleagues coming in. Yananfin grabbed Gu Junhua and hid under the table. Gu Junhua had never felt so aggrieved before. Why do we have to crawl under the table? There are two colleagues here, don't let them find out. Yananfin looked out and saw two colleagues ordering food with their backs to them. He quickly packed the fried chicken and other things and ran out with Gu Junhua. The two returned to the car. Yananfin panted, fortunately I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been discovered. Gu Junhua was a little dissatisfied. If you find out, just announce it. It's not something shameful. Yananfin shook his head. You are the boss, of course you don't understand. If I announce my relationship, they will gossip about me. Do you want to see me isolated by the company? Gu Junhua compromised. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. He looked at the pile of fried food in the car and asked, what should we do with these? Yananfin opened a package, reached out and took a piece of chicken, put it under his nose and took a deep breath, exclaiming, it smells so good, let's eat it in the car. Eating fried chicken in a luxury car is not something that most people would think of. But seeing Yananfin was very happy, Gu Junhua still looked doting. Okay, we'll eat in the car. After eating, they prepared to go to the movies. I thought Valentine's Day should be romantic, so I watched a romantic movie. I just bought the tickets and saw a few colleagues go in before them. Yananfin had no choice but to pull Gu Junhua out, refund the tickets, and change to other topics. I didn't look at it carefully when I bought it, and only found out it was a horror movie after I came in. Neither of us was interested and both were drowsy. When he came out, Yananfin felt very embarrassed. He looked at the sleepy Gu Junhua and said, I'm sorry. Today is obviously Chinese Valentine's Day, but I made it so boring. Gu Junhua pinched his face and said, don't think too much. It's good to be with you. It's past 6 o'clock now. Come to my house and make me dinner, okay? Yananfin nodded and agreed, yes. The kitchen in Gu Junhua's house is very big. Yananfin is preparing meals in the front while he is watching others in the back. Yananfin was stewing soup, and he hugged Yananfin's waist from behind. Don't make trouble, just stay by yourself for a while. Gu Junhua didn't let go. He took out a small box from his pocket, opened it from behind, and handed it to Yananfin. Nanan, this is a gift for the Chinese Valentine's Day, are you willing to accept it? Inside the box were two exquisite rings, sparkling. Yananfin paused. When did you buy it? Gu Junhua put one of the rings on his own hand, then lifted Yananfin's hand and put the other ring on Yananfin. I've been preparing for a long time, but I never found the chance to give it to you. We've been Taoist couples, but we've never tried to be husband and wife. Yananfin was stunned by these words of love. Of course, I can, but I haven't prepared anything today. Gu Junhua turned Yananfin's face from behind and kissed him on the cheek. It doesn't matter. Giving you to me is what I want most. Yananfin's heart was pounding. He knew what this meant and he didn't want to refuse, but he was a little scared. Can you? Gu Junhua chuckled, don't worry, I've been studying for a long time. It turns out that this person had already started planning. Gu Junhua turned the man around, facing him, and said in a hoarse voice, close your eyes. The person in front of him obeyed and did as he was told. Gu Junhua kissed Yan Anfin on the lips, gently and tenderly, as if he wanted to spread his extreme love to him bit by bit. He sucked on Yan Anfin's tongue tip, which aroused Yan Anfin's sexual desire. He reached out and swiftly took off his clothes, and then extended his evil hands to Yan Anfin. Yan Anfin was like a boiled egg, and his skin was peeled off bit by bit, revealing his smooth and white skin. Gu Junhua was not satisfied with just kissing the lips, he moved slowly down and stopped at Yan Anfin's neck, licking, kissing and biting it, so obscene. He continued to move his hands, one hand stroking Yan Anfin's back and forth, and the other hand flexibly taking off Yan Anfin's pants. Yan Anfin felt a chill in his lower body and was pressed directly onto the stage. Fortunately, it is summer, so we don't have to worry about catching a cold. Gu Junhua gently stroked Yan Anfin's face with his hand. He narrowed his eyes slightly, with deep eyes, and deeply imprinted Yan Anfin's appearance at this moment into his mind. Are you scared? Yan Anfin shook his head, looking completely immersed in lust at this moment. Don't be afraid. Gu Junhua smiled, kissed Yan Anfin's lips again, and then began his conquest. In the huge villa, some faint moans were heard, sounding like pain and joy. The two souls who had traveled through time and space finally stuck together after recognizing their own hearts. They hide it from outsiders, but they cannot deceive their own hearts. Chapter 20 Caught. As soon as Chu Lian opened his eyes, he was thrown onto the bed with great force. The man in front of him had a gloomy face and gradually approached him. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but the man pushed him back onto the bed. The man said, "It's been 2 years. I finally caught you." The man's words were filled with danger. Chu Lian felt scared and struggled, but his limbs were held down by the man and he couldn't move. Then, the man turned him over, held his head with his hands, and opened his mouth to bite down on the back of his neck. Chu Lian's gland was punctured, and she felt intense pain. The man showed no mercy at all, and bit hard and fiercely. Chu Lian bit her lips tightly, but couldn't hold it in any longer and uttered, "Ugh, it hurts." After hearing this sound, the man did not stop, but bit even harder. Chu Lian felt as if his glands were bleeding. After a while, the man finally let go and turned the person over. Chu Lian was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. The man pinched his jaw with his hand, exerted a little force, and a sound came out from his cold and thin lips, "Does it hurt? This is what you deserve." After saying that, she pushed his face away, tore off his clothes with her hands, and threw them under the bed. Chu Lian had a strong sense of crisis and knew what the man was going to do next. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he pushed the man in front of him away and ran to the door. He pressed the door handle down as hard as he could, but there was no response at all. This pervert even locked his own bedroom from the inside. At this moment, a strong and rich alpha red wine pheromone instantly filled the entire room. The man was using pheromones to suppress him. "Come here, don't let me go there myself, otherwise you will be in trouble." Chu Lian knew that what the man said was true, but he didn't want to do it now. He shook his head with difficulty under the pressure of pheromones. The man was visibly angry, and his expression became even gloomier, but he laughed instead. "You are still so disobedient. Disobedient child must be punished." The man released more pheromones, and the overwhelming smell of red wine hit Chu Lian. Her legs went limp, and she could no longer hold onto the door handle, and she collapsed to the ground. The man laughed even louder, gradually approached Chu Lian, squatted down, and lifted up Chu Lian's face. "Why don't you run away?" Chu Lian's consciousness began to fade, and the alpha's pheromones triggered his fever period. He twisted his body impatiently, curled up his legs, and tried to resist. The man held the door with both hands, trapped Chu Lian in his arms, and released more pheromones at close range. Finally, Chu Lian couldn't bear it anymore and fell into the man's arms. He grabbed the man's clothes tightly with both hands and rubbed against the man hard, trying to relieve the unbearable heat in his body. The man hugged him, stood up with him, and pressed him against the door. "Since you don't want to do it in bed, let's do it here." The man unbuttoned Chu Lien's suit pants, and the pants fell straight down his legs to the ground. The man turned him over, his chest pressed against the door, and then he heard the man unbuckle his belt. The alpha hooks out the omega's rose pheromone. The moment the rose was exposed to the air, the red wine quickly swept in and swallowed up the rose. The banging on the door continued for a long time, mixed with someone's intermittent groans. If someone stood outside the door, he would be able to imagine the scene of the people inside being bullied. The man finally let go until Chu Lien fainted. Chapter 21 Wake Up. At night, Chu Lien woke up from bed. He sat up, his whole body aching. He rubbed his waist with his hands and was about to get out of bed to wash himself when he found that he was dry all over. He touched the back of his neck and found it was bandaged. It's so strange, this man never cleaned up the mess before. Chu Lien endured the pain and got out of bed, only to find that the door was locked. Not only the door was locked, but also the window. Are you trying to imprison him? System, come out, what is going on? He clearly remembered that he had completed this copy. Just when he was ready to enter the next copy, a powerful force instantly dragged him away, and when he opened his eyes again, he was back to this place. A rabbit floats in the air and it makes human voices. Host, I have detected that the protagonist of this world has strong resentment. It is the protagonist's resentment that has forcibly pulled you back. It's over. This was Chu Lien's first thought. Back then, in order to play the role of a bad guy, he deceived Zhou Yuryeo and stole important company information many times, causing a serious blow to Zhou Yuryeo. Now that he's been caught, I really don't know how this person plans to deal with him. What do I do now? Can I still get out of the story? The villain role has been completed 100%. The host can leave now as long as he eliminates the protagonist Zhou Yuryeo's resentment. The pepper is in the chest and the chest is in the chest. It is normal for him to have resentment since we used all means possible to deal with Zhou Yuryeo and his company before. Zhou Yuryeo's thoughts were hard to guess, and he was always moody. But there was one thing Chu Lien was sure of, the man had captured him just to get revenge. If things were allowed to develop, Chu Lien didn't know what would happen. Just as he was feeling worried, he suddenly remembered that in the original script, Zhou Yuryeo had a white moonlight, and he calculated that he would have to return to China soon. In the original script, Zhou Yuryeo's company suffered heavy losses and his status plummeted under the joint attack of Chu Lien and Gu Chenghui. During this period, he was bullied by many people and even nearly lost his life. When Zhou Yuryeo was alone in those lonely years, Bai Yueguang returned to China, which gave him a little comfort. So he stood up again and took revenge on those who had deceived him in the past, including the directors, the opponents, and Chu Lien. I think, to eliminate the resentment in Zhou Yuryeo's heart, Bai Yueguang Shenan is the best candidate. Before this person shows up, just keep your life safe. The key outside the door turned, which was the sound of the key opening the door. Chu Lien stood barefoot, waiting for the door to open. Zhou Yuryeo was wearing a suit and tie, with one hand in his pocket. When he saw the scene in the room, he first smiled knowingly and said, I knew you would not be content when you wake up. Then he looked at Chu Lien's feet and frowned. Chu Lien also looked down and saw that he was standing barefoot on Zhou Yuryeo's favorite carpet, and his alarm bells immediately rang. This person is misophobic and has a lot of rules. My feet are clean, he glanced at it, but this excuse seemed useless, the man was still frowning, so he immediately put on his slippers and prepared to roll up the carpet. I'll ask the housekeeper to wash the carpet later. The man's brows relaxed and he uttered a few words softly, no, go wash your hands. As expected, it was because he stepped on the carpet. Chu Lien was moved by his own wit and saved his life. He obediently went to the bathroom to wash his hands. When he looked in the mirror in the room, he suddenly realized something. He actually slept in Zhou Yuryeo's bedroom yesterday. Sleeping in Zhou Yuryeo's bed. Chapter 22 Cooking. Chu Lien had had sex with Zhou Yuryeo before, but Zhou Yuryeo never let Chu Lien enter his bedroom because he felt it was dirty. Chu Lien thinks of himself as Zhou Yuryeo's little lover, but he knows that Zhou Yuryeo definitely doesn't think so. He probably thinks of him as a little toy or something else. Now Zhou Yuryeo actually let him into the bedroom and slept on the man's bed. There is only one explanation, that is, Zhou Yuryeo no longer lives in this place. Perhaps this place has become the place where Zhou Yuryeo brings his little lover back. Chu Lien looked up and down the bathroom and there didn't seem to be any sex toys, which was puzzling. Chu Lian washed his hands and went out, wanting to follow Zhou Yuryeo. As soon as he approached Zhou Yuryeo, he was grabbed and pushed against the wall. This is so similar to the scene yesterday. The moment Chu Lian's face and body hit the wall, he immediately reacted and began to beg for mercy. It happened too many times yesterday, I'm not well yet. Zhou Yuryeo seemed to be successfully shaken by his words. He did not let him go or take off his clothes. But the man's body was getting closer and closer to him, and he could feel the man's breath on his neck. Take care of your glands early. The man let go of him, left the room, and said, come out and cook. It's because you are using too much force, otherwise how could the gland be injured? But Chu Lian still breathed a sigh of relief. If it happened again today like yesterday, he really felt that he might die under Zhou Yuryeo. Chu Lian walked into the kitchen. He actually wanted to say that he was not very good at cooking and that the food he cooked was terrible. But Zhou Yuryeo was obviously sitting outside waiting for him, so he didn't dare to say that he couldn't cook. Chu Lian didn't know how to cook anything else, so he toasted 2 slices of bread, fried 2 eggs, heated up the milk, and took the food out. When he brought the things out, Zhou Yuryeo seemed very surprised. You thought it was morning. Chu Lian looked at the pitch-black sky outside. No one would think so, right? I'm not very good at cooking, so I usually order takeout. Just make do with what you have. If it's not enough for you, I can give you this portion. Need not. The man picked up the knife and fork and began to eat slowly. Chu Lian also sat down, put the egg between the slices of bread, and started eating it with his hands. Ugh, pft, pft. After taking just 2 bites, Chu Lian spat out what was in his mouth. There is an eggshell inside the egg. He was just about to tell Zhou Yuryeo to stop eating, but when he looked up, he saw that Zhou Yuryeo's plate was empty. Chu Lian couldn't control his expression and his eyes widened. Zhou Yuryeo actually finished eating eggs with eggshells. Zhou Yuryeo ignored the surprise of the person opposite him and wiped his mouth. I have something else tonight and I'm not at home. If you have anything, you can call the housekeeper. Chu Lian thought this was a good opportunity to escape. Before he could show a smug expression on his face, Zhou Yuryeo saw through him. Don't even think about running away. If I could catch you the first time, I can catch you the second time. But if I find you escaping and you're caught again, I don't know what I'll do. How dare you threaten him? Chu Lian underestimated him in his heart, but nodded his head repeatedly. The reason he was not found before was purely because the system took him away. If he ran away now, Chu Lian believed that even if he was at the end of the world, it would be easy for Zhou Yuryeo to catch him. At night, Chu Lian lay on the bed, sighing to himself. The past 2 years have really caused Zhou Yuryeo a lot of harm. I never ate at home before, but now I actually prepare the ingredients at home. I used to be unable to stand the smell of bad food, but now I can even eat what he cooks. I really don't know how Zhou Yuryeo managed to survive these 2 years when he was hit hard. Chapter 23 Morning Tenderness. In the morning, there are birds singing outside the window. Chu Lian was awakened by the sunlight as he forgot to draw the curtains yesterday. I opened my eyes and found a head in my chest. Didn't Zhou Yuryeo say yesterday that he wouldn't come back? Chu Lian lay sideways on the bed, not daring to move. He remembered that Zhou Yuryeo didn't like to have people around him when he slept. Before, when he was with him for so long, Zhou Yuryeo would always get dressed and go back to his room. If they were in a hotel, Zhou Yuryeo would get up and get another one. He didn't know why Zhou Yuryeo made an exception for him, his former lover. He attributed it all to the fact that Zhou Yuryeo had experienced a lot in the past 2 years, so his personality had changed. Zhou Yuryeo's breathing was even, and the heat was spraying on his skin again and again. Chu Lian would wear clothes before sleeping, but for some reason, every time she woke up in the morning, the clothes on her upper body would be missing. Zhou Yuryeo's face was pressed against his chest, and his hair occasionally brushed against his skin. Chu Lian focused all his attention on this head. He felt his body getting hotter and hotter, and even some part of his body began to react. Just as he was thinking about waiting for himself to calm down and let the thing go away on its own, the head in front of him moved. Zhou Yuryeo opened his eyes and looked at Chu Lian. What do you think of a sleeping person? The two people were very close to each other. Chu Lian knew that the man felt it and her cheeks turned red instantly. Zhou Yuryeo sat up and leaned against the bed. Chu Lian felt humiliated and wanted to go to the bathroom to relieve himself. However, before his feet could even touch the ground, Zhou Yuryeo grabbed him by the waist and lifted him up. Zhou Yuryeo put the man on his legs and bent his legs. Chu Lian slid down a little and got closer to the man. Chu Lian supported herself on Zhou Yuryeo with her hands and said, "Let me go, I want to go to the bathroom." Zhou Yuryeo looked up, and a smile appeared in his eyes as calm as the sea. "Isn't the purpose of going to the bathroom to solve the problem? You can solve it here, and I will make you more comfortable." Chu Lian's face turned even redder. The two of them had indeed done many things in bed, but each time was just Zhou Yuryeo's pure release. Zhou Yuryeo would press his head into the pillow, probably because he didn't want to see any of his emotions. They had never met face to face like this before. So Chu Lian looked like a veteran, but in fact he was completely blank. Chu Lian was unwilling and struggled to go down, but Zhou Yuryeo did not let him go and started to help him directly. Chu Lian suddenly collapsed in Zhou Yuryeo's arms, his eyes red. He held onto Zhou Yuryeo's shoulders and let the man do what he wanted. The room was very quiet, and the sticky sound after release could be heard. Chu Lian lay on the man's shoulder, too shy to raise her head. The man wiped his hands with paper and said, "Smells like roses. Why do you smell like roses here too?" Chu Lian didn't say anything and his face turned even redder. Seeing that Chu Lian didn't look up, the man smiled happily, put his arms around Chu Lian's waist, and let Chu Lian get closer to him. Chu Lian clearly felt that the man also reacted. His body froze, not daring to move. But the man didn't seem to have any plans. He didn't pay much attention to the thing, nor did he want to do anything to it. The man held his waist with both hands and his head wandered around the left side of his neck, sniffing around like a big dog looking for food. Chu Lian felt a little itchy and shrank slightly, but the man immediately followed her. "Pack up and follow me to the company." The man said this calmly, but Chu Lian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He stole important company documents, and now Zhou Yuryeo still lets him go to the company? Chapter 24 Entering the company. While sitting in the car, Chu Lian's mind was full of bad thoughts. Is Zhou Yuryeo testing him, or is there something else waiting for him? When he arrived at the company, everything was normal at the gate and no one was ambushing him. Zhou Yuryeo walked to the president's special elevator, and Chu Lian followed behind. "Master, which floor are you going to?" 2 years later, this name still sounded awkward. But there was no other way. Zhou Yuryeo had warned him before that he should be called this no matter what the occasion. Zhou Yuryeo turned his head to look at him with an unhappy expression and did not answer his question. Chu Lian thought he spoke too softly and didn't hear clearly, so he repeated, "Master, which floor are we going to?" He deliberately raised his voice, but Zhou Yuryeo's expression became even uglier. "Don't call me that. What's your name?" Did this person finally realize that this title is awkward? Think for yourself. Chu Lian thought for a moment, "Boss." When Zhou Yuryeo heard this name, his expression still did not improve. He felt like he didn't want to explain any more to that fool, and uttered a few words in a low voice, 23rd floor. The president's elevator opened and Zhou Yuryeo walked in. Chu Lian stood outside, waiting for the staff elevator next to him. The staff elevator was crowded and usually went slower. He did not enter the president's elevator. Zhou Yuryeo was a man with a lot of rules. Except for special personnel specified by the president, everyone else had to take the employee elevator. After all, Chu Lian had worked in the company before, so he remembered all of this clearly. To be more precise, he remembered Zhou Yuryeo's various speechless and particular things very clearly. Chu Lian stood outside for a while. The door of the president's elevator was not closed. He thought the elevator was out of order. He looked inside and found that it was Zhou Yuryeo who was pressing the button. "Come up." An imperative tone. "Ah." Chu Lian thought he had misheard and pointed at himself, "Me. Is there a second person?" Zhou Yuryeo looked at him with an impatient expression. In order to avoid the president from getting angry at any time and place, Chu Lian hurried into the elevator. The elevator doors closed and began to move upwards. The two people were trapped in a small space, silent. Suddenly, Zhou Yuryeo pushed Chu Lian against the wall. "Did you just mean to piss me off on purpose?" Chu Lian's eyes went dark for a moment, and he was so frightened that his heartbeat quickened. He was puzzled. On purpose? On purpose for what? Was Zhou Yuryeo angry? What was he angry about? Not understanding anything, he could only shake his head. Zhou Yuryeo punched the elevator wall, quickened his breathing, left Chu Lian, and said, "Forget it." Chu Lian was even more confused. What did he forget about? What did he forget about? The elevator quickly reached the 23rd floor. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Yuryeo strode out, and Chu Lian jogged after him. Walking into the president's office, Zhou Yuryeo said, "You should go back to your position as secretary and start working from now on." Okay. Chu Lian agreed obediently, although he didn't know why Zhou Yuryeo really didn't think of teaching him a lesson. Chu Lian turned around and tried to leave, but Zhou Yuryeo pulled him back by the collar. "Where are you going? Didn't you say you'll start working now? I'll go back to my own workstation." "No need," Zhou Yuryeo pointed to an extra table in the office. "The table outside has been removed. You will work here from now on." Chu Lian looked at this desk facing the president's desk, and felt something indescribable in his heart. Was the secretary's desk moved into the president's office to facilitate surveillance? Chapter 25 Punishment. After Zhou Yuryeo finished speaking, he ignored him and sat down. Chu Lian stood there thinking for a while. Just as his hand touched the chair, a man's voice was heard, "Go make me a cup of coffee." "Okay." Chu Lian immediately turned around and went out. Based on his previous experience, he made a cup of each type of coffee and brought it to Zhou Yuryeo. The man looked up at him, picked up one of the cups, put it to his lips and took a sip. "You made so many cups, do you want to make me die of fullness?" Chu Lian quickly waved his hands and said, No, just tell me what you want to drink and I'll find it for you." The man was not satisfied and put the cup in his hand back. "You've been away for a while and even forgot my preferences." The man paused, looked at him, and then said, "Don't waste it, drink all the rest." I can't drink it." "Don't make me say it a second time. Then I'll take it back and drink it later." "Drink now." Chu Lian knew there was nothing she could do, so she pouted and helplessly picked up the coffee, pouring it into her mouth cup after cup. He actually doesn't like drinking coffee. It's bitter, astringent, and has a strong taste. Every cup tastes the same, like he's drinking Chinese medicine. He brewed 10 cups of Chinese medicine and wanted to drink 10 cups of Chinese medicine. At the end, he almost vomited. After finishing the last glass, Zhou Yuryeo handed him a glass of water. Chu Lian couldn't drink anything anymore and waved his hands quickly, but when he saw that Zhou Yuryeo's expression was not very good, he reluctantly took it and drank it all. "Is it okay?" Chu Lian held her stomach, looking very uncomfortable. Zhou Yuryeo stood up, picked up his expensive handkerchief and wiped Chu Lian's mouth. "This is your punishment. Don't hide from me next time." Hiding from him? When? After thinking about it carefully for a long time, could it be that I was in the elevator just now? Has this man become so fussy now? Besides, didn't he say before that the CEO elevator was not for someone as casual as him to enter? Chu Lian wanted to glare at him fiercely, but when he saw Zhou Yuryeo, he immediately backed off and obediently returned to his seat. There was a message on his phone, from someone he didn't expect. "Long time no see, are you free tonight?" Chu Lian didn't really want to see him, but he was afraid that this person might cause some trouble, so he decided to go and see him first. He replied okay. After get off work in the evening, Chu Lian packed up his things. Although he didn't need to tell Zhou Yuryeo, he still informed him, "Boss, I have something tonight, so I should be back a little later." After saying that, he left in a hurry without noticing Zhou Yuryeo's furrowed brows. Chu Lian came to the bar, saw the familiar figure, and went straight over. "What do you want to talk to me about this time?" A gentle man turned around and said, "Xiao Lian, long time no see, would you like a drink?" "I don't want to have anything to do with you now. I have already done what I should do for you. I hope you won't bother me in the future." The man in front of him is Gu Chenghua, the childhood sweetheart of Chu Lian in the original novel, and also the person that Chu Lian in the original novel has had a crush on since childhood. In order to help his sweetheart achieve his goal, he did everything he could and repeatedly framed Zhou Yuryeo. In order to complete the mission, he had been pretending to love Gu Chenghua, but he knew that this person was just taking advantage of Chu Lian's feelings and had no real intention. Now that the mission was completed, he didn't want to have anything to do with this person. Gu Chenghua was very surprised by Chu Lian's performance, but he was only surprised for a few seconds, and immediately returned to his normal expression, with a few hints of teasing on his face. You sent me some interesting things before, I wonder if you still remember. Chapter 26 Being Threatened. Chu-Lien felt strange about this sentence. Didn't he just send out some information stolen from Zhou Yuryeo? What else? Seeing Chu-Lien frowning and hesitating, Gu Chenghui smiled. He moved closer to Chu-Lien and whispered in her ear, there shouldn't be many people in this world who love someone so much that they would send out their nude photos. Nude photos? Chu-Lien was very surprised. He had no memory of this, so he quickly asked the system, did the original owner ever send him nude photos? Yes, the host. Not only did he send nude photos, but he also sent some indecent videos of himself because he wanted to seduce Gu Chenghui. It doesn't matter that the original owner is in love, but now he is going to be killed by the original owner. Chu-Lien met Gu Chenghui's eyes again. He had long seen that this man was not a good person, but he did not expect that he would be exposed until now. What do you want? Gu Chenghui shook the wine glass, showing that he didn't care much, drank the wine in the glass, and let out a breath lightly. I just ask you for a small favor. I'm not a girl, you can't threaten me. If you dare to send it out, I will call the police immediately. He is not from this world in the first place, so the worst that can happen is that he completes the mission and leaves. Oh. Gu Chenghui raised his voice, before, you drugged Zhou Yuryeo and framed him, and had sex with him in bed. The scene was very explosive. I wonder if he knows about this. Hearing this, Chu-Lien grabbed Gu Chenghui by the collar and said angrily, you installed a camera in the room. The drugging was ordered by Gu Chenghui. It was more than a month after Chu-Lien came here. As Chu-Lien's grandfather and Zhou Yuryeo's grandfather were close friends and the Chu family happened to be bankrupt, Chu-Lien found a way to find Zhou Yuryeo's grandfather Zhou Zhen and moved into the Zhou family. Zhou Yuryeo didn't like him from the beginning and set all kinds of rules for him. Although he acted up from time to time due to the mission, fortunately Zhou Zhen always protected him, which allowed him to stay in the Zhou family. Before he had established a good relationship with Zhou Yuryeo after moving into Zhou's house, Gu Chenghui couldn't wait to frame Zhou Yuryeo. He asked Chu-Lien to drug Zhou Yuryeo and gave him the duckling so that he could obtain fingerprints and steal information. As luck would have it, Zhou Yuryeo pulled Chu-Lien, who was passing by the door, in and tossed him around for a whole day and night. Afterwards, Zhou Yuryeo warned him with vicious words. Chu-Lien did not dare to reveal that he had drugged her, for fear that Zhou Yuryeo would do something in anger. But he never expected that Gu Chenghui had a trick up his sleeve and placed a camera in the room without telling him. It is now difficult for him to take a single step around Zhou Yuryeo. What will happen if this gets to know? Chu-Lien knew that he had no bargaining chips, so he had to pretend to be calm. If you want me to do something that is against the will of heaven and earth, then you can send the video out. At worst, both sides will be destroyed, but the record of you instructing me will still be there. Gu Chenghui looked at the man who had been pestering him but was now resisting him, and smiled softly, I told you, it's a small favor. Chu-Lien came out of the bar and saw a car flashing around the corner that looked very much like Zhou Yuryeo's. But it was driving very fast, so he didn't have time to see clearly. At this time, Zhou Yuryeo shouldn't appear in such a place, right? Chu-Lien didn't stay in the bar for long. It was just past 7 o'clock when he returned to the Zhou family's house. He entered the password at the door, but it was wrong. At first he thought he had entered the room. He called out to people at the door, but no one answered. Just as he turned around and was about to go out to find a hotel to stay for the night, the door opened. Chu-Lien walked into the room. It was already dark outside, but no one turned on the lights and the room was pitch black. He stretched out his hand to press the switch, but someone grabbed his hand and pressed it against the wall. Chapter 27 Punishment 2. Chu-Lien did not scream because he felt that the person pressing him was Zhou Yuryeo. It's so dark, why don't you turn on the lights? Chu-Lien asked tentatively. The man didn't answer him and buried his head in his neck. The man was very close to him, his hot breath spraying on his skin, and then he felt a pain in his collarbone. The man opened his mouth and bit his collarbone, gradually increasing the force. Chu-Lien was in so much pain that he reached out to push, but he didn't dare to use force, so he had to hold the man's chest. This little bit of strength was like nothing to the man. He bit so hard and hard that Chu-Lien burst into tears in pain. The man looked up and stroked Chu-Lien's collarbone with his fingers to confirm that his teeth marks had been left there. Something wet dripped onto his hand. The man paused for a moment and said, "It's no use crying. I won't be soft-hearted." Then, Chu Lien felt something soft on his lips, and the man kissed him on the lips. The man's breath was heavy, like a fire, instantly sweeping over the two of them. Zhou Yuryeo supported the wall with his left hand and held Chu Lien's waist with his right hand, holding Chu Lien tightly under him without any gap. He followed Chu Lien's breathing and bit Chu Lien's lips. Chu Lien struggled slightly and made some faint nasal sounds. The sound fell into Zhou Yuryeo's ears, making him feel itchy and the fire burning even more fiercely. More diarrhea. Zhou Yuryeo swallowed Chu Lien's breath again and again, and began to knead Chu Lien's clothes with his left hand, making Chu Lien's clothes wrinkled. Just when Chu Lien was almost out of breath, a fishy and sweet taste entered his lips and tongue. Zhou Yuryeo bit his lip. The lights came on, flashing into Chu Lien's eyes. It took him a while to adjust before he could see clearly. Zhou Yuryeo had an indifferent expression, as if the person he had just bitten was someone else. There was still a teardrop of Chu Lien hanging on her eyelashes, about to fall away, and her eyes were red. Zhou Yuryeo reached out and gently wiped away her tears, like a good lover. He touched Chu Lien's face and said something that Chu Lien couldn't understand, "This is a punishment." This was the second time Chu Lien heard the word punishment from Zhou Yuryeo's mouth, but this time he didn't know why. The man continued, "From today on, you must go to and from get off work with me every day. Otherwise, you will sleep in the yard when you come back." But Chu Lien wanted to resist. After all, this CEO had never let him take a ride before. Even if they lived in the same place, he would always make him take a taxi to and from work. "No buts," Zhou Yuryeo pinched Chu Lien's face, "if you don't listen, I have a way to punish you." Chu Lien nodded. "Forget it, just live one day at a time." The next day, with 1 minute left before the end of get off work, Chu Lien packed up all his things. He sat obediently in his seat waiting for Zhou Yuryeo to get off work, but Zhou Yuryeo did not move from his seat. He walked to Zhou Yuryeo and poked Zhou Yuryeo's shoulder with his hand, "Boss." Zhou Yuryeo didn't look up, and continued to work, saying, "You weren't active at work today, so you have to stay and work overtime. I'll punish you by cleaning the staff toilet. Isn't that the cleaning lady's job? After I finish it, what will the cleaning lady do?" Chu Lien said with reason. "I have asked the cleaning lady to go back today," Zhou Yuryeo said, still without looking up, writing quickly, "Go now, I will check it later, and you can leave only if you pass the inspection." Chu Lien stomped his feet and walked out the door angrily. After he walked out of the office, the man behind him sighed and said, "In this case, I won't have time to go out and see him." Chapter 28 Cleaning the Toilet. Cleaning the staff toilet. Clean the toilet. Bathroom. Chu Lien still couldn't believe it until he stood at the toilet door with a mop in his hand. Even though he was reluctant, he still came. Chu Lien put a cleaning sign at the door of the toilet and blocked his nostrils with paper before daring to walk into the men's toilet. The men's restroom in the summer smells really bad. He worked for more than half an hour and finally finished cleaning. He took out his phone and started taking photos. That man is so picky, if he needs evidence, he has to keep something back. After finishing the work, he returned to the president's office. He was very well behaved and stood at the door and knocked with proper etiquette. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yuryeo didn't let him in. The man in the room left his chair and stood up. "It's time to get off work now. You smell too bad, so go to the cubicle inside and wash up. I'll wait for you outside, wash up." After saying this, the man walked away from him. Chu Lien gritted his teeth, "Damn it. I'm angry, but there's nothing I can do. Can I go up and beat him up?" "Dear, I suggest you stay calm here. Be careful not to get beaten up instead of being beaten up." Chu Lien stamped his feet. Why did he, a secretary, have to clean the toilet, and the men's toilet at that? When Chu Lien came out of the shower, it was already dark. He raised his hand and smelled it, but there was no smell. All the lights in the office had been turned off. Chu Lien walked downstairs in the dark and came to the parking lot. As expected, Zhou Yuryeo was in the car. Chu Lien opened the door and went in. Seeing that the driver was not there, he asked, "Where is the driver?" Zhou Yuryeo crossed his legs with his hands on the car window. When he saw Chu Lien coming, he pushed Chu Lien down on the back seat. Zhou Yuryeo was pressing on Chu Lien. The light from the roof of the car shone down, burying Zhou Yuryeo's face in the shadow. Chu Lien couldn't see his expression clearly. "Did you wash it clean?" Washington. Wash it clean. Chu Lien answered stutteringly. Zhou Yuryeo stretched out his hand and touched the back of Chu Lien's neck. Then, he extended his hand to Chu Lien's gland. Chu Lien trembled. Is this place clean? Clean it up. Really? Let me check it out. Zhou Yuryeo turned Chu Lien over on the seat, lowered his head, and bit Chu Lien's gland. At first, it was the pain brought by the lack of mercy. Slowly, Zhou Yuryeo began to inject pheromones into the glands, and the pheromones with the smell of red wine penetrated into Chu Lien's body. Red wine and roses seemed to be born to mix and interact with each other. Chu Lien's brain had been paralyzed, and he gradually felt pleasure, as if he was swaying in the wind, and the person blowing him was the man in front of him. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yuryeo let go of Chu Lien. Still buried in the shadow of the lamp, he reached out and touched Chu Lien's glands, and said faintly, I have mysophobia. This place must be clean. Don't let some indecent people touch it. Do you understand? Chu Lien nodded repeatedly. I knew that Zhou Yuryeo had physical mysophobia before, but I didn't expect that he also had mysophobia about his lover. This was something he didn't expect. Chu Lien put on his clothes and sat up. He saw that Zhou Yuryeo's expression had finally relaxed. Zhou Yuryeo has had a gloomy face since he returned to Zhou's house yesterday. He has been afraid that something would happen, but now things are finally getting better. Zhou Yuryeo picked up his cell phone and called the driver, who quickly came back to drive. Just when Zhou Yuryeo was about to turn off the screen of his phone, a call came in. He stared at the phone interface for a long time without answering it, and the other party was also very persistent. After not answering the first call, he called again. Chu Lien looked at Zhou Yuryeo's frown and glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. It turned out to be Shannon, Zhou Yuryeo's White Moonlight. Chapter 29 White Moonlight. Zhou Yuryeo stared at the phone for a while and finally picked up the call. Zhou Yuryeo didn't turn on the loudspeaker, but the two were too close, so Chu Lien could still hear the voices on the other side. Brother Zhou, it's me. The voice on the other end was very gentle. Yeah. Zhou Yuryeo's voice was calm. Brother Zhou, I'm back home and I've decided to stay in the country. I want to go see you, is that okay? Zhou Yuryeo didn't answer immediately, but Chu Lien could clearly feel that he was in a bad mood. Zhou Yuryeo was silent for a while, turned his head and looked at Chu Lien. Chu Lien smiled at him foolishly, so he immediately agreed, okay, let's contact each other again. Zhou Yuryeo asked the driver to take Chu Lien back to the villa, and then he drove out again. Chu Lien stayed in the room for several hours. He heard a noise outside and thought that Zhou Yuryeo had returned, but he didn't expect that Shannon had returned with him. Zhou Yuryeo was holding a suitcase in his hand, which should be Shannon's. I didn't expect that one day I would actually see Zhou Yuryeo helping others get things. Zhou Yuryeo saw Chu Lien standing on the escalator, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. This is Shannon. He needs to stay at home for a while. It's not just staying for a few days, but for a period of time. This is probably the power of Bai Yue Guang. Just by saying a few words, she can easily get the protagonist's consent. Chu Lien thought about how he had thought of so many ways and put in so much effort just to get in this door, but he was barely able to get in and was still not welcomed. This is the difference. Shannon was not surprised to see someone at home. He thought that Zhou Yuryeo must have told him about it on the way. Shannon took a step forward, smiled brightly, and greeted Chu Lien. Hello, my name is Shannon, I may disturb you for a while. To show politeness, Chu Lien went downstairs and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Shannon. When he got closer, he found that Shannon was a very likable person. Shannon is fair and clean, and even under strong light, she can still shine. She has grape eyes, cherry lips, and a very delicate face. She speaks softly, behaves elegantly, and her whole person feels as gentle as jade. At first glance, he is obviously a young master from a wealthy family. His temperament is very different from Chu Lien, who is a low-level person. Such a person standing next to Zhou Yuryeo looks well matched and a good match. That's exactly what Chu Lien wanted. Now Zhou Yuryeo's blackness value has not decreased at all, and tying him up by his side should be just for revenge. In order to leave this world as soon as possible, Shannon came at the right time. He didn't know why the two of them were not together. It seemed that Zhou Yuryeo probably liked Shannon, but Shannon was not aware of it. So Chu Lien decided to bring them together and help them. Chu Lien's hands and Shannon's hands were still tightly clasped together at this time. Zhou Yuryeo stared at their hands for a long time, but neither of them seemed to notice anything, so Zhou Yuryeo stepped forward and pulled Shen An's hands apart. When Chu Lian saw this protective behavior, he became more certain of his thoughts. Without waiting for Chu Lian to react, Zhou Yuryeo pulled Shen upstairs to arrange a room for Shen. Chu Lian was curious and followed behind to observe. He discovered that Zhou Yuryeo also had a gentle side, a side he had never seen before. Zhou Yuryeo would personally carry Shen An's suitcase, personally lead Shen into the room, and personally help Shen pack. Even when he spoke in a gentle voice. Unlike when he was being treated with only orders. Zhou Yuryeo turned around and saw Chu Lian. He suddenly stopped what he was doing, straightened up, and said, "Let the housekeeper clean up later." Shen nodded. Zhou Yuryeo looked at Chu Lian, his expression showing a little discomfort again. "Shen An's situation is a bit special, so he can only stay here with me." Chu Lian didn't understand at first, but after a while he realized that Zhou Yuryeo was actually explaining to him. Chapter 30 Moving Out. A person like Zhou Yuryeo, a typical domineering president, who is arrogant and self-centered, will actually explain to him one day. Chu Lian stood there in a daze for a long while before slowly nodding. "Oh, okay." He couldn't help but sigh again that Bai Yue Guang's lethality was too strong. Chu Lian was very tactful and did not stay here any longer. The two people must have a lot to talk about, and there was no need for him, an outsider, to delay them here. He returned to Zhou Yuryeo's bedroom and began to pack up. Ever since he was captured by Zhou Yuryeo, he has been living in Zhou Yuryeo's bedroom, and he doesn't know what Zhou Yuryeo is thinking. But now that his beloved has returned, he shouldn't continue to live here. If he's misunderstood by her, he won't be able to explain himself clearly. Chu Lian had very little stuff and he finished packing in just over 10 minutes. After he moved out his things, he originally wanted to move directly into the guest room next door, but after looking at Shen An's room, he decided to move to the first floor. This way the two of them can have enough space to be alone without worrying about being disturbed by him. Chu Lian was packing her things in the guest room on the first floor when Zhou Yuryeo rushed in, looking very anxious. He was about to ask what was wrong when Zhou Yuryeo strode in and pushed him onto the bed. The man was very angry. "Why did you disappear suddenly? Why didn't you tell me?" Chu Lian didn't expect that the brief moment when she didn't let Zhou Yuryeo see her would cause Zhou Yuryeo to have such great emotional fluctuations. He explained seriously, "Someone is coming to my house, and I can't stay in the same room with you, so I thought about moving down. There are rooms next to it, why are you coming down? This location is in a corner, it's quieter, I like quietness." "Really? Do you like quietness?" This sentence sounded like a question to Chu Lian, but also like a mutter to himself. After a while, the man seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Did you move down because of Shen?" Chu Lian looked at the man's expression, which was a bit smug and a bit happy, and felt a bit puzzled. He answered honestly, "Yes." Zhou Yuryeo became even happier and muttered softly, "I knew it, I knew it." Zhou Yuryeo sat down beside the bed and pulled Chu Lian up from the bed. "Since you like it, you can live in this room. But there is one thing, you are not allowed to lock the door. Only a fool would not lock the door." Although Chu Lian thought so in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. He thought that Zhou Yuryeo must be afraid that Shen would know their relationship, so he probably didn't have time to look for him, so even if he locked the door, he wouldn't be discovered. At night, when Chu Lian was sleeping in a daze, someone came to open the door. At first it didn't open, so the person outside twisted the doorknob a few times. There was silence outside for a while, then there was the sound of a key unlocking the door, and then someone climbed onto his bed. Someone pinched Chu Lian's nose and spoke in his ear, "You little liar, how dare you disobey me?" Chu Lian was dazed and didn't hear clearly, but he inexplicably felt that this person would not do anything to him, so he turned over, threw himself into the man's arms, hugged the man's waist, and fell asleep. When Chu Lian woke up in the morning, he saw that there was an extra person in the room, which was not surprising. It was originally Zhou Yuryeo's house, so locking the door was useless. Zhou Yuryeo was still sleeping, hugging Chu Lian's waist. Chu Lian suddenly became bold for a moment. He covered Zhou Yuryeo's mouth and nose with his hands, and Zhou Yuryeo slowly woke up. The first moment Zhou Yuryeo woke up, his eyes were full of anger. After seeing the person in front of him, he immediately calmed down. Chu Lian was a little frightened, but he straightened his back and said righteously, Why don't you go back to your room and sleep? He originally thought that he would get a response like, I can sleep wherever I want, or, it's none of your business. But Zhou Yuyeo's answer was beyond his expectation. You're not in that room. Chapter 31 I like Brother Zhou. Chu Lian was stunned. This sounded like a love talk. If he didn't know that Zhou Yuyeo only had hatred for him in the novel, he would have taken it seriously. Not knowing how to answer for a moment, Chu Lian could only laugh dryly. Zhou Yuyeo was about to say something when someone knocked on the door. Chu Lian, are you in there? It was Shen An's voice. Chu Lian glanced at Zhou Yuyeo, then looked at the postures of the two. At this moment, they were lying on the bed hugging each other tightly. Anyone who saw it would think that their relationship was not normal. If Shen saw this, it would be terrible and the plan would be ruined. Chu Lian covered Zhou Yuyeo's mouth again and responded, It's me, what's the matter? Can I come in? It's not convenient for me right now. Let's talk about it later. I'll come to you later. Chu Lian pulled the quilt with his other hand to cover Zhou Yuyeo, and also covered most of himself, for fear that someone outside would suddenly break in. If it's inconvenient for you, I won't bother you. I'll come back later. Hearing the footsteps leaving outside, Chu Lian sighed and felt relieved. After relaxing, he remembered that he had covered Zhou Yuyeo with the quilt, and he quickly lifted the quilt. You are becoming more and more courageous. Zhou Yuyeo sat up and looked at Chu Lian with narrowed eyes. Although this sentence scared Chu Lian, inexplicably, when Chu Lian looked into Zhou Yuyeo's eyes, she felt that there was no anger in those eyes. I want Shen to move in. What do you think? Zhou Yuyeo stared at the bedroom door and asked casually. Chu Lian did not answer immediately, wondering if this was some kind of test from the president. He thought about it carefully and said, I think it's pretty good, but I look weird here. It would be better if I could live somewhere else. Take this opportunity to express your desire to leave, and then you can leave as if it were natural. Zhou Yuyeo looked at Chu Lian's face and reached out to touch Chu Lian's eyebrows. Your eyebrows are all wrinkled. If you mind. No, I don't mind, Chu Lian waved his hands repeatedly. Frowning when thinking about something is just his subconscious reaction. I don't know what Zhou Yuyeo thinks of it, but don't think that he minds his beloved. Zhou Yuyeo sighed and looked straight at Chu Lian, with emotions in his eyes that Chu Lian could not understand. After Zhou Yuyeo left, Chu Lian went to find Shannon. You're here. Shannon still had that sweet and bright expression on her face, and looked very welcoming to him. Well, what did you want to talk to me about just now? Chu Lian walked into the room. Shannon carefully closed the door, and then spoke, What is your relationship with Brother Zhou? Chu Lian was shocked. Could it be that he was seen in the morning? It's nothing. He smiled casually, my grandfather and his grandfather were close friends, so he tolerates me. Oh, Shannon nodded, I thought so. Brother Zhou is not the kind of person who would bring anyone into the house casually. I was surprised when I saw you. I was wondering if you had any special relationship with Brother Zhou. No, Chu Lian denied immediately, and then added, he doesn't like me at all. If it weren't for my grandfather, he would definitely not let me stay here. But I saw that he seemed to care a lot about your thoughts yesterday. Would he do this if he doesn't like you? Shannon didn't quite believe it. No, he really doesn't like me. You can rest assured about this. It was his grandfather who forced him to treat me well, otherwise he would definitely not want to even look at me, really. Chu Lian raised his right hand and swore, his expression very sincere. Really? Shannon smiled slightly, then I feel relieved. This was a strange thing to say, and Chu Lian couldn't help but ask, what are you worried about? Shannon smiled frankly and admitted generously, actually, I kind of like Brother Zhou. I came back this time just to see if there is a chance to try it with Brother Zhou. You don't mind, right? Chapter 32 Possessiveness. Zhou Yuyeo likes Shannon, and now Shannon also likes Zhou Yuyeo. This should have been a win-win situation, but Chu Lian's brain crashed for a while. Seeing that Chu Lian didn't answer, Shannon asked again, didn't you say that Brother Zhou doesn't like you? Are you kidding me? A gentle face, a gentle tone of voice, but words that Chu Lian felt were not very gentle. Chu Lian came back to his senses. Zhou Yueyou was just a character in the story. He had simply spent too long with him, so it was normal for him to feel reluctant to leave. I'm not lying to you. If you really like him, I can help you. Chu Lian calmed down. Really? Shannon opened his big, watery, and innocent eyes and stared at Chu Lian with sparkling eyes. Of course. If you have any plans, just tell me and I will help you. Chu Lian answered seriously. When Shannon asked Chu Lian for help, the first thing he did was not to look for Zhou Yueyou, but to take Chu Lian to the street. I've already told Brother Zhou that I want to use you this afternoon, and he agreed. Shannon held Chu Lian's hand and walked on the street, paying no attention to the emotions of the people behind him. Use. Did Zhou Yueyou and Shannon treat him as a commodity? Chu Lian narrowed his eyes and looked at Shannon from behind. The young masters didn't even treat him as a human being, and they were still worried that he would steal someone. Some things are easier to say out loud, so I brought you out here. Is that okay with you? Shannon turned his head to look at him. Chu Lian immediately suppressed his emotions, smiled and nodded, no problem. Shannon took him to a high-end coffee shop and sat down. Tell me first, what does Brother Zhou like? What does he like to eat? What does he like to use? According to the description in the original novel, Shannon is Zhou Yueyou's childhood friend. They have been together for more than 10 years, but how could he not know all this? You've been with him longer, so you don't need to ask me, right? Shannon picked up the coffee and took a sip. I've been away for too long. Brother Zhou is a little different than before. I want to confirm it. I don't know what Mr. Zhou likes, but I know he hates being betrayed. Chu Lian recalled the past and a look of regret appeared on his face. It's strange to say, after such a long time, Zhou Yueyou hasn't made any move, and he is getting more and more worried. You call him Mr. Zhou? Shannon was a little surprised. How? I thought that since you two were living under the same roof, your relationship would be more or less good. Haha, Chu Lian laughed dryly, the relationship between Mr. Zhou and I is very complicated. It's hard to explain it clearly at the moment, but it's not that good. So that's how it is. Shannon showed a smug look on his face, then I feel relieved. Shannon leaned forward and waved to Chu Lian. Chu Lian leaned over and Shannon whispered in his ear, Tonight, I want to prepare a candlelight dinner at home, and when the time comes, I will confess to Brother Zhou. You and Brother Zhou are in the same company, so you can hold him back. When I'm ready, you can let Brother Zhou come back, okay? Chu Lian nodded and said, I'll try my best. In the afternoon, Shannon sent Chu Lian to the company. Although Chu Lian tried to refuse and said that there was no need to send him off, Shannon insisted on coming, saying that he was afraid that he would be scolded by Zhou Yueyou. Shannon took Chu Lian's hand and walked into Zhou Yueyou's office. Brother Zhou, I've sent the person back to you. Zhou Yueyou looked up at them, his eyes swept across their faces and finally stopped on the hands they were holding. Shannon didn't notice, but Chu Lian noticed and quickly shook off Shannon's hand. Chu Lian kept shaking his head beside him. Shannon really didn't know how possessive Zhou Yueyou was and how he dared to hold someone's hand casually. Chapter 33 He likes beta. Sure enough, Zhou Yueyou walked over, stood in front of the two of them, and said in a cold voice, One of you is a beta, and the other is an omega. Pay attention to your respective identities. Chu Lian knew that this sentence was a warning to him not to get too close to Shannon, because Zhou Yueyou said this while looking at his face. Oh, we are very honest with each other, there is nothing wrong. Shannon stepped forward and held Zhou Yueyou's hand. Look, I can hold your hand too. Zhou Yueyou looked at the two people holding hands, raised his head to glance at Chu Lian, and his hand, which was about to be shaken off, stopped inexplicably. Chu Lian didn't notice this. At this time, he was a little confused and was asking the system. Shannon is actually a beta. Yes, host. It turns out that Zhou Yueyou likes beta. According to the original novel, due to Zhou Yueyou's status as a golden bachelor, many omegas intend to use some means to get his mark in order to extort money or improve their status. As such things happened many times, Zhou Yueyou developed a sense of rejection and even disgust towards omegas, and felt that true love with betas that was not affected by pheromones was true love. His childhood sweetheart Shannon happened to be a beta, and happened to fit his ideal type, so Shannon always had an irreplaceable position in his heart. So that's how it is. Chu Lian seemed to be thinking about something. Zhou Yueyou saw every moment that Chu Lian was in a daze. Zhou Yueyou looked at Chu Lian with a frown on his face, then calmly let go of Shannon's hand. with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "You're not angry anymore?" Shannon leaned close to Zhou Yuryeo. Hearing this, Chu Lien's eyes fell on Zhou Yuryeo, and then looked at Shannon. As expected of Shannon, he is really amazing. This moody devil was calmed down so quickly. Seeing that there was nothing for him to do, Chu Lien turned around and walked to his workstation, turned on his computer and started working. In fact, Zhou Yuryeo didn't give him any important documents. For someone like him with a criminal record, it was likely that he was just kept under surveillance. At the beginning, Zhou Yuryeo would order him to do this and that, but after a long time, Chu Lien had nothing to do in the company and became quite bored. So there were a lot of TV dramas saved in the computer he opened. He was wearing wireless headphones so as not to be discovered. He was on the side that Zhou Yuryeo couldn't see, and he also used his hands to cover himself. Chu Lien was originally watching a family drama, but the scene he watched today was so inexplicably emotional that it moved him to tears. He was so absorbed in the drama that he didn't even notice that someone was watching him from the other side. He reached out to wipe his tears, his left hand was wiping tears, and a hand on the right handed him a tissue. Chu Lien tied the knot and said thank you. Just after wiping his tears, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. There were only 2 people in the office. He looked up and saw Zhou Yuryeo standing in front of him, looking at him with extremely complicated eyes. Chu Lien was very flustered at this time. He quickly turned off the video with his right hand, called up a company profile, and quickly took off the Bluetooth headset with his left hand. He was just thinking about how to explain his sudden tears. "Boss, I. Chu Lien stuttered, unable to come up with a reasonable excuse. Zhou Yuryeo interrupted him, "I just held hands with Shannon, and you were so sad that you cried." Sad? Why should he be sad? He was so happy that he was one step closer to completing his task. But when he looked at Zhou Yuryeo's strange eyes, he suddenly couldn't say anything. "I have no idea." Chapter 34 Procrastination. After Chu Lien finished speaking, Zhou Yuryeo did not answer. But judging from Zhou Yuryeo's expression, Chu Lien felt that Zhou Yuryeo had a smug look, even a little happy. Unexpectedly, he could discover Zhou Yuryeo's hobby. This person probably likes to watch others cry. Zhou Yuryeo raised his hand to look at his watch. It was time to get off work, so he asked Chu Lien to go home with him. Chu Lien suddenly remembered his mission, which was to hold the person in front of him back. He immediately stood up and said, "Go back? So early? My work is not finished yet." "What work do you have?" "I haven't assigned you anything this afternoon." Zhou Yuryeo found it funny. "Who said that?" Chu Lien defended himself, "The most tiring job is when there is no work assigned. I have been studying the company's business seriously all afternoon, and strive to contribute to the company one day." Chu Lien's expression was very firm, which made Zhou Yuryeo laugh out loud. Zhou Yuryeo showed an unprecedentedly gentle expression and touched Chu Lien's head. "Okay, today's learning task is completed, let's take a rest first." Chu Lien's hair rubbed against his face, making him itchy. He felt as if he had been embraced by flowers brought by the breeze. He couldn't tell what he was feeling, but his heart was filled with swelling, as if surrounded by gentle water. He had never seen Zhou Yuryeo like this, nor had he seen himself like this. But he had to remind himself from this hazy feeling that this man liked someone else. Chu Lien suddenly felt a little sore in the corners of his eyes, as if the after effect of the TV series was too strong and tears were about to fall out again. He blinked his eyes, trying to hold back his tears and the hazy feeling. He did not forget his mission: finish today's work today. "How can we put off today's work until tomorrow?" When Chu Lien said this, he didn't realize that his tone was actually coquettish. Zhou Yuryeo was very curious and wanted to indulge the person in front of him for once, so he said helplessly, "If you want to learn, then learn. I just happened to have something to deal with today." Zhou Yuryeo returned to his seat, picked up the phone and asked someone to deliver the materials for tomorrow's meeting, and really started to work seriously. Chu Lien was sitting here, with his head facing the computer, but his eyes unconsciously looked in the direction of Zhou Yuryeo. Zhou Yuryeo's company has a half-glass and half-brick wall. The side where Zhou Yuryeo sits happens to have glass behind it. It was already late at night, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone in. Chu Lien was shocked by his previous thoughts. He shook his head and threw away the strange thoughts in his mind. From an objective point of view, Zhou Yuryeo does look good, but not to the extent that he would consider him good-looking. Chu Lian felt like he was going crazy. Bite. The cell phone vibrated. Chu Lian turned it on and saw a message from Shannon saying that he was ready. Chu Lian hesitated at this time. Zhou Yuryeo liked Shannon, and Shannon also liked Zhou Yuryeo. It was such a happy thing, but he hesitated and couldn't even think of the reason for his hesitation. System, are you sure and certain that Zhou Yuryeo likes Shannon? When asking this question, Chu Lian had a sense of unfounded expectation. He knew what the answer was, but he still wanted to ask. Yes, according to the original novel, Shannon has always been Zhou Yuryeo's irreplaceable white moonlight. Chu Lian sighed and thought, don't force what is not destined to happen. He stood up and forced a smile, I'm fine, let's go. Chapter 35, Drowning Sorrow in Wine. Zhou Yuryeo seemed to be aware of his emotions. What's wrong? Nothing. Chu Lian didn't want to reveal his emotions, especially in front of this person. Let's go back. The driver drove the car back to the garage. Chu Lian knew that the villa was not decorated in such a way that his presence was not needed, so he lied. I suddenly remembered that I needed to go to the wine cellar to get something. You go in first. Zhou Yuryeo didn't think much about it and got out of the car and left. After watching Zhou Yuryeo enter the house, Chu Lian got out from behind the car. Now he definitely couldn't go in, so he could only walk around outside. Chu Lian went to the wine cellar and got a bottle of wine, then went to the backyard and sat by the pond. Maybe it was because of the hot summer, even at night, he felt very hot. He opened the wine, without even taking the glass, and started pouring it into his mouth. He wasn't in a bad mood, he just wanted to quench his thirst. That's right, absolutely. Chu Lian was actually not very good at drinking. A little bit of alcohol could make him drunk, even if it was a bottle of red wine. Before he had even finished half of the drink, his consciousness had already begun to blur. He seemed to have been outside for a long time, and there was no message from Shannon for such a long time, which meant that the two of them should have succeeded, and after the success, there would naturally be other things to do. Will he be kicked out tomorrow? Chu Lian was in a daze and stayed there until midnight when the wind was clear and the sky was full of stars. But no one came to see him, not even a phone call or a text message. He picked up his phone with some vague hope in his heart. After opening it, the interface was still empty. He could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep by the pond. Half asleep and half awake, he felt someone holding him up, and he vaguely heard a sentence, "Did you ask him to do this?" He seemed to hear the sadness and loss in the tone, but his mind was unable to think and he fell into a complete sleep. Oh, that hurts. In the morning, Chu Lian held his aching forehead and sat up from the bed. He seldom drank, but every time he woke up after drinking, he would definitely have a splitting headache. On the bed, he said to himself, I clearly remember that he was outside, and someone really carried him in yesterday. He suddenly wanted to know who this person was, so he put on his slippers and ran downstairs. Zhou Yuryeo, Zhou Yuryeo. This was the first time he called Zhou Yuryeo by his name directly. He had never called him that before, but now it came so naturally to him. But the one who responded to him was not Zhou Yuryeo, but the butler, Mr. Chu. The young master has already gone to the company. Chu Lian turned around and wanted to go back to his room, but then he remembered that the housekeeper had been guarding the house and should have seen it, so he asked casually, I was in the backyard yesterday, who brought me in? The butler bent down and said, It's me, Mr. Chu. It's you. Chu Lian was a little unconvinced. The kind that neither reason nor emotion believes, nor does it want to believe. Yes, Mr. Chu, the housekeeper explained, I went to the backyard for a final check last night and found Mr. Chu lying on the ground, so I brought you back. Is that so? Chu Lian spoke softly, with unconcealable disappointment in his tone. He was about to go back to his room when Shannon came back from outside, looking very excited. Chu Lian, thank you. As soon as Shannon saw Chu Lian, he trotted over. He grabbed Chu Lian's hand, his joy was beyond words. Yeah. Chu Lian didn't want to say anything else. He pulled his hand away and wanted to go back. Now the result is obvious, no need to ask anymore. He turned around and went back to his room. When he was about to close the door, he saw Shannon looking at him with a smile on his face and even waving. His heart felt sour and swollen, and he vaguely guessed why this was happening, but he didn't want to think about it. Chapter 36 Henchman. Chu Lian did not go to work today, and Zhou Yuryeo did not even ask why. In the afternoon, Zhou Yuryeo came back from the company. Chu Lian looked at Shannon and rushed over like a child. "Brother Joe, welcome back." Shannon hugged Zhou Yuryeo tightly, and Zhou Yuryeo did not push him away. It was probably what Chu Lian thought, the two of them were indeed in a relationship. It was all in front of him, and he had to believe it. Chu Lian was in a low mood, which formed a sharp contrast with the two people on the other side. He couldn't stay in this place any longer and returned to the room alone. The moment he returned to the room, Chu Lian felt how important it was to have his own space. He wanted to stay in this room forever and never go out again. The phone vibrated. Someone sent a message. It was Gu Chenghui. "Tonight, at Hongqiao Hall, someone will give you a pill. Find a way to get Shannon to take it, and then send Shannon to room 206. Didn't I tell you that I wouldn't do such a thing?" Chu Lian replied immediately. Chu Lian looked at the screen of his mobile phone. It turned out that room 206 was Zhou Yuryeo's room. He didn't know why Gu Chenghui knew about Zhou Yuryeo and Shannon, but it was obvious that he couldn't refute what this person said. He hesitated for a while and replied with one word, "Okay." In the evening, Shannon was talking to Zhou Yuryeo in the hall. Chu Lian went out to see them and found that they were both dressed brilliantly. It seemed that Zhou Yuryeo was going to take Shannon out for a social event. Shannon held Zhou Yuryeo's hand, and the two of them looked so well matched. In the past, Chu Lian never thought there was anything wrong with his appearance or family background, but at this moment he felt genuinely inferior. He walked out with a forced smile on his face. "Are you going to a cocktail party? You are dressed so nicely." "Yes," Shannon replied. "Brother Joe said there is an important cocktail party today and he wants to take me to see it." Chu Lian also wanted to go, but he didn't know how to start the conversation, so he hesitated. Shannon seemed to understand what he meant and asked generously, "Chu Lian, are you going? Have you never been to a place like this? We can go together and follow behind me." Of course Chu Lian wanted to go, and he had to go, otherwise he wouldn't even have an admission ticket and wouldn't be able to get through the door. He looked at Zhou Yuryeo's expression, and there was no change. It seemed that Shannon was keeping his word. When Chu Lian realized this, he almost couldn't keep the fake smile on his face. He slowed down for a while and said, "Okay, I've never been to such a place before, take me with you." "Of course." Shannon agreed readily. Shannon asked Zhou Yuryeo to give Chu Lian an admission ticket, but Zhou Yuryeo didn't move. Shannon held Zhou Yuryeo's hand and started to act coquettishly. Zhou Yuryeo then took out an invitation from behind and put it in Chu Lian's hand. "Go change your clothes and come with us later." Zhou Yuryeo's tone was very flat, still so distant, as if the person who had been in bed with Chu Lian before was not him. Chu Lian had nothing to say, and he couldn't say anything more. He went back to his room to choose clothes, but found that there was nothing suitable, so he could only put on the suit he wore to work. When he walked out, Shannon and Zhou Yuryeo were ready and waiting for him. Zhou Yuryeo frowned when he saw his clothes. Before he could speak, Shannon said, "Chu Lian, you look like our follower when you dress like this." Chu Lian didn't think much of it at first, but after hearing this, he looked down at his clothes, then looked at the two people in front of him, and an indescribable feeling of shame lingered in his heart. But he had no other clothes, and it was impossible for him to ask Zhou Yuryeo for money, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "This is just my identity, ha ha ha." It was an awkward laugh, and no one responded. Chu Lian was in so much pain that he was about to cry, and the culprit was right in front of him. Chapter 37 Dancing. As soon as Chu Lian entered the Hongqiao Hall, he said he wanted to go to the bathroom and left with an excuse. He didn't want to be a third wheel between two people. He wandered around, trying to find out what was going on and kill some time. As I walked, I found myself in the hall again for some reason. Suddenly, the lights in the hall went out, and a few seconds later, colorful lights came on again, like a large late-night bar. Chu Lian wanted to leave, but someone grabbed him by the waist and carried him in. Although the light was dim, he could see clearly that it was Zhou Yuryeo. Zhou Yuryeo carried him to the center, and after careful observation, he discovered that there were people sitting in pairs all around him. "What's this for?" he asked in a low voice. "Dance floor, now's the time for a couple dance." Zhou Yuryeo answered in a serious tone. "Where is Mr. Shannon? He's not feeling well and said he wants to go out and rest for a while." "Oh. I thought he came specifically to see him." The music started playing. Zhou Yuryeo put Chu Lian's left hand on his shoulder, then put his left hand around Chu Lian's waist and held Chu Lian's hand with his right hand. It was only when the arrow was on the string that Chu Lien remembered something important. I can't dance. Chu Lien turned around and tried to leave, but Zhou Yuryeo hugged her tightly. It's okay, just follow me. The people around him started to move, and Chu Lien was also led by Zhou Yuryeo. Chu Lien really had never learned to dance, not even the simplest ballroom dance. So he took one step at a time, and every step he took was on Zhou Yuryeo's feet. Zhou Yuryeo didn't even cry out in pain, nor did he throw him away. The music stopped, the dance ended, and the white tile lamps in the room were lit again. Chu Lien's face was flushed and he was out of breath because of the flustered and busy work. He looked inexplicably attractive, so Zhou Yuryeo kissed him in public. Chu Lien's brain hadn't reacted yet, he just wanted to take a breath. His slightly open mouth just made it convenient for Zhou Yuryeo, so he put his tongue directly into his mouth and started French kissing him. The people who stopped nearby were attracted by the scene and burst into warm applause, and some even started cheering. The louder they cheered, the harder Zhou Yuryeo kissed her, and Chu Lien had nowhere to hide. It took a while, until Chu Lien felt the oxygen in his lungs was almost exhausted and he had no strength to stand. Zhou Yuryeo let him go. His legs went weak and he didn't have the strength to stand for a moment. Plus, there were people paying attention to him all around, so he subconsciously buried his face in Zhou Yuryeo's arms. Zhou Yuryeo put his left arm around his shoulders and stroked his hair with his right hand. He had no intention of pushing him away, which was strange. Mr. Zhou, you are great. A man walked over and praised Zhou Yuryeo. I'll take him there to rest for a while. Having said that, he ignored everyone else, held Chu Lien in his arms, and took Chu Lien to the second floor. Zhou Yuryeo let go of Chu Lien and said, you can go back to your room to rest or walk around. Zhou Yuryeo wanted to leave after saying this, but Chu Lien didn't understand why he asked this question. Zhou Yuryeo had clearly treated him however he wanted in the past, so he had no right to ask. But this time he just wanted to know, aren't you and Mr. Shannon already together? If Mr. Shannon knew you were doing this, what would he think? I thought you cared. Zhou Yuryeo stepped forward and grabbed Chu Lien's wrist, with a sharp light in his eyes. Don't worry, as long as you don't say it, he won't know. Zhou Yuryeo left without looking back, and Chu Lien was left there. Chapter 38 Medicine. Chu Lien's room was next to Shannon. When she heard Shannon coming back at night, she hurriedly took the drugged wine and went to Shannon's room. Is there anything wrong so late? Shannon let Chu Lien into the room. Chu Lien shook the red wine in his hand and said, I came to have a couple of drinks with you. It's so late, let's not drink anymore. We can find another chance next time. Chu Lien chose to ignore this sentence, opened the bottle, picked up the glass, and poured 2 glasses of red wine. Although he didn't know why Gu Chenghua asked him to do this, he had no choice but to do it, otherwise he didn't know how this person would threaten him again. This bottle of wine is a treasure, at least give it a taste. All right. Shannon sat down, picked up the wine glass, and was about to put it into his mouth, but suddenly stopped. Why don't you drink it? I'll drink it in a minute. Chu Lien seemed a little nervous. He had put the medicine in the wine. If he drank it, no one would be able to help him. What's the point of me drinking alone? Let's drink together. Shannon raised the wine glass with his left hand and placed it to his lips, then picked up another wine glass with his right hand and handed it to Chu Lien's mouth. Chu Lien reached out and held the wine glass. Shannon didn't let go and said, let's taste it together. Shannon raised the wine glass with his left hand and took a sip. Chu Lien felt relieved that he had completed the task. Then Shannon exerted force with his right hand and poured the other glass of wine into Chu Lien's mouth. Chu Lien's Adam's apple rolled up and down, and all the wine went into Chu Lien's stomach. After Chu Lien finished drinking, Shannon picked up his glass and spit out the wine in his mouth. Little cutie, you should drink this wine yourself. Shannon lost his usual elegant and easygoing look and replaced it with another expression, like a hunter who controls everything. Chu Lien opened her eyes wide. How did Shannon know that there was something wrong with the wine? He wanted to question Shannon, but the effect of the drug had gradually begun to take effect. He could not sit still in his seat and overturned the table. The wine glass fell to the ground and the wine bottle shattered. Chu Lien tried hard to control himself, his consciousness, and his pheromones. However, the effect of the drug was too strong. His consciousness gradually became blurred, and his pheromones began to overflow uncontrollably. He is an omega. If others find out that he has a fever due to the drugs at a party like this, the consequences can be imagined. He rushed out of Shen An's room because it was not safe there. Chu Lian's mind was in a fuzzy state at this time. He only remembered Gu Chenghui saying, "Go to 206. 206, 206, Chu Lian muttered over and over again. He had lost the ability to think for himself and stumbled around looking for 206. In the corridor, Chu Lian's pheromones became increasingly difficult to suppress, and were emitted more and more. Someone in the corridor shouted, "Whose Omega is this? He's still running around outside during his fever period." This person was affected by Chu Lian's pheromones and gradually reacted. He pulled the Omega beside him and hurried back to the room. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that Chu Lian did not meet anyone else along the way. He found room 206. It seemed like a long journey before he finally reached the door. Without thinking, he pounded on it frantically. Open the door quickly." He panted rapidly. The door was quickly opened and Zhou Yuryeo walked out in his pajamas. Chu Lian felt like he saw a savior. At this moment, he did not think about who this person liked, nor did he think about how this person usually treated him. He only knew that this person was Zhou Yuryeo, the only person who could save him from the fire. The moment he saw Zhou Yuryeo coming to open the door, Chu Lian suddenly gathered all his strength, stood on tiptoes, hugged Zhou Yuryeo's neck and kissed him. Chapter 39 Thirst. When Zhou Yuryeo was kissed, he was nailed to the spot, with disbelief in his eyes. Chu Lian had no time to care about this person's feelings. He only knew that the person in front of him greatly relieved his discomfort, so he became more bold and bit the lips of the person in front of him in panic. While Zhou Yuryeo was stunned, he directly put his tongue in and their lips and tongues intertwined. Chu Lian felt very thirsty, as if he had been walking in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights and finally encountered a heavy rain. He desperately used his lips and tongue to absorb the blessings of the heavy rain. Gradually, Chu Lian could no longer control himself. Pheromones scattered everywhere like ignited explosives. His eyes lost focus and he could no longer control himself. He clung to Zhou Yuryeo like a baby instinctively looking for its mother. Zhou Yuryeo was flattered when Chu Lian kissed him at first, but then his mind was stunned for half a minute because of Chu Lian's actions. It was not until he smelled Chu Lian's exploding pheromones that he realized the problem. He pulled Chu Lian away and looked at Chu Lian's face. "What's wrong with you?" But Chu Lian was in no mood to listen to others at that moment. He just knew that the thing in his mouth flew away, and he stuck to it again very unhappily. "Kiss, it feels good, I want a kiss." Zhou Yuryeo did not do as he expected. Realizing that Chu Lian might have been drugged, he quickly closed the door and took her to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub with water and threw Chu Lian in. His expression was not very good. He looked down at Chu Lian and said, at that time, Zhou Yuryeo, in anger and resentment, took Chu Lian, and Chu Lian could not break free. When Zhou Yuryeo woke up, the doctor said that the drug had damaged Zhou Yuryeo's glands and he needed someone to treat him regularly, so although Zhou Yuryeo was angry at the time, he also kept Chu Lian. On the one hand, he needed this person, and on the other hand, he wanted to see what else this person could do. I didn't expect that a similar incident would happen again after such a long time. Chu Lian, who was thrown into the water, became much more sober. He understood what Zhou Yuryeo said. "No, I didn't. I didn't want to drug you." Chu Lian felt inexplicably wronged, and tears actually flowed out. He was completely soaked, and his suit and shirt were drooping on his body, his figure was looming. His hair was also wet, and the water on his head mixed with tears and fell down, looking very pitiful. Zhou Yuryeo sighed and lifted Chu Lian's face with his hand. "You didn't lie to me this time." "Yeah." Chu Lian's voice was very soft, but his eyes were sincere. He really didn't want to frame Zhou Yuryeo. After soaking in the water for a while, Chu Lian's body temperature rose again, his eyes became red, his consciousness began to blur again, and pheromones continued to spread. The scent of roses in the air became stronger and stronger, causing the alpha in front of him to be unable to bear it anymore. He took off his shirt and felt hotter and hotter. "You started it this time, don't regret it." After saying this, Alpha stepped into the bathtub. The bathtub was spacious enough for 2 people to do things for a long time. Chapter 47 Days and 7 Nights. The Alpha stepped into the bathtub, picked up the Omega, lifted the Omega's face and kissed him. The Omega's lips were made tender and red by the steam from the hot water, like jelly. The alpha savored the delicious jelly carefully, licking, kissing, biting and sucking. He was satisfied with the taste, but not satisfied with that, so he used an enticing voice to coax the person in front of him, "Be good, open your mouth." The omega opened his mouth obediently, and the alpha stuck out his tongue, hooking the tip of the other's tongue, attracting and entwining it. The two people felt more and more attracted to each other, and the air was no longer filled with only the smell of roses, but was slowly surrounded by the smell of red wine. At this moment, Chu Lien's eyes were blurry, like a cat that had just been ravaged. Zhou Yuryeo looked into Chu Lien's eyes and asked seriously, "Do you know who I am?" Chu Lien was dissatisfied with the loss of the comfortable kiss. He moved closer to Zhou Yuryeo, hooked his arms around his neck, and continued to kiss him. The kiss was satisfying, and he murmured a few words, "Big bad guy, Zhou Yuryeo. Dare to say I'm a bad guy?" Zhou Yuryeo laughed ostentatiously. He would punish this man severely soon, and then you must hold back your tears. The omega wanted to retort that he would not cry, but before he could say that, the sound coming out of his mouth changed from panting to moaning, and gradually began to turn into sobbing sounds. During this period, Chu Lien was half conscious and half awake, and was tortured to a pulp. She kept begging for mercy, but the man had no mercy at all. He tossed her over and over until the omega's fever period stopped. Chu Lien felt like he had slept for a long time and had a very comfortable sleep. He opened his eyes from the bed and found himself being held tightly in someone's arms. Zhou Yuryeo doesn't feel tired sleeping in this position. He gently pushed Zhou Yuryeo away and quietly moved to the bedside. As his feet touched the ground, his body went limp, and he let out a scream and fell directly onto the carpet. The noise startled Zhou Yuryeo, and he quickly got out of bed and carried Chu Lien back to bed. After all this tossing and turning, Chu Lien realized that not only were his legs weak, his waist was also sore, his whole body was soft and he had no strength to move. "I'm already like this, how am I going to get out later?" "It's okay," Zhou Yuryeo said nonchalantly, "I'll carry you out later." "No," Chu Lien refused, "if other people see it, they will definitely know what happened." "You may not know," Zhou Yuryeo smiled and held Chu Lien in front of him, "we have been here for 7 days and 7 nights, and the people who came to the cocktail party have left long ago." 7 days and 7 nights. This was beyond Chu Lien's cognition. "Can I still survive?" "You are living well." Zhou Yuryeo stretched out his hand and pinched Chu Lien's face, "and during this period, you kept saying." Zhou Yuryeo was halfway through his words when Chu Lien became curious and asked, "What did you say?" "I said I want more and you wouldn't let me stop even though I wanted to. There was nothing I could do." "Impossible." Chu Lien's face flushed red, and she covered Zhou Yuryeo's mouth, not wanting to let this man continue talking. "Oh right," Chu Lien suddenly thought, "you and I are in the same room, Shannon must know about it, how are you going to explain it then?" Although it was Shannon who poured the medicine into his mouth, which led to everything that happened afterwards, Shannon was Zhou Yuryeo's white moonlight after all, so he still had to make it clear. "Chu Lien," Zhou Yuryeo asked seriously, "why do you care so much about me and Shannon? Or let me ask it another way, why do you care so much about my love life?" Chapter 41 Like. Chu Lien was speechless, he didn't know why. Or maybe he actually knew, but just because he had to complete the so-called mission, he pretended not to know. He wanted to just play it safe and fool around, since he had cheated Zhou Yuryeo many times before. But Zhou Yuryeo looked straight at him, as if he wanted to find some clues in his eyes. Inexplicably, Chu Lien didn't want to lie anymore. He didn't want to lie to this man. He couldn't say it, "It's what you think, so what? You like Shannon, what do I think in my heart, does it matter?" The person in front of him finally admitted his feelings. Zhou Yuryeo was overjoyed. He hugged Chu Lien tightly and buried his head in Zhou Yuryeo pressed lightly on Chu Lien, his eyes showing unprecedented sincerity. "I told you you were stupid and you got angry. According to my usual style, if I caught someone who dared to deceive me so badly, I would have torn him into pieces. I have been holding you back for so long, don't you understand?" "What do you mean?" Chu Lien was a little confused. This was completely beyond his expectations, as if he had been living in another story before. "I say," Zhou Yuryeo looked into Chu Lien's eyes and held Chu Lien's hand tightly, "I feel the same as you do. I will treat you the same way you treat me." "But," Chu Lien still couldn't believe it, "but, don't you like Shannon? And, you are already together." Who spread rumors that we were together? I'll cut off his tongue. That day he made a candlelight dinner for you, he confessed his love to you, and then you two were so close afterwards, I thought. What did you think? You thought we were together? Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuryeo stretched out his hand and pinched Chu Lian's nose. So you really get jealous? Actually. Zhou Yuryeo paused, as if he had made some preparations. I don't like Shannon. He played with me for a while in his childhood. I can indeed help him, but there is no need to bring him home. I brought him to the villa on purpose because I wanted to see if you mind. The result was very good and I won the bet. You're so good, Chu Lian hit the man's chest. Do you know that I have been holding it in for a long time? I thought you liked Shannon, and I tried hard not to think about the strange thoughts I had about you. I also wanted to bring you together, you big bad guy. Okay, Zhou Yuryeo grabbed Chu Lian's hand. Thanks to him, you admitted it so quickly, otherwise I don't know how long I would have to wait. Humph, Chu Lian pouted, you only know how to bully me every day, asking me to do this and that, insulting me, and even having a stern face towards me. I don't like people like you. Yeah. Zhou Yuryeo's tone was very dangerous, and his expression was also dangerous. Chu Lian wanted to hide, but was hugged by Zhou Yuryeo. Zhou Yuryeo pinched Chu Lian's chin and kissed her passionately, tossing and turning on Chu Lian's mouth in various ways, making Chu Lian gasp for air. Finally, Zhou Yuryeo propped himself up, looked at Chu Lian, whose cheeks were blushing under him, and smiled. If you still don't like it, I will pry your mouth open again until I kiss you to admit it. Chu Lian didn't expect Zhou Yuryeo to be such a kissing maniac. In just a short while, his tongue was sore and his mouth was swollen. He covered his mouth and said as if he was being coerced, I like it, okay. Chapter 42 Explanation. That's about right, Zhou Yuryeo rubbed Chu Lian's hair as a compliment. Chu Lian suddenly remembered what he had done before. The system asked him to do this and that, all of which were to frame Zhou Yuryeo. Could Zhou Yuryeo be so generous as to forgive him? Thinking of this, Chu Lian became uneasy and turned sideways, not daring to look directly at Zhou Yuryeo. Zhou Yuryeo obviously noticed Chu Lian's mood. He grabbed Chu Lian's shoulders again and said, You just got me, and you want to hide it from me? No, Chu Lian said aggrievedly, I just feel very sorry for what I did to you before, and I can't believe that what is happening now is true. Zhou Yuryeo lowered his head, forehead to forehead with Chu Lian, breathing was audible. Zhou Yuryeo looked into Chu Lian's eyes, beautiful, cute, fascinated him, I wanted to take revenge on you, too. I had this idea at first when you brought me to the bottom. Later, as time went on, I gritted my teeth every time I thought of you, but this gnashing of teeth was not because I wanted to hurt you, but because I hated you for hiding in a place where I couldn't even find you. I began to realize that my real reason for wanting to catch you might not only be to punish you, but also to have other thoughts. Sure enough, the moment I met you later, my thoughts immediately became clear. I wanted to lock you up until you could only see me in your eyes. Chu Lian trembled slightly when she heard Zhou Yuryeo's words, Why are you so scary? Lock him up, this is indeed Zhou Yuryeo's style. Then why did you let me go to the company? Wouldn't it be easy for me to run away? Zhou Yuryeo put his right hand around Chu Lian's shoulders, hugged him, and said softly, Secretary Zhang has a good relationship with his girlfriend. One day I casually asked him, You have such a deep relationship with your girlfriend, what if she runs away? He told me. Say what? He said that if she falls deeply in love with you, this will also be a problem that the other party will worry about. I think this is what I want. No wonder Zhou Yuryeo's behavior was so twisted before. He restricted his behavior, but at the same time seemed to want to give him freedom. Everything makes sense now. Chu Lian looked into the man's deep eyes, which were full of sincerity. He believed that what the man said would not be false. He wanted to thank Shannon for letting them accidentally reveal each other's feelings. He raised his chin and kissed Zhou Yuryeo lightly on the mouth, saying in a coquettish tone, that Shannon was so close to you before, holding your hand and getting close to you. You must make him move away when you go back. Well, even if you didn't tell me I would have asked him to move out. I have achieved my goal, and it is time for him to leave. Okay, you actually used Shannon as a tool. I must tell him when I go back. Let him see your true colors and expose you. So what do you think after you see my true face? Chu Lian noticed that Zhou Yuryeo's pupils were focused and his eyes became a little dangerous. He was ready to push the person in front of him away and said, "I don't have any thoughts. I want to eat." Zhou Yuryeo held him down tightly, not giving him any chance to escape. "Of course we have to eat, let's eat now." Zhou Yuryeo emphasized the word eat. When Chu Lian realized what kind of meal this was, he began to struggle and flutter. But in Zhou Yuryeo's opinion, this struggle was no different from this time was different from before. Chu Lian always had his back to Zhou Yuryeo, but this time they were face to face. This time was also different from the previous few days. During the fever period, Chu Lian was fuzzy, but this time, he was extremely clear-headed and could truly feel everything. Chapter 43 Safe. Chu Lian and Zhou Yuryeo stayed in Hongqiao Club for another 3 days before going back. When they returned to the villa, they found that Shannon had moved out, and Zhou Yuryeo's safe was also moved away with him. Seeing Zhou Yuryeo's messy room, Chu Lian subconsciously thought of the worst-case scenario, fearing that he would think that this was a conspiracy between him and Shannon, so he immediately explained, "This time it's really not about you leaving me. I know it's not you." Zhou Yuryeo answered very decisively. Zhou Yuryeo looked up and down the room and even pried open the wardrobe compartments. It seemed that he came prepared. He originally found it strange that Shannon never contacted him on his own initiative, but this time, when Shen's company was in trouble, he found him and asked him to take him in for a while. "What's in the safe? Is it important?" Chu Lian was a little worried, afraid that Zhou Yuryeo would fall to the bottom again like before and suffer a second devastating blow, which was something he didn't want to see now. "It's a bit important," Zhou Yuryeo replied, "but it won't cause any big waves." Chu Lian couldn't tell whether Zhou Yuryeo's words were true or just to comfort him, but Zhou Yuryeo's room was no longer habitable, so he moved to Chu Lian's room. The next day, they went to work as usual. This time, Chu Lian walked side by side with Zhou Yuryeo very naturally, and naturally took the president's elevator. He now understood a little bit why Zhou Yuryeo moved his desk into the office, not for surveillance, but for peeking. But it didn't matter, because Chu Lian was in no mood to do anything else. He was also stealing glances at Zhou Yuryeo, and his eyes were unrestrained, like a fire that was going to burn Zhou Yuryeo to ashes. Knowing that Zhou Yuryeo had to work, Chu Lian did not disturb him and just stared at him blankly for the whole morning. When it was time for dinner, Zhou Yuryeo still didn't move, still reading documents. Chu Lian felt hungry, but didn't want to eat alone, so he turned on his TV series to divert his attention. Chu Lian was enjoying the show so much that he didn't notice that Zhou Yuryeo's seat was empty. Seeing a terrifying scene, Chu Lian turned back in fear and bumped his head into someone's arms. Zhou Yuryeo held Chu Lian with his left hand and turned off the computer with his right hand. He trapped Chu Lian between himself and the table, with a dangerous look in his eyes. Chu Lian calmed himself down and grabbed Zhou Yuryeo's arm. "Are you done with your work? Let's go eat. I'm so hungry." Ever since the two of them started talking, Chu Lian's tone of voice would unconsciously carry some coquettishness, but he himself was not aware of it. Zhou Yuryeo's eyes became more dangerous. He stared at Chu Lian without letting go of his hand. "A certain guy is not doing his job and has been staring at me for the whole morning. I'm going to punish him." "Who is it?" Chu Lian played dumb. Zhou Yuryeo said in a hoarse voice, "You." He bent down and kissed Chu Lian on the lips. He finally tasted the sweet lips he had been dreaming about for the whole morning. He was anxious but reluctant to hurt the person under him, so he had to endure the strong thoughts in his mind and rub against the person under him. Chu Lian's eyes were red from the kiss, her face looked like it was painted with rouge, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Every time he received Zhou Yuryeo's kiss, he felt that the oxygen in the air was thin. "President, this afternoon." Secretary Zhang pushed the door open and came in, not expecting to see such a scene. Chu Lian was so embarrassed when she heard the sound that she pushed Zhou Yuryeo away with all her strength and buried her head under the table. "It's so embarrassing." Zhou Yuryeo was calm, but his eyes turned cold when he looked at Secretary Zhang. "Who taught you the rules for coming in without knocking?" Secretary Zhang felt aggrieved because he usually never knocked on the door. "Go out," Zhou Yuryeo said, "knock on the door again and come in." "Okay." Secretary Zhang quickly stepped out of the door, knocked on the door, and asked loudly, "President, may I come in?" "Enter." Secretary Zhang pushed the door open again, picked up the documents in his hand, quickly handed them to Zhou Yuryeo, and then left. Zhou Yuryeo looked at the document, which contained an invitation from the person in charge of Tianhai. Chapter 44 The Truth. Only after hearing Secretary John go out did Chu Lien dare to come out. He stamped his feet and put his hands on his hips and said, "Don't you ever kiss me in the office again." Zhou Yuryeo smiled and quickly kissed Chu Lien on the mouth. "I'll kiss you if I want to." Chu Lien was furious and wanted to leave, but Zhou Yuryeo pulled him back and said, "Okay, this won't happen again. I will definitely scold them in the next meeting." Humph. Chu Lien crossed her hands in front of her chest, like a proud and arrogant young wife. "That's more like it." Zhou Yuryeo sat on Chu Lien's chair, hugged Chu Lien on his lap, picked up the documents with his right hand, and said, "Come out with me in the afternoon." "Business? I don't really understand any of this. Even if you take me there, I can't help you." "It's okay," Zhou Yuryeo pinched Chu Lien's little hand, "just stay with me." In the afternoon, Chu Lien accompanied Zhou Yuryeo on a business trip. In the conference room, they met two people who shouldn't be together. Gu Chenghua and Shannon were chatting and laughing together. When he saw the newcomer, Gu Chenghua extended his hand and said, "Mr. Zhou, are you here to compete for this piece of land as well?" Zhou Yuryeo also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Gu Chenghua, and the situation was about to explode. "Mr. Gu, I didn't expect that you would be with Shen An." "Ha ha ha," Gu Chenghua laughed loudly, "people that Mr. Zhou can't chase, I will chase. Things that Mr. Zhou can't get, I will also get." He was just a part of the plan. Let him hold Zhou Yuryeo back. These two people would work together and soon achieve their goal. No wonder Shannon saw something in the wine that day and spit it out decisively, asking him to drink it. "I didn't think about it carefully before, but now that I think about it, there are problems everywhere." He was a little angry, took a step forward, and grabbed Shannon's hand. "Shannon, Mr. Zhou is so good to you, he took you in when you had no place to live. Do you have the heart to repay kindness with hatred?" Shannon shook off his grabbed hand and sneered. His face was still the same, but his expression was not as gentle as before. "Can being nice to me save the Shen group? They are just small favors. You won't let me repay you with my own death, will you?" But Chu Lien wanted to try to persuade her again. Zhou Yuryeo held Chu Lien's hand and took out a tissue. "Your hands are dirty." He began to wipe Chu Lien's hands very seriously, the palm and the back of the hand, and wiped the fingers one by one. "Stay away from dirty things, otherwise you will get dirty too." After wiping, Zhou Yuryeo said to Gu Chenghua, "I have never pursued Shannon. I did have some vague feelings for him when I was young, but after I met Chu Lien, I found that it was not love. If you like Shannon, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me." People began to enter the conference room. A man walked in and stood in front of everyone. He was the person in charge of Tianhai. "Mr. Zhou, this piece of land is very popular. I have read the proposal that Mr. Gu gave me and I am very satisfied with it." "What about Mr. Zhou?" "Gu Chenghua and Shannon just stole the information yesterday and used it directly today. Their speed was so fast." Chu Lien didn't want Zhou Yuryeo to suffer in silence, so she was about to step forward to argue, but Zhou Yuryeo pulled her back and held her wrist tightly. Zhou Yuryeo said calmly, "I will give up the competition for this piece of land and give it to Mr. Gu. But I want to remind Mr. Gu that things stolen will not last long. Maybe one day, you will get it back double." After saying those harsh words, Zhou Yuryeo didn't stay any longer and took Chu Lien's hand and left. Chapter 45 Warm Bed. In the following days, Chu Lien followed Zhou Yuryeo to get off work and back home as usual, and worked in the same office with Chu Yuryeo as usual. But all day long, the two of them barely said a few words. Chu Lien knew that Zhou Yuryeo was very troubled by the missed cooperation with Tianhai Group. Zhou Yuryeo was very busy these days, all to make up for this loss. Zhou Yuryeo had just rebuilt the company not long ago. Even though he had many partners before, no one helped him after he fell into poverty. At this time, Zhou Yuryeo needed a very powerful springboard to develop the company, and this springboard was Tianhai Group. Zhou Yuryeo had already paid too much energy and cost in the early stage for this cooperation, and now the results had been stolen by Gu Chenghua and Shannon. He had to use other methods to fill the gaps in the company to keep the company running. Seeing how busy Zhou Yuryeo was, Chu Lien also wanted to help, but he knew nothing and could not get involved at all. "System, is there any way to get back the files related to Tianhai Group?" "Host, the cooperation between the Gu family and Tianhai Group has been reached. It is useless even if you take it back." The system was helpless, and he was even more helpless. He could only sit there and watch Zhou Yuryeo quietly. Chu Lian made a cup of coffee, placed it on Zhou Yu's desk, and moved a chair to sit next to him. "Boss, can you take a break?" Zhou Yuryeo put down the documents in his hand and pinched his Jingming acupoints. His eyes were full of fatigue. After seeing Chu Lian, his complexion improved a little, but he was also slightly dissatisfied, still calling me boss. Seeing that Zhou Yuryeo's mood improved a little, Chu Lian held Zhou Yuryeo's face with his hands and said, "You're used to calling me that, and this is in the company. Look at your face, you look much more haggard." Zhou Yuryeo put his hand on Chu Lian's hand and said, "You can run away this time. I will catch you back after I have dealt with the company's affairs." When Zhou Yuryeo said he would catch him back, he didn't use a threatening tone, but whispered in Chu Lian's ear. Therefore, this sentence sounded more like a love talk. "No," Chu Lian left the chair and sat astride Zhou Yuryeo, "I want to invest this time." "Investment? Where do you get the money?" "I'll use my own investment." Chu Lian put his arms around Zhou Yuryeo's neck and stared into his eyes lovingly. "Do you want it?" "Yes, of course," Zhou Yuryeo answered eagerly, his hands starting to become restless. In Zhou Yuryeo's eyes, Chu Lian's current behavior was no different from teasing a cat with a fish. There was no reason for the cat not to eat it. Zhou Yuryeo was so distracted that he put his right hand on Chu Lian's neck and pressed down gently, and their noses touched. "Chu Lian, if I were penniless and didn't have the Zhou group, and I gave you a chance to let you go, what would you choose?" The two were very close to each other, and Chu Lian's cheeks felt itchy. From this position, she could clearly see into Zhou Yuryeo's pupils. This man's eyes were filled with him. "Then I will go and earn money, and you will stay home to warm my bed. If you don't warm it well, I will punish you when I get home." Zhou Yuryeo chuckled, and the atmosphere became even more charming. He raised his head slightly and kissed Chu Lian on the lips. In his own world, Chu Lian is actually a virgin who has been single for many years and has no emotional experience. After coming to this world, although the order of my love life was a bit problematic, the final result was still good. He had never kissed before, but Zhou Yuryeo forced him to kiss him again and again. Now he is used to this man's lips, and he can also learn from Zhou Yuryeo to kiss him back. Chapter 46 Goodbye. Realizing that Chu Lian was also taking the initiative, Zhou Yuryeo kissed her even more vigorously. Although Chu Lian was sitting on top of him, it did not affect. The more Zhou Yuryeo kissed, the more addicted he became, and the more he kissed, the more he wanted to kiss her. Taking advantage of Chu Lian's drowsiness, his hand groped for Chu Lian's back, pulled off Chu Lian's shirt, and slowly put his hand inside. Chu Lian's back was very smooth and delicate. Zhou Yuryeo always felt that it was not enough when he touched it, and this time was no exception. His hands kept wandering back and forth on Chu Lian's back, causing Chu Lian to tremble from time to time. No. No. Chu Lian was breathless from the kiss and felt like his lungs were emptied. He felt that his purpose of comforting Zhou Yuryeo had been achieved and he wanted someone to let him go. But there is no reason to spit out the lamb that has been put into the mouth, and he will immediately understand this. Chu Lian's rejection was soft and weak, and Zhou Yuryeo didn't take it seriously at all. When the kiss reached the deepest point, Zhou Yuryeo picked up Chu Lian while they were facing each other. "What are you doing?" Chu Lian was a little panicked when his feet suddenly left the ground. "Didn't you ask me to warm your bed? You scolded me for not doing it well, so of course I can't be negligent." Zhou Yuryeo said as a matter of course, and walked straight into the cubicle in the office with Chu Lian in his arms. That was the lounge he prepared for himself, and it came in handy now. Zhou Yuryeo locked the door and put Chu Lian on the bed. At this time, Chu Lian's clothes were disheveled, like a half-peeled cake, very beautiful and delicious. "This is a company, don't mess around." Chu Lian felt a little ashamed. "Don't worry, I've locked the door. No one dares to come in without my permission." At this time, nothing could stop Zhou Yuryeo. Chu Lian tried to shrink towards the bed, trying to find a relatively safe position. Zhou Yuryeo smiled and released his pheromones. Chu Lian's legs softened instantly when he smelled the scent. Zhou Yuryeo pulled Chu Lian out from the corner of the bed, leaned over and covered her, pinned her to the bed with his hands and feet, and let him do whatever he wanted. The sun outside went up and down, appeared and went down for 2 days and 2 nights. Chu Lian, who was induced to have a fever, was tossed back and forth. This time was a little different from the past. It was clearly over, but Chu Lian still wanted more. This was not his style at all. Even during the brief period when Zhou Yuyeo went out to fetch water, Chu Lian felt reluctant to let go. What did you do to me? This person must have done something. Did you take biology classes seriously in high school? The moment you cried yesterday because you felt so comfortable that it was a lifelong mark. Lifelong mark. He had no idea what that was. Host, in the ABO world, once an alpha marks an omega for life, it is an eternal bond. The omega has no way of finding another partner and can only be with this person. You don't want to. Zhou Yuyeo's tone was dangerous. No, I just can't get used to it all of a sudden. For the sake of my life, I decisively comforted her. What's wrong with you? I've become a little weird. I feel a little reluctant when you just left. I just want you to stay by my side forever. Isn't this a little abnormal? Ha ha ha, Zhou Yuyeo laughed happily. I'm very happy that you are like this, because I think of you like this every moment. Pervert. Chu Lian muttered to himself. But it doesn't feel bad. Host, the protagonist Zhou Yuyeo's resentment value has just been reset to 0, you can go home now. Chu Lian looked at Zhou Yuyeo, the man whose heart and eyes were only on him, and felt reluctant to let him go. No need, I'll just stay here. Are you sure? After I leave, you won't be able to regret it. Sure. Host, goodbye. 007, goodbye. Feeling the system disconnect, Chu Lian turned around and hugged Zhou Yuyeo tightly. From now on, he was bound to this person. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Yuyeo is the protagonist of this world. Things will get better, and he won't have a bad life. Chapter 47 Confession. At night, the university campus, which should have been quiet, was packed with people. In the center of the crowd, there was a circle of heart-shaped candles, and in the middle of the candles were two extremely influential figures in the school. Ning Yi, a top student in the computer department and also a department head, was kneeling on one knee and confessing his love to Yu Yu. Yu Yu is the president of the school's street dance club. He looks very deceptive and has attracted many suitors. He was not surprised by Ning Yi's confession. He had a calm expression on his face as he was thinking about how to reject him. One was full of expectation, the other was calm. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a pale, thin and weak boy rushed in. At first everyone thought the boy had come in by mistake, until he reached out and snatched the flower from Ning Yi's hand. I am willing to, I am also pleased with you, I am willing to be with you. The boy spoke haltingly, but his voice was unexpectedly loud enough for the people who were gathered around to hear it. The people who came to watch cried out in disbelief, not expecting to see such a scene. After the boy said this, Ning Yi's expression had turned dark, but the boy did not stop. He also knelt on one knee and hugged Ning Yi. I like you, and you like me, and I agree to be with you. Yu Yu felt relieved when he saw this scene. He spread his hands and shrugged, as if telling Ning Yi that it was none of his business. Then he left this eye-catching place and said to everyone, they are true love. Wish them all the best. Then leave this place without looking back. From Ning Yi's perspective, he felt that Yu Yu's back was very cold. He attributed this to the fact that Yu Yu liked him, but now her feelings were disrupted, so she was heartbroken. Only after Yu Yu's figure disappeared from his sight did Ning Yi finally let go and set his eyes on the man in front of him. He pulled the man to the ground and stepped on the boy's chest. Ning Yi was dressed very formally today, a suit, and brightly polished leather shoes, but he didn't expect that this person would ruin his look. There were many people watching, and he didn't want to cause trouble, so he twisted the boy's chest with his leather shoes a few times and turned away. After the two celebrities left, there was nothing left to see at the scene, and the people around them gradually walked away, leaving only the boy standing there for a long time. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the mission and destroyed Ning Yi's confession. Hearing 007's report, He Junqian on the ground gave a bitter smile. He was a scholar who had studied for more than 10 years to prepare for the imperial examination, but when he opened his eyes one day, he found that the world had changed dramatically. It took him a long time to adapt to this strange world. He thought he could live in this world naturally, but 007 came to his door. 007 apologized to him, saying that the data was wrong and the wrong person was chosen, but he had no other way to go back except to complete the mission. And the way to complete the mission was contrary to what he had learned from all the years of studying. Is there a way to complete the task without hurting others? Sorry host, you are playing the role of a villain. He probably knew what a villain meant. It was probably equivalent to a villain or a small-time man. In short, he was not a good person. I didn't expect that he was an upright person in the first half of his life, but now he would do such a thing. He lay on the ground, sighed, and hoped that he would not suffer retribution. Chapter 48, Stalking. Hee Junkyun returned to the dormitory exhausted. Yu was sitting on a stool staring at him. He and Yu were actually roommates, and by chance, the room was originally for 4 people, but when it was their turn, it was empty, so they had the double room to themselves. Hee Junkyun felt very guilty because he had ruined a marriage. When facing Yu, he was full of guilt and didn't dare to raise his head. "Do you like Ningyi?" Yu's tone sounded more like doubt than questioning. He had been with Hee Junkyun for some time. This man was usually gentle and focused on studying. He looked like a good student. What he did today was a bit beyond his expectations. Hee Junkyun shook his head to deny it. He didn't like Ningyi just because of the mission, but he couldn't say it out loud. His expression seemed a little insincere. Yu concluded in his heart that Hee Junkyun must like Ningyi. The next day, Hee Junkyun followed Yu downstairs and found someone waiting at the dormitory door. Ningyi didn't see the person next to him at first, and walked towards Yu with a smile on his face. Yu ignored him. Then he saw that there was another person next to him, and his face instantly turned bad. "I didn't expect you to follow me again. I warned you yesterday not to bother me again. Did you ignore my words?" It was indeed Hee Junkyun who sabotaged it yesterday, but today it was just a coincidence. "I didn't follow you, I followed Yu down here," he told the truth. "Aren't you following Yu just to follow me? Why are you so persistent?" In Ningyi's mind, this is a very reasonable explanation. Hee Junkyun was speechless and stood there in a daze, feeling a little angry. He was wronged but didn't know how to refute. His angry and twisted expression was clearly visible on his little face. Yu was amused by this little expression. He grabbed Hee Junkyun's wrist, walked around Ningyi and walked away. Now it was Ningyi's turn to get angry. He chased after him and also grabbed Hee Junkyun. "Since you can't pursue me, are you trying to find another way to make Yu leave me?" Although he was looking at Yu, the words were directed to Hee Junkyun. His expression at the moment was so miserable that he almost cried. These words made Hee Junkyun feel extremely guilty. Just as he was about to apologize, the system started issuing tasks. Within 24 hours, hug Ningyi for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Hee Junkyun held his forehead with his hand. Let alone hugging Ningyi now, he would be kicked away if he even touched him, right? But if the task is not completed, there will be punishment. Now Ningyi is finally in front of him, and the opportunity cannot be missed. Hee Junkyun went all out and went straight forward to hug Ningyi tightly, refusing to let go. Ningyi was very angry. In his opinion, Hee Junkyun seemed to have a sudden serious illness and what he did was totally not what a college student would do. He reached out to pull Hee Junkyun, but Hee Junkyun was a man after all, and his hands had some strength, so he failed to pull it off after several attempts. Ningyi became even more angry. He grabbed Hee Junkyun's hair with one hand and his shoulder with the other. He gathered all his strength, tore the man off his body and threw him to the ground. The system countdown has ended and the current mission has failed. Just now, Hee Junkyun was not only thrown down, but also hit his head on the ground. His head was buzzing, and he couldn't realize what happened for a while. Seeing this, Yu hurried over to help him up. "Are you okay?" Hee Junkyun didn't say anything for a long time and sat on the ground motionless. Ningyi then realized the problem and wanted to apologize but was unwilling to do so. "Who told you to rush over suddenly? This was self-defense." Although he said this, he walked towards Hee Junkyun. Chapter 49 Hospital. Yu looked at Ningyi, then at Hee Junkyun, and the moment Ningyi reached out to hold Hee Junkyun, he immediately let go. "I have something else to do." "You are responsible for the person you pushed?" "Hey, I." Before Ningyi finished speaking, Yu had already disappeared. Only the two of them were left staring at each other. Hee Junkyun didn't want to be alone with Ningyi, but he really didn't have the strength to do it. Seeing Ningyi's obviously disgusted expression, he had to pretend to be strong and said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." He tried to get up, but before he was halfway up, he fell onto Ningyi again. "I'll take you to the hospital. No matter how much you hate it, you still have to take responsibility." Ningyi has always been clear about things. "No need, I can do it myself." Hee Junkyun continued to show off. Are you playing hard to get? Ningyi has been very popular since he was a child. His family background and appearance are enough for him to be proud of. Coupled with Hee Junkyun's previous performance, he naturally thought of these. I'll take you there now, you can be happy in your heart. Ningyi squatted down and wanted to carry Hee Junkyun on his back, but Hee Junkyun's self-esteem came up and he refused to let him carry him. After several attempts, he still failed to carry the man. Ningyi simply turned around and picked up Hee Junkyun. It's the kind of hug you would give a princess. Put me down. How could a 7-foot-tall man lie in another man's arms? Hee Junkyun struggled severely. Ningyi didn't know why this person, who was still shouting that he liked him yesterday and today, got so excited when he was hugged by him. If he continued to struggle, he would fall. In desperation, Ningyi pinched Hee Junkyun's butt with his right hand. If you continue like this, don't blame me for doing something excessive to you on the street. He hadn't thought about what exactly was excessive, he just wanted to scare people. This trick was very effective. Hee Junkyun immediately calmed down, his face turned red, and he buried his head in Ningyi's shoulder. Ningyi looked at the person lying on his shoulder and said, now you are obedient. He carried the man to the hospital, his expression serious, his tone serious, and his emotions nervous. Doctor, can you please check if he is okay? The doctor saw this scene and thought something terrible had happened, so he rushed Hee Junkyun to the emergency room. After a checkup, he came out with a dark face and said, don't make a fuss in the future, your friend is fine. He is not my friend. Ningyi chose to ignore the first sentence and explained to the doctor very seriously, he is my suitor. The doctor's mouth twitched and said, it's none of my business who he is to you. Please explain the situation clearly next time and don't waste medical resources. Hee Junkyun stood behind the doctor, feeling very embarrassed and ashamed. He was pushed in before he had time to explain to the doctor. He saw with his own eyes the doctor's anxious expression turned into speechless and then into the angry look he has now. He had never done anything shameful in his previous life, but in this life he was going to lose all his face because of Ningyi. He hit his head, so he must have at least a concussion or something, right? If it's serious, it might also cause other brain diseases. Did you check carefully? Is there really nothing wrong? Ningyi was very persistent. He recalled how Hee Junkyun lay on the ground and insisted that there was something wrong with Hee Junkyun, but the doctor didn't find it out. Hee Junkyun didn't want to embarrass himself with this idiot, so he quickly turned to the doctor and said, sorry to trouble you all, please go back. Ningyi wanted to say something but was pulled away by Hee Junkyun. Ningyi thought, this person dared to interrupt him and still wanted to pursue him, no way. Chapter 50 Contract. Hee Junkyun walked quickly and only let out a long sigh when he walked out of the hospital. Ningyi came forward and asked, are you really okay? If you have any problems with your head in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Ningyi raised his cell phone, I have just recorded our conversation. The corner of Hee Junkyun's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know whether this person was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. You say he is stupid, but he knows about the recording. You say he is not stupid, but he is still asking questions. He rolled his eyes. Ningyi didn't see Hee Junkyun's expression. He suddenly thought of something. I saw you coming down from upstairs with Yu today. Do you live close to each other? We are roommates. Hee Junkyun answered honestly. Roommate. Ningyi was very excited. You said, you and he are roommates. That's great. Ningyi held Hee Junkyun's hand and said, I brought you to the hospital today. You should know how to repay your kindness, right? Repay a favor. Isn't that what we should do? What kind of favor are we talking about? Although this is unfair to you, you should know that unrequited love will lead to no results. It is better to help you and I fall in love with each other. Ningyi looked at Hee Junkyun with extremely pious eyes. You and he are in the same dormitory, which is convenient for you to pass on information to me. When we are together, I will definitely invite you to the wedding first. Hee Junkyun wanted to roll his eyes again. Just when he was about to refuse, he remembered the task issued by the system. Looking at this foolish person in front of him, he could just take advantage of him. If he had a good relationship with Ningyi, it would be much easier to complete future tasks. Okay, I promise you. But people should give and take. I help you, and you have to help me too. If you need anything, just tell me. I will never say no. Ningyi patted his chest and promised boldly. Ningyi's straightforwardness made Hee Junkyun feel embarrassed. He hesitated, not knowing how to start. Ningyi saw this, hugged his arms tightly, and warned the person in front of him, "Except for me, you must exclude me from your needs. I want to be with you in a very pleasant way, you have no chance. I want to hug you for 10 minutes. Hee Junkyun risked his life. It's useless even if you hug me. You still have no chance. Ningyi still hugged his arms tightly. If I don't give a reasonable explanation, Ningyi probably won't agree easily. Hee Junkyun thought for a while and said, "In my hometown, there is a contract ceremony, which is that two people have to hug each other for more than 10 minutes to prove that the two people are sincere in the contract. Otherwise, it means that one party wants to violate the agreement. Aren't you sincere?" "Of course not," Ningyi denied immediately, "just hug me, don't just say 10 minutes, 20 minutes is fine if you are willing to help me." Ningyi pulled Hee Junkyun into his arms and held him tightly with both hands, fearing that if he lost strength, the contract would be invalid. "I have to say, this is a magical world." During these 10 minutes, both of them were quiet. Ningyi quietly hugged Hee Junkyun, and Hee Junkyun quietly felt Ningyi's body temperature. The system had been timing, and when the prompt was completed, Hee Junkyun immediately pushed Ningyi away. "Is it time? Do you want to hug me for a while longer?" Ningyi took the words of the bond seriously. "No need, it worked." Hee Junkyun turned around. He was afraid that if he continued to hug her, his thinking would be affected by this person. Chapter 51 Taking a Bath. Hee Junkyun had just arrived at the dormitory when Ningyi sent him a text message. "Ningyi, you should be in the dormitory now." "Is Yu in the dormitory now? What is he doing?" "Ho Quan him, taking a bath." "Ningyi, taking a bath. Can you take a picture of him for me?" The corners of Hee Junkyun's mouth twitched, but he still met Ningyi's request and took a photo and sent it over. "Ningyi, what are you filming?" "I want to see Yu, not the gatekeeper." "Ho Quan him, if you want to see it, come and see it yourself." "Ningyi, really?" Hee Junkyun had never thought that this person could not tell good words from bad ones, and was immediately speechless. He typed some obscene words and deleted them. "You're back." Yu came out of the bathroom, only wrapped in a bath towel around the lower body, his hair still dripping with water. He picked up the towel slowly and sat on the edge of the bed. "How are you two? Did you do that on purpose today?" Hee Junkyun stepped forward and sat on the bed. "Don't do that next time." He didn't need time alone with that person. Apart from completing the task, he didn't want to stay in the same space with that brainless person for even a second. "What's wrong? Is things not going well?" Yu asked as he wiped his hair with a towel. Alas, Hee Junkyun sighed, wanting to say that he actually didn't like this person, but after thinking about it, he gave up. "You know he's pursuing you, how could he possibly like me?" The hair was almost done. It dries quickly in summer, so Yu didn't care anymore. He was always so unruly. He stood up and sat next to Hee Junkyun. Seeing Hee Junkyun's distressed face, he reached out and touched the man's head. "I don't like him. But if you like him, you should show more of your good side. It's too reckless like last time." Yu has always regarded Hee Junkyun as his younger brother. In his opinion, this younger brother is full of advantages, and he is willing to lend a helping hand if his younger brother likes something. "My feelings towards him are somewhat complicated, and I can't explain them clearly at the moment." Hee Junkyun still wanted to make it clear that he didn't like Ningyi. Just as he was about to give Yu a long speech, his phone vibrated several times in succession. He picked up the phone and saw a text message from Ningyi on the screen. "I'm almost on the 3rd floor. Which dormitory are you in?" Hee Junkyun was so frightened by this message that he jumped up. He suddenly remembered that he had sent a message the day before to let Ningyi want to see him. He just said it casually, and didn't expect this idiot to take it seriously. He didn't even have time to change his shoes. He hurriedly told Yu that he had something else to do and went out in his slippers. Yu was not surprised either, but just watched Hee Junkyun leave with a meaningful expression. Hee Junkyun ran out in panic, and just as he reached the stairs, he ran into Ningyi. "You're here at the right time. Which dormitory is Yu in?" Ningyi was overjoyed. Hee Junkyun's expression was not very good. He pulled Ningyi up and walked downstairs. After making sure that he had walked to a relatively remote place that would not attract attention, he frowned at the person in front of him and asked, "Do you think it is polite to trespass into someone else's dormitory at night?" I didn't trespass. You invited me. Ningyi looked innocent. Did I invite you? Hee Junkyun raised his voice, trying to express his dissatisfaction. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Then just say whatever you want to say. Why are you trying to imply something else? Who would be so scheming as to guess what you're thinking every day? Ningyi was also a little impatient, and his tone became unfriendly. He looked at Hee Junkyun's angry look, and wanted to make him even angrier, so he lifted Hee Junkyun up with both hands. Chapter 52, Lipstick. What are you doing? Hee Junkyun exclaimed. Punish you. You must apologize to me, otherwise I won't let you go. Ningyi looked at Hee Junkyun's panicked expression and felt very proud and pleased. Put me down now. Hee Junkyun was right. He would not apologize to others easily. A gentleman would not bow down for a few pieces of silver, and he did nothing wrong. He kept struggling on top, using his hands and feet. Although Ningyi was very strong, he struggled too hard, so Ningyi's hand loosened and he fell from above. Ningyi lifted him very high, and when he was struggling, he was forced to let go. He twisted his foot just as it touched the ground, and fell backwards without standing firmly, and there was a wall behind him. Thanks to Ningyi's quick eyes and hands, he put his hand behind Hee Junkyun's head. The moment he hit the wall, Ningyi was pulled forward by a force and kissed Hee Junkyun hard on the lips. Hee Junkyun opened his eyes wide. He had never kissed anyone before, but now he was kissed by a brat. He stood there in a daze. Ningyi's reaction was no worse than Hee Junkyun's. Their lips touched for only a few seconds before Ningyi quickly separated them and covered his mouth with a look of horror. How dare you use such means to kiss me? My first kiss was given to you, give me back my first kiss. Ningyi was like a woman whose innocence had been ruined. He kept chattering and demanded that Hee Junkyun restore his innocence. Hee Junkyun was about to get angry, but now not only did he calm down, he also tried to comfort the person in front of him. What we just did wasn't a kiss, at most our lips touched, your first kiss is still there. Really? Ningyi immediately calmed down, sniff, I knew it. Ningyi instantly became happy, like a child who got candy. He turned to look at Hee Junkyun, you are a good person. I am willing to be your friend. As long as you have no bad intentions towards me, I will definitely treat you well. What's your evil intention? Like kissing me, touching me, having sex with me and so on. Ningyi said frankly, without moderating his voice at all. Hee Junkyun felt so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He covered Ningyi's mouth with his hand and said, don't talk nonsense in public. Well, Ningyi pulled Hee Junkyun's hand away, do you dare to say that you don't have such thoughts about me? No. Hee Junkyun wanted to step forward and cover Ningyi's mouth, but was held back by Ningyi. He even lost his usual composure when speaking, I don't have any thoughts about you in this regard. Please don't make random assumptions about others. Okay, I'll believe you for now. Ningyi let go of Hee Junkyun, but I still want to remind you, don't fall too deeply in love with me, otherwise it will be difficult for you to extricate yourself. After all, I'm so outstanding. Ningyi touched Hee Junkyun's head and felt his hair was quite soft. He retracted his hand and reached out to touch it again before withdrawing it. After making sure that he had comforted him sufficiently, he turned and left. Finally seeing off this big Buddha, Hee Junkyun wanted to cry but couldn't. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to the dormitory, he heard the task issued by the system. Kiss Ningyi today. This task was done neither too early nor too late, just after the two people had accidentally kissed. Hee Junkyun looked at the direction Ningyi left, then looked at the system, and angrily looked in both directions. Chapter 53 Responsible. Ningyi had disappeared. Hee Junkyun didn't know where Ningyi's dormitory was, so he quickly took out his cell phone to send a message. Hee Junkyun, don't go. You said he has something to talk to you about. Ningyi, really? Yu is looking for me, I will go back immediately. Hee Junkyun, don't move. Send me your location and I'll bring him to find you. Ningyi, okay, I'll wait here. Ningyi's location was in the park. Although he didn't know why he had to go there so late at night, Hee Junkyun rushed over without saying a word. Seeing that Hee Junkyun was the only one who came, Ningyi looked around, where is Yu? Didn't he say he was looking for me? He had something urgent to do, so he went back first. Hee Junkyun stopped, put his hands on his hips, and panted, he asked me to tell you something. Ningyi looked obviously disappointed. Tell me, what's the matter? Hee Junkyun continued to breathe heavily and did not answer immediately. Ningyi waited for a long time, feeling a little anxious, and asked, "What did he ask you to tell him?" Hee Junkyun still didn't speak. Ningyi became even more anxious. "If you don't tell me, I will be angry." "Okay, I'll tell you," Hee Junkyun said with a confident look, "but I can't tell you this." "Then how do you want to tell me?" Ningyi looked confused. "You have to." Hee Junkyun motioned Ningyi to lower his head. He leaned over to Ningyi's ear and whispered, You said that there should be some mystery, so you must close your eyes." "So mysterious?" Ningyi was very excited. "Well, close your eyes quickly." Ningyi was very excited by Hee Junkyun's mysterious behavior, thinking there would be some special surprise, so he closed his eyes happily and couldn't even close the corners of his mouth. "Don't open your eyes," Hee Junkyun confirmed. "Yeah, definitely not." Ningyi closed his eyes quietly like an obedient puppy. Before taking action, Hee Junkyun repeatedly said sorry in his heart. The system prompted that time was running out. Hee Junkyun closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, stood on tiptoe and kissed Ningyi. Ningyi opened his eyes, full of anger. He knew what had just happened. Seeing this, Hee Junkyun wanted to run away, but was caught by Ningyi. Ningyi pressed the person down on the chair, held the person in front of him tightly with both hands, and looked fierce. "What is this? You took away my first kiss, you took away my most precious thing." Ningyi looked like a ferocious beast at this moment. Hee Junkyun knew he was in the wrong and thought that he would be beaten by Ningyi today anyway, so he closed his eyes helplessly and stretched his neck forward. "Go ahead and hit me." "Well, you said so yourself." Hee Junkyun sat on the chair and trembled slightly. He was an honest man in his previous life and had never been beaten. He didn't know what it felt like to be beaten. He waited for a long time, but instead of feeling the fist on his face, he felt a gentle touch on his lips. He opened his eyes in horror for the second time today. Ningyi was very calm. He slowly let go of Hee Junkyun and said seriously, "You took away my most precious thing, and I will also take away your most precious thing. Don't think that you can be done with it by just getting beaten up. It's not that easy." Hee Junkyun wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He could never guess what Ningyi was thinking. "Now we are even," Ningyi said, "but I warn you, if you finds out about this, I will never forgive you." "But." "No buts." Ningyi raised his fist and looked fierce. "But Yu is right behind you." Ningyi's body stiffened, and he stood there for several seconds before he turned his head stiffly. "Ha ha ha, when did you come?" He still held out a glimmer of hope. "From the moment you started kissing." Yu ruthlessly interrupted his hopes. No, Ningyi argued, "how can that be called a kiss? It was just our lips accidentally touching each other." "Oh." Yu was a little amused, "Your mouth just touched it? How can you accidentally do that 3 times a day? The previous accident was also seen. You followed us. How could you do such a thing?" Ningyi suddenly became arrogant and stood on the commanding heights to condemn Yu. "I just came to tell Hee Junkyun to go back to the dormitory. Who told you to run around all the time? Then you can't peek at us." Ningyi was still arrogant. "Are you using this attitude now to cover up what you just did?" Yu was not controlled by Ningyi. No, we don't." Sure enough, Ningyi started to panic again. "In my opinion, your behavior shows that you have no sense of responsibility." Yu folded his hands and looked at the two of them seriously. "You have no name or status, but you hugged and kissed 3 times. Anyone who sees it will think that you are playing with other people's feelings." "I didn't." Ningyi tried to explain. "No? Then are you a couple?" Yu pressed on. "No." Ningyi said in a low voice. "Look, it's over now. You played with Hee Junkyun, and then you came after me. You played with 2 people at the same time. If that's not irresponsible, then what is it? How can anyone be interested in someone as irresponsible as you? Actually, we were just careless." Seeing the awkward situation, Hee Junkyun tried to explain. "Okay, you don't have to speak for him," Yu interrupted him. "This is the impression I have of this person. I thought you were a really nice person before, but I thought I had misjudged you." Ningyi wanted to explain, but Yu didn't listen at all. Yu pulled Hee Junkyun up and walked quickly towards the dormitory. Hee Junkyun looked back and saw that Ningyi was really sad, with his head hanging down like an abandoned puppy, looking extremely sad. He was actually the one who started this, so he couldn't help but feel some sympathy. Night. Hee Junkyun was lying in bed, about to fall asleep, when a few messages came to his mobile phone to wake him up. Ning Yi, let's date. Hee Junkyun, are you confused? I am not your Yu. Ning Yi, I know you are Hee Junkyun. I want to be a responsible person. I kissed you, so I have to be responsible for you. Hee Junkyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect Ning Yi to take Yu's words so seriously. Ho Quan him, I am a man and I don't need you to be responsible. Ning Yi, then you kissed me too, I need you to be responsible for me. Hee Junkyun knew that there would be no result if he continued arguing, so he simply turned off his phone and went to sleep, putting the matter behind him. In order to avoid being disturbed by Ning Yi, this brainless guy, Hee Junkyun deliberately avoided him these days. He got up earlier in the morning, came back later at night, and never took the main road when he could take the small road. This went on peacefully for several days. That day, he walked back to the dormitory along the path as usual, and found someone behind him. He quickly quickened his pace, and the person behind him also quickened his pace. Just when he saw his roommate and was about to call out, someone covered his mouth from behind and dragged him to the corner. The man who caught him showed a ferocious smile and said, "After all these days, I finally caught you." Chapter 54 Hotel. Why are you hiding from me? Ning Yi held Hee Junkyun's arms tightly with both hands and pressed him against the wall, fearing that he would run away in the blink of an eye. Did I hide from you? Hee Junkyun asked back. Then why do you take the small path every day and run away when you see me? Ning Yi looked at the person in front of him with a resentful look. I like to take this road. What's it to you? Hee Junkyun didn't want to be interrogated here anymore, and tried his best to run away, but to no avail. This is your freedom. Ning Yi stopped arguing with him. You didn't reply to me on the phone before, so I'm asking you seriously now, are you willing to date me? No. Hee Junkyun couldn't start a relationship just because of someone else's words, especially when the two of them didn't have any emotional foundation. Why? I'm so handsome, my family is rich, I'm so popular, and you wanted to pursue me, didn't you? Ning Yi couldn't understand Hee Junkyun's current behavior. At the beginning, it was Hee Junkyun who was pestering him, but now it seemed like the opposite, and he became the one who was pestering. I just want to experience the pleasure of pursuing someone, but I don't want to get any results. So I'm pursuing you, but dating is out of the question. It's all nonsense, but there's nothing else to say. Then just consider it as doing me a favor. Ning Yi's tone changed to a request, but he didn't loosen his grip on the other person's hand. You said that I was so irresponsible, he must look down on me. I will be responsible for you first, and then you can find an excuse to get rid of me. In this way, I will be a responsible person and can continue to pursue you openly. Yu doesn't like you at all. Whether you are responsible or not, people will look down on you. This is just an excuse. What kind of person is so stupid that he can't even see this? How did you get into university? Hee Junkyun really wanted to know how someone with such a brain could get into a good university. I just took the college entrance examination and was admitted. Ning Yi didn't realize that this was a disparagement of his intelligence, and continued, I'm not only handsome, but also very smart, so just agree with me. Hee Junkyun became annoyed by the harassment and wanted to slap Ning Yi in the face. Just as he was about to refuse, the system issued a task. Take a bath with Ning Yi within 24 hours. Hee Junkyun was stunned again as if he was struck by lightning. Last time it was kissing, this time it was taking a bath. What would happen next time? He looked at the person in front of him who was seeking a relationship, and had to admit that this kind of thing, including the subsequent matters, might really be accomplished in the name of a relationship. But he really didn't want to associate with someone who was missing a string. In just a few dozen seconds, he went through an extremely complicated struggle in his heart, and finally said with a half-twisted and half-smiled expression, let's date. Okay, it's a deal. Seeing Hee Junkyun finally give in, Ning Yi was so happy that he almost jumped up. Let's date for a while, and then you can find a chance to dump me. This way, I will just be the poor guy who got dumped, and no one should blame me anymore. Hey, wait! Ning Yi stopped the person who was about to leave. We are already dating, so don't go back today. What do you mean? Hee Junkyun hugged his arms tightly. I've booked a hotel outside. Let's stay there today. Ning Yi didn't understand Hee Junkyun's panic at all. What do you want to do? Hee Junkian raised his voice, looked at Ningyi with horror, and grabbed his clothes tightly to cover every part of his body. What are you doing? Of course I'm sleeping. Ningyi said as if it was a matter of course. Hee Junkian couldn't bear it any longer, so he raised his hand and started hitting Ningyi, first hitting Ningyi's head and then starting to attack Ningyi's back. It's only the first day, and you're already thinking about such dirty things. Do you have any shame? Do you have any shame? What dirty thing? Ningyi was beaten for no apparent reason. He hid and explained, I was thinking that you should stay at a hotel with me, and then send a message to you. Then he would know that we are dating, right? Hee Junkian stopped what he was doing and asked, is this what you mean? Of course, what else could it be? How many beds are there in the hotel? 1. You stay at the hotel and I'll go back to the dormitory. You let me stay in a hotel alone, and then you go back by yourself. What if Yu finds out? Anyway, it was Ningyi's idea, so he might as well trick the man into going to the hotel, and then trick Ningyi into taking a shower together. It shouldn't be particularly difficult. No way, Yu is in the dormitory, how would he know where I am? What if he suddenly comes to me, or someone reveals your whereabouts, wouldn't you be exposed? Scare people first, this trick is very effective. Sure enough, Ningyi began to think, frowning for a long time, and finally uttered, do you snore when you sleep? I can't sleep if you snore. No, I won't hit you even if you snore. You're the one snoring. Humph, let's go. In the hotel. Hee Junkian was stared at by Ningyi, and he sent a message to Yu word by word, saying that he and Ningyi were already together and he would not go back tonight. Yu replied come on, and Hee Junkian hid his phone, not daring to let Ningyi find it. After completing Ningyi's task, he had to start completing his own task. Hee Junkian stood in the bathroom, thinking about how to call Ningyi in to take a bath together. After thinking about it, he decided to use deception. Ningyi turned on the switch, and hot water flowed down the shower. He tore his clothes into a mess, threw one of his slippers far away, then sat under the shower with his legs apart, and shouted to the outside of the door, ah! The sound was so loud that even though no one heard the sound of falling, hearing the scream made Ningyi imagine the tragic scene of Hee Junkian falling. Ningyi stood at the bathroom door worriedly and knocked, Hee Junkian, are you okay? Although this person is silly, he is a good person. Hee Junkian deliberately screamed in pain, and then said to the person outside the door, it hurts so much, I can't move. The door is not locked, please come in and take a look. After getting the consent from the people inside, and Ningyi was really worried, he broke in. He walked stupidly under the shower and got soaked. The moment he reached out to hug Hee Junkian, he froze. Hee Junkian's clothes were soaked through, sticking tightly to his body. His figure was clearly revealed in front of Ningyi, fair, curvy, and with a thin waist. His hair was also soaked through, drooping from his forehead, and water drops slid down his face, like raindrops caressing lotus pods in the river. At this moment, Hee Junkian looked extremely delicate and beautiful, with the ability to be so stunning that the moon would be ashamed of the flowers and the fishes would sink to the ground and the geese would fall. Ningyi likes men, and he should like passionate men like you. But now looking at Hee Junkian like this, his heart is so hot that it feels like someone has set him on fire, and his whole face is engulfed by the fire and burned thoroughly. Chapter 55 Canteen. You, why don't you put on your clothes properly? Ningyi even stuttered when he spoke. Hee Junkian's mouth twitched. I'm dressed properly. Besides, I'm here to take a shower, so shouldn't I be dressed properly before taking a shower? Oh, yes, that's right. Ningyi picked up Hee Junkian and tried to take him out. Hee Junkian fluttered on him like a demon that brought disaster to the country and the people, pulling at his clothes and not letting him go. I want to take a shower. Hee Junkian, who was wet and full of water, said something that made Ningyi wet as well. Ningyi's brain couldn't work at this moment, as if he was dizzy by the steam in the bathroom. He could only listen to and do whatever Hee Junkian said. Oh. He carried Hee Junkian back under the shower and said, yes, how do you wash? Hee Junkian wanted to laugh when he saw Ningyi looking so silly. He was silly usually, and now he was even more silly. I sprained my ankle and can't stand up, but I can't sleep without taking a shower. Can you help me wash it? Help you wash? Ningyi was a little at a loss, but still held the person steadily. How can I help? Put me down first. Oh, okay. Ningyi was very obedient. He gently put Hee Junkian on the ground, let Hee Junkyun lean on him, and put his hands on Hee Junkyun's waist. Hee Junkyun turned on the shower, and the water poured down on Hee Junkyun again, also soaking Ning Yi. Hee Junkyun took off his shirt and reached out to unbutton Ning Yi's. What are you doing? Ning Yi was very panicked. They're all wet, so let's wash them together, it's okay. Hee Junkyun was like a seductive concubine, seducing the emperor step by step until the emperor couldn't escape. No need for you to help me, I can do it myself. Ning Yi took off his clothes, and at this time he did not forget to hold the person steady. Hee Junkyun smiled, stretched out his hand to squeeze out the shower gel, touched Ning Yi's shoulders, and rubbed his skin back and forth. Ning Yi felt as if his body was on fire, and wherever he was touched, it was burning. He wanted to pull Hee Junkyun's hands off, but they were moving around and he couldn't catch them at all. Hee Junkyun rubbed Ning Yi and also rubbed his own upper body casually, but his mind was elsewhere. System, haven't you completed the task yet? Host, the mission is to let you take a bath together. He took a shower, I took a shower, we were in the same bathroom, sharing a shower head, this doesn't count as taking a shower together? Then what counts as taking a shower together? You haven't taken off all your clothes yet. You want to take off all your clothes, right? Hee Junkyun pulled off his pants and reached out to unbutton Ning Yi's pants, completely ignoring Ning Yi's shocked and panicked expression at the moment. What about now? Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The moment he completed the task, Hee Junkyun immediately pushed Ning Yi away, expressionless, picked up the clothes on the ground and stuffed them to Ning Yi. You go out first, and wash them after I finish. Ning Yi was very surprised, just like a concubine who was being suddenly pulled out while being favored. He looked at Hee Junkyun's feet in disbelief. Your feet. Okay, I'm healing fast. Okay, you don't need to be here anymore, get out now. Hee Junkyun was very impatient. He pushed Ning Yi out of the door, locked it immediately, and took a comfortable bath. Until the moment Hee Junkyun came out of the shower, Ning Yi had not yet recovered from his shock. He was still wondering why Hee Junkyun's feet healed so quickly. He was pushed into the bathroom by Hee Junkyun. He scrubbed his face absent-mindedly and walked out in a daze. Hee Junkyun was already asleep on the bed. He originally wanted to let Hee Junkyun sleep on the sofa, but now Hee Junkyun has taken his seat, so logically he should sleep on the sofa. He glanced at the sofa, which was cold and boring, then glanced at the bed in the hotel and decided to go to bed. Afraid of waking up the sleeping person, he sat down carefully, climbed onto the bed carefully, covered the quilt carefully, and lay gently beside Hee Junkyun. It was already late, and the night outside the window had already reached a certain pitch black, but he was not sleepy at all. He usually went to bed on time, but today was an exception. Hee Junkyun had already fallen asleep, still snoring. Ning Yi tilted his head slightly and looked at Hee Junkyun. It's so strange, I never paid much attention to him before, but Hee Junkyun is actually quite handsome. The fair face is round but petite. Under the slender eyebrows are a pair of bright eyes, which are full of energy when looking at people. A cherry mouth looks soft and tender. The whole face looks gentle and powerful. If you look at it for a long time, you will even feel the breath of an ancient scholar. This person must have read a lot of books. Ning Yi thought, otherwise why would he look like a good gentleman? He suddenly had the idea of wanting to know more about Hee Junkyun. But he found a very reasonable explanation for himself. If they were pretending to be a couple, it was natural for them to know more about him. Thinking of this, I felt much happier and fell asleep happily. Hee Junkyun's biological clock was very punctual. He woke up early the next morning, quietly got dressed, left the hotel, and went to the library to grab a seat as usual. When I was about to go to the cafeteria for lunch at noon, Ning Yi stopped me and said, I know a delicious restaurant. I'll take you there for dinner. The person in front of him was in high spirits. Hee Junkyun didn't know what was going on, but this person had never been normal, so he was too lazy to think about it. No, I'm going to eat in the cafeteria. What's delicious in the cafeteria? Ning Yi grabbed Hee Junkyun's small hand and couldn't help rubbing it in his hand. The touch was very good. I'll take you out to eat. It must be better than the cafeteria. If you are afraid of spending money, I'll treat you. No need. Hee Junkyun pulled his hand away and started walking towards the cafeteria. It's normal for a rich young man like you to not be used to the food. I think it's quite delicious. Ningyi hurriedly chased after him and walked beside Hee Junqian. I have never eaten in the cafeteria. If you say it tastes good, then I will try it too. When getting food, Ningyi followed behind Hee Junqian. Whatever Hee Junqian ordered, Ningyi ordered exactly the same thing, but he didn't have a meal card, so he used Hee Junqian's card to pay for the meal. Remember to pay back the money. Of course, I'm not the kind of person who would owe money. Ningyi had money, but he didn't transfer it to Hee Junqian immediately. He had his own little thoughts and didn't want to pay it back immediately, because maybe Hee Junqian would always come to him. The two sat face to face at a table, and Hee Junqian did not chase him away. Just when Ningyi was still happy to eat with Hee Junqian, he felt someone else's gaze. Turning his head, he found that two boys were staring at Hee Junqian intently. Ningyi's brows were furrowed as high as Mount Everest. He wanted to dig out the eyes of the two boys, but this was obviously not feasible, so he hugged Hee Junqian's neck, hugged Hee Junqian and kissed him. Hee Junqian's chopsticks fell to the ground. Chapter 56, In Public. After realizing what he had done, Ningyi panicked and looked at Hee Junqian tremblingly, unable to utter a complete sentence. That was, next to them. He really wanted to explain his behavior, but he also felt that he was very strange just now. He impulsively kissed someone just because he was peeking at Hee Junqian. He was now so afraid that Hee Junqian would never pay attention to him again, so he could only stare at him. Are you addicted to role-playing? Hee Junqian's words were very gentle, but he could obviously sense the anger hidden within. Ningyi's heart skipped a beat. Yes, why didn't he think that the two of them were now a couple? Even if they were pretending, it was extremely normal and reasonable in front of outsiders. Since you have agreed to this, you must cooperate with me, Ningyi raised his head and said confidently, otherwise, how can you believe that we are real? It's another case of swimming and Hee Junqian's ears are so calloused from hearing this sentence. If you like you can do whatever you want. If you like you can use him. If you like you must cooperate with him in acting. He never had these emotions before, but today, for some reason, he was blown away by this name. Go find your yu. Hee Junqian was a person who cherished food very much. On weekdays, he would wash his bowl clean after eating. But today, he couldn't eat any more. He picked up the rice he hadn't eaten yet, threw it away, and left the canteen. Ningyi looked at Hee Junqian from behind. He knew that Hee Junqian must be angry, but he was actually a little happy. Hee Junqian must have been jealous of you just now. As expected, he really loves me so much that he can't help himself. Ningyi sat in the cafeteria with a grin on his face, feeling extremely happy. During the afternoon class, Hee Junqian sat in his favorite seat by the window. Today was strange. It was almost time for class to start, and people kept coming into the classroom, but no one sat next to him. 2 minutes before class started, a man rushed in from outside. It was Ningyi. Ningyi glanced at the door, quickly found Hee Junqian's seat, and jumped over to sit down. Find another seat. Don't sit next to me. Even though the two of us were not in the same major, this person still insisted on coming over to listen to the class. Is this the school you opened? I want to sit here, I like sitting here. Ningyi was very shameless and didn't care about Hee Junqian's dissatisfaction at all. Then you sit here, I'll find somewhere else. Hee Junqian stood up and wanted to go out, but Ningyi blocked him. Let me go for a moment. No. Ningyi not only refused to let him go, but also used his hands and feet to block the way out even more tightly. Look for yourself, the other seats are all full. If you go out, you can only sit on the ground. After hearing what Ningyi said, Hee Junqian glanced around the classroom and found that it was indeed full. But that was it, there was no one in their row. You did it. Of course, who else can do it except me? Ningyi looked proud and crossed his legs. I bought something for everyone and told them that the seat next to you must be mine from now on. These things sure aren't cheap. How much did you spend? Not much, maybe a few 100,000. Hundreds of thousands. What a prodigal son. They were just acting, but Ningyi could actually do this. The bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom with her bag. At this time, Hee Junqian could no longer argue and had to sit back quietly. Since the other seats were full, and there were only 2 people in Hee Junqian's row, the empty space was very eye-catching, and the teacher noticed something was wrong at a glance. The student next to Hee Junqian looks unfamiliar. Is he not from our department? Teacher, he is from the computer department. A classmate who knew Ningyi answered for him. Why is someone from the computer science department coming to our Chinese department? He doesn't look like he's interested in literature. Teacher, he is here to pursue love. Another kind-hearted classmate answered for Ningyi. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole classroom burst into laughter. Ningyi did not deny it and laughed foolishly along with them. Only He Junqian wished he could bury his head in the ground and never come out to see anyone in his life. Ningyi was not there to listen to the class seriously, so his attention was not on the podium throughout the class. Instead, he glanced at the people around him intentionally or unintentionally. The people next to me wanted to listen carefully, but their minds were wandering and they couldn't concentrate in this class. I must have a good talk with Ningyi after class. Realizing that he was in a bad state, He Junqian decided to solve the problem from the source. After class, He Junqian grabbed Ningyi. Let's talk. Well, what do you want to talk about? Ningyi sat back in his seat obediently. Can you please stop hanging around me and do something of your own? Ningyi didn't understand. Am I not doing my own thing now? I mean, you should go to your own classes and stop pestering me every day. Are you nervous because I'm too close to you? Ningyi had reason to think so. After all, he could see that He Junqian was absent-minded in this class, and he attributed this reason to himself. He Junqian was furious, but didn't want to show that he was angry, so he had to lower his voice and said, First, I need my own space, don't disturb me all the time. Second, we are just acting, you don't have to take it so seriously. Third, in a few days I will find a reason to break up with you, and then you can go find you openly. Ningyi frowned, said nothing, and stared at He Junqian motionlessly. Ningyi was like this, which made He Junqian's scalp numb. But he was just expressing his normal demands, and there was nothing wrong with that. The two were in a stalemate in the classroom. He Junqian wanted to leave, but Ningyi blocked his way out. Finally, He Junqian couldn't bear it anymore. Move aside, I want to go out. Ningyi did not answer, still staring at him motionlessly. He Junqian couldn't bear it any longer, and regardless of whether Ningyi would let him go or not, he decided to step over Ningyi and go out. He had just stretched out half of his foot when Ningyi quickly held him down and made him sit down. At this time, He Junqian was sitting face to face with Ningyi. He sat with his legs apart, straddling Ningyi's thighs. He tried to get up, but Ningyi held his waist with his left hand, holding him tightly. Let me go in public. Not wanting to attract other people's attention, He Junqian spoke in a low voice. Ningyi did not do as he wished. Instead, he held his head with his hands and kissed He Junqian. He Junqian's eyes widened, his hands were held behind his back by Ningyi, his head was controlled, and he could only be forced to endure the kiss. He never thought that Ningyi was so strong. Ningyi just touched He Junqian's lips at first. He had no experience in kissing, and his first kiss was the kiss felt so good that he couldn't stop, like he had taken some addictive drug and couldn't stop at all. He ignored the resistance of the person on him and devoted himself to enjoying the beauty of this person. Although he didn't like what the man on his body said, his mouth was so sweet that he couldn't get enough of kissing him. He hugged He Junqian, completely forgetting his current situation, sucking He Junqian's saliva and stirring He Junqian's lips and tongue, again and again. Chapter 57 Being Taken Away. The most embarrassing moments in He Junqian's life were the first when he confessed to Ningyi in public, and the second time was now. There were still many students left in the classroom. Ningyi kissed too hard, making a sucking sound, which attracted a group of onlookers. He Junqian sat on Ningyi's lap, watching the increasing number of onlookers behind him, some of whom even took out their phones to take pictures. He didn't know why Ningyi suddenly had a seizure, but if he continued to kiss her, he really would not be able to stay in this school anymore. He Junqian bit Ningyi's lip, and Ningyi finally let go of him in pain. Hurry, hurry and put me down. He Junqian was breathless from the kiss and had to gasp for breath when he spoke. Ningyi, who was bitten, was not annoyed at all. He reached out and pinched He Junqian's chin, saying word by word, "Don't talk about breaking up again, and I will let you go." He Junqian just wanted to solve the embarrassing situation at hand. Without thinking about anything else, he nodded and agreed, "Okay, I promise you, let me down quickly." Seeing that He Junqian was so happy, Ningyi knew that now was a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation, so he spoke again, "Then you are not allowed to hide from me, and have dinner with me every day." Okay, whatever you say is fine, You can let me go now. In fact, Hee Junkyun didn't listen to what Ning Yi said at all. He was only thinking about getting away. His mind was filled with this thought, which gave Ning Yi an opportunity to take advantage of him. Ning Yi got the answer he wanted, smiled brightly, and let go of the person in his arms. The moment the person in his arms was released, he stood up suddenly and quickly ran out of the classroom. Yes, he ran out of the classroom. Ning Yi sat in the classroom, watching Hee Junkyun leave, like a statue waiting for her husband to leave. She did not slowly withdraw her gaze until she could no longer see Hee Junkyun. He turned his head to look at the people behind him, and with his excellent eyesight he discovered that there was someone who had stared at Hee Junkyun while he was eating yesterday, so he stood up confidently and said something extremely possessive, "Hee Junkyun is mine, no one else can." After saying this, he left proudly. Hee Junkyun fled back to the dormitory. Yu looked at his miserable appearance, as if everything was expected. "Were you with Ning Yi just now? How do you know? Take a look at the confession wall. Someone uploaded a video of you and Ning Yi. It's really explosive." Confession wall? Even though he had been in school for so long, Hee Junkyun still didn't know that everyone would visit the confession wall. "Here." Yu handed him his cell phone. Hee Junkyun took the phone and opened the video. It was the scene of Ning Yi hugging him and kissing him in the classroom. It was clearly visible in 360 degrees, and he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. He looked at the popularity below, 12,000, and in such a short time, it had been forwarded more than 2,000 times. Now, he is going to be famous in the whole school. He wanted to finish his studies quietly, but now he has become a prominent figure in the school. "I thought you needed my help, but I didn't expect you and Ning Yi to make such rapid progress." Yu said this with a relaxed look on his face. "No, it's not what you think. You're not going to say you two have nothing to do with each other now, are you? Is this the so-called playing hard to get?" Hee Junkyun was choked and couldn't speak. He really didn't know how to explain it. The situation was very complicated and he himself couldn't figure it out. In the next few days, Hee Junkyun tried to avoid Ning Yi when he went out, but things did not go as he wished. When he went to get food, someone pointed out his seat to Ning Yi. When he went to the library, someone gave up the seat next to him to Ning Yi. When he wanted to go out alone, there were still a group of kind-hearted people who pointed Ning Yi in the direction. It was as if he had a real-time surveillance camera installed on his body. Wherever he went, someone would bring Ning Yi to his presence. For example, now, in the classroom, he was in the same situation as that day. He sat by the window, and there was no one beside him in the row. Ning Yi came in from outside with something in his hand and a smile on his face. "Here, this is a drink I bought especially for you. You like orange juice, right?" "No, I don't like it at all." Hee Junkyun pushed the drink away, trying to create an image of keeping strangers away. "How could that be? I asked you, and he said you liked orange juice the best. Did he lie to me?" Ning Yi was very angry. He took out his cell phone and was about to call Yu immediately. Hee Junkyun quickly took the drink and snatched the phone. The coldness that had lasted for just a few seconds instantly collapsed. "Isn't it enough that I like you? Why are you so hasty in doing things? Hey, as long as you like it." Ning Yi unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to Hee Junkyun. Then he rested his hands on the table and watched Hee Junkyun drink the drink. "Don't look at me like that." Hee Junkyun felt a little uncomfortable. "Then how should I look at you?" Ning Yi said seriously. "You, just do your own thing normally, don't always stare at me." "Oh, all right then." Ning Yi took out his iPad from his bag, clicked on his homework, and started to do it seriously. During class, Hee Junkyun was still absent-minded. He always felt that Ning Yi was definitely looking at him, but when he turned around, he found that Ning Yi was really doing his own thing very seriously. He suddenly remembered that although Ning Yi looked silly, Ning Yi finished the homework in his hand, turned around and found that Hee Junkyun was staring at him, and his heart was filled with joy. "I know I'm good looking, but you don't have to keep staring at me." As he was too focused, Hee Junkyun didn't realize that Ning Yi had finished the work. When he heard this, his ears turned slightly red and he argued, "I was just seeing if the stuff in your computer department is difficult. I didn't even look at you." He would never admit it anyway. "Oh, so that's how it is." Ning Yi said jokingly, "You were watching so intently that you didn't even notice that I turned off my iPad. It's none of your business." Hee Junkyun pushed away Ning Yi's head, picked up his things, and hurriedly left his seat. Walking out of the teaching building, Hee Junkyun found that there were many cars parked outside the door, surrounding the door. Although he didn't recognize the license plate, he felt that the car in the middle was worth a lot of money. A woman got out of the car. She was dressed elegantly and luxuriously, like a royal relative. She was accompanied by a group of bodyguards and came to him. "Are you Hee Junkyun?" The woman opened her thin lips and slowly uttered his name, giving people a sense of invisible pressure. "Excuse me, who are you?" Hee Junkyun asked politely, but before the woman could answer his question, he knew the answer. Mom, Ning Yi, who had just come out of the teaching building, came to Hee Junkyun and said to the woman in front of him, "Why are you here?" The woman did not answer Ning Yi's question, but pointed at Hee Junkyun and said to the bodyguard, "Take him away." Chapter 58 Bribery. "Mom, what are you doing?" Ning Yi grabbed Hee Junkyun, but was forcibly separated by the bodyguards. The bodyguards quickly took Hee Junkyun into the car at lightning speed, and Hee Junkyun had no power to fight back. In the car, the bodyguards did not do anything to Hee Junkyun. They just surrounded him, leaving him no chance to escape. Since he couldn't run away anyway, he just calmed down and quietly followed Ning Yi's mother. The car drove for a long time and drove into a mansion. Hee Junkyun thought that this should be Ning Yi's home. I don't know why she tied him up from so far away, maybe she was angry that he led her son astray. The video on the internet has been making a lot of noise these days, maybe Ning Yi's family knew about it, so they wanted to teach him a lesson. It's just right. If I'm threatened at that time, I can just say I'm willing to break up and solve the problem. Hee Junkyun was taken to a hall and the bodyguards arranged for him to sit on the sofa. He carefully observed this place, which was so poor that they couldn't even afford floor tiles. He sat down on the sofa gently, sitting straight, for fear of losing etiquette and dirtying the sofa. He hadn't been in the living room for long when Ning Yi's mother came out with someone else, having changed her clothes. He watched her walk gracefully to the seat opposite him, and had someone bring coffee, one cup in her hand and one in front of him. "I watched the video of you and my son. You actually kissed in the classroom. That's totally outrageous." She opened her thin lips and scolded. "I'm sorry, Auntie." Hee Junkyun immediately stood up and bowed 90 degrees. "Sit down, I don't mean to blame you." Ning Yi's mother suddenly laughed. "I think you are a good child, I am just worried that Ning Yi will force you." No, he didn't force me." Hee Junkyun could obviously continue to follow what Ning Yi's mother said and say that Ning Yi forced him and that he didn't want to, but he didn't want to do that at the moment. "That means you like him, too." Okay, I understand." Ning Yi's mother called the housekeeper, took out a wooden box and handed it to Hee Junkyun. Hee Junkyun looked at the box with mixed feelings. When he first came to this world, he watched TV dramas to quickly understand it. He had just seen this kind of clip, where a rich kid fell in love with a poor guy who was not a good match for him, and his family would usually use money to buy him off. Very good, that's exactly what he wanted. He reached for the box, but his hands were shaking slightly. Just as he was about to open it, Ning Yi rushed in. Ning Yi looked anxious. He ran over, grabbed Hee Junkyun's hand, and pulled him behind him. "Mom, what are you doing?" "Whatever you say, can't I just take a look at my future daughter-in-law?" Ning Yi's mother looked innocent. "Do you think your daughter-in-law looks at you like this? Tie her up and bring her here." "Then I was worried that you wouldn't let me see it. You didn't tell me about such a good daughter-in-law, and you had to find out from the video sent by others." "That's because it's not stable yet. Once it's confirmed, I will definitely bring him to see you." "Not stable yet? He's already kissed you, but you still don't give you a legitimate status." Ning Yi's mother walked over, picked up the wooden box, opened it, and found a valuable necklace inside. "By the way, this is a gift I prepared for my daughter-in-law. If she accepts my things, he will feel embarrassed to refuse you again." Hee Junkyun looked at the mother and son. They didn't seem very smart and he didn't know how they had such a huge fortune. "I'm sorry, I can't accept something this valuable." Besides, he had never agreed to enter this house, so the two of them made the decision directly. No, Ning Yi now understood that his mother was on the same side as him. He quickly took out the necklace and put it around Hee Junkyun's neck. "My mother is right. You have accepted our family's things, so you are a member of our family. You can't reject me so easily anymore. It's so valuable I can't." Hee He Junqian wanted to take off the necklace, but Ningyi stopped him. Ningyi's mother took his hand and took him to the garden. During the time he spent at Ning's house, He Junqian was unable to find an opportunity to return the necklace because Ning's mother spoke too frequently and too forcefully. He even listened to Ning's mother's vision of his and Ningyi's future life plan. Back in the dormitory, he took off the necklace, put it back into the box, and carefully put the box into the cabinet. He sat in his seat and sighed, feeling that this was even more troublesome. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Ningyi. Ningyi, my mom told my dad about us, and my dad said he wanted to see you. He Junqian had a headache and replied, we are fake, don't make such a big deal out of it. Ningyi, who said it was fake? You kissed me, touched me, it was all real. You insulted my innocence and you still want to deny it? Ho Quan him, we had no choice but to do all this. Ningyi, let me tell you in advance, my dad is not as easy to talk to as my mom. If he finds out there's something wrong between us, it'll be the end of you and me, especially you. Ho Quan him, is it that serious? Ningyi, of course. When my dad gets ruthless, he won't recognize any relatives. It's possible that you will lose your arms and legs. He Junqian had reason to suspect that Ningyi was trying to scare him, but he was also worried that it might be true. This kind of relationship that is misunderstood by everyone really can't continue. He must find a chance to explain it to everyone. He Junqian looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He looked at Yuryu's bed and it was still empty. Yuryu usually returns to the dormitory before 11 o'clock, and I don't know if there is anything special about today. He tried to call, but no one answered. He sent a few text messages, but no one responded. Worried that the dormitory manager would have closed the door when Yuryu came back, he decided to go downstairs and wait at the door. At least he could persuade the dormitory manager to come back in case Yuryu didn't come back. When he reached the dormitory gate, he casually looked outside. It would have been better if he hadn't looked outside. But when he looked outside, He Junqian saw something incredible. There were two people standing next to the big tree on the right side of the gate. Due to the dim night, he took a while to identify them and confirmed that they were Ningyi and Yu. He wanted to go forward and tell Yu to hurry back to the dormitory, but he saw that on the side of the tree, Ningyi propped up his hands and held Yu in his arms, making a tree bang gesture. Then, he saw Ningyi slowly lower his head and Yu slowly raise his head. From his perspective, Ningyi and Yu were in a kissing position. He Junqian's heart was pounding. He couldn't walk out of the door, so he turned around and ran towards the dormitory. This is reasonable. Ningyi should have liked Yu. Ningyi told him from the beginning that this was acting. Now this result is absolutely normal. However, Ningyi acted so convincingly that he actually believed it. Chapter 59 Vinegar. He Junqian ran back to the dormitory and quickly put on his slippers and went to bed. He covered his head with the quilt, and it took him a long time to calm his heartbeat. He was panicked, as if he had peeked at something he shouldn't have seen. After calming down, his mood began to become depressed again. It was so strange. He had wanted to break up with Ningyi before. Now his goal had been achieved. With just one word from him, Yu was also conquered by Ningyi. This was a happy thing for everyone, but this time, He Junqian was not happy. His phone vibrated. Ningyi sent another message. He clicked it and read it. Ningyi, my dad asked me to take you there tomorrow. He Junqian found this message very ridiculous. Was he being made a fool of? He wanted to scold Ningyi, but he couldn't think of any words. After thinking for a long time, he finally uttered a sentence. He Junqian replied, congratulations on realizing your wish, let's break up. In order to avoid subsequent troubles, after sending this message, he immediately blocked all of Ningyi's contact information. Anyway, he would not be able to use it in the future, but he stared at his phone for a long time. He Junqian didn't sleep all night and went out with dark circles under his eyes. Before he walked out of the dormitory door, he still had some expectations, wondering if someone would suddenly appear in front of him like before. The fact is, no. He went out alone and went to the classroom alone. He didn't even see Ningyi's shadow on the way. He remembered that just yesterday, Ningyi would squat at the door of his dormitory and come to see him with a carefully prepared breakfast. But in just one day, the person who was supposed to come no longer came. People are just a bit mean. They dislike others when they get close to them, but when others are not around, they want others to get close to them. This time in the classroom, unlike in the past, he was the only one in the whole row. Even the teacher couldn't help but ask, "Your boyfriend didn't come today?" He shook his head and whispered, "He's not my boyfriend," but only he could hear the voice. I used to find it annoying to have Ningyi around, but now I find it too quiet. I used to find it impossible to listen to the lectures properly when Ningyi was around, but now I still can't listen to the lectures properly when Ningyi is not around. After class he went to the cafeteria alone and felt that the cafeteria was inexplicably noisy, which made him irritated. Why do others appear in pairs? I usually think that the cafeteria has a lot of choices, and I can eat something different every month. But now it seems that the cafeteria is too monotonous, and there is not even anything I want to eat. He randomly ordered a meal from a window with few people, took it to a corner, and wolfed it down. He was afraid that he would run into Ningyi's friends and ask why Ningyi didn't join them today. It was getting late, and it was time to go to the library. He walked to the door of the library, and a strong wind blew past, and he sneezed. Forget it. Today is not a good day to go to the library. That's right, the weather is bad today. I dance every day and I'm in good health. You didn't hear anything wrong with the tone, but you go to the library every day. Be careful not to become a nerd. It would be good if I could become a fool, Hee Junkyun said with a wry smile. If I become a fool, I won't be troubled by these mundane things. Oh, is this because his soul has been severely traumatized and he has seen through the world? Yu teased. It would be great if I could really see through the world. Hee Junkyun had no idea what he was thinking about. His resentful mood was evident in his words and his brows were furrowed. When Yu saw Hee Junkyun like this, he walked over and stretched out his hand to smooth his forehead. I thought you, a heartless little guy, wouldn't have anything to bother you, but it seems like you do. Tell me and I'll help you solve it. Hee Junkyun shook his head and kept silent. After a while, Hee Junkyun said, You have given me an idea. I should become a monk. Yu had already laid down on the bed, but he immediately got up after hearing this. Are you kidding me? Hee Junkyun did not answer. Hee Junkyun's behavior made Yu a little worried. He hurried over to persuade him, You can't become a monk. What will happen to Ningyi if you become a monk? Hee Junkyun was puzzled. Ningyi was already with you, so what did it have to do with him? He doesn't like me. Don't like you. If he doesn't like you, who would he like? He has been pursuing you for so long, everyone knows it, and you still say he doesn't like you. Yu almost shouted as he said this. He really wanted to knock Hee Junkyun's head open to see if there was something wrong with it. Hee Junkyun was also very angry. He had clearly seen everything yesterday, but now she had to lie to him and keep him in the dark. His tone was very intense. Of course he doesn't like me. He told me from the beginning that he was with me so that you would think he was responsible. He wanted me to find a chance to dump him so that he could be with you openly. He likes you, Yu, not Hee Junkyun who was fooled. Yu was so angry at Hee Junkyun that he had a headache. He held his forehead for a long time, and when both sides had calmed down a lot, he slowly said, In other words, you think Ningyi doesn't like you. He never liked me. Hee Junkyun sniffed, feeling a little aggrieved. This time Yu was calm. He sat on the bed and crossed his legs. Then I can only say that Ningyi is a real failure. He hasn't made you understand his feelings until now, and he still let you think that he likes me. What do you mean? Hee Junkyun raised his eyes and looked at Yu with tears in his eyes. Ningyi told me a long time ago that he likes you and wants to get close to you, and asked me to help. I agreed because I thought I could get rid of two idiots at once, but now you tell me that he has been doing useless work for so long. You still want to lie to me? I clearly saw you two kissing yesterday, Yu. Hee Junkyun couldn't control his emotions and burst into tears. Yu felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Kissing? Me and him? Where did you see that? Yesterday, around 11 p.m., when the dormitory door was about to close, you were outside the door. I saw it all, Yu. You should get your eyes checked. I had a bug in my eye yesterday and he just blew it for me. If he kisses me, I'll spit out all my food for the next year. Really? Hee Junkyun stopped crying, a little bit unbelieving. Of course. Whoever lies will fail the final exam. Hee Junkyun believed that this cruel oath was true. So when did he say he liked me? When did it happen? A few days after I sent you to the hospital, you sent me a message. If you don't believe me, I still have the records on my phone. Hee Junkyun was indeed a little bit unconvinced. He walked up to Yu and stared at Yu as he flipped through the records on his phone. Until he turned to that day, he saw the message from Ning Yi. I've been feeling so weird these past few days. I've been thinking about Hee Junkyun and wanting to hug him. Is there something wrong with me? Chapter 60 Intimidation. Hee Junkyun stared at the screen over and over again, still a little bit unbelieving. He snatched the phone and looked at it again and again, and it was indeed sent a long time ago. He raised his big watery eyes, which were full of disbelief. He wanted to find Ning Yi to ask for clarification, so he quickly took out his cell phone. Then he remembered that he had blocked the other party, so he quickly released him. He looked at Ning Yi's phone number and dialed it carefully. The call didn't go through, so he called again, but still didn't go through. How could this happen? Is he angry because I blocked him? Hee Junkyun looked at Yu anxiously. Try mine. Yu handed his cell phone to Hee Junkyun. Hee Junkyun found Ning Yi's phone number, hesitated for a moment, thought about what to say for a while, and then put the phone on the dial button. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Still no answer. Ning Yi doesn't want to talk to me, so he blocked you too. Hee Junkyun made a bold guess, otherwise why couldn't the two of them get through on the phone? Don't worry, maybe he was delayed by something. Hee Junkyun tried again, but still couldn't get through. However, at this time, his phone showed that there was a local call, and he hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer it. Hello, are you Mr. Ho Kwan Him? Yes, who are you? I'm the assistant of Mr. Ning Zhenxin, who is also the assistant of Ning Yi's father. Mr. Ning wants to see you now. Do you have time? Where is Ning Yi? Is Ning Yi here? The young master is at home. If you want to see him, you should be able to. Yu also heard Hee Junkyun's phone speaker. He looked at Yu and asked for her opinion on whether he should go or not. Yu nodded. Okay, I have time now. Yu accompanied Hee Junkyun to the school gate. She wanted. Hee Junkyun waved to Yu. He seemed calm on the surface, but his legs were actually shaking when he got into the car. Ning Yi didn't contact him for a day. If Ning Yi didn't deliberately avoid contacting him, it is possible that Ning Yi was locked up by his family. After all kinds of speculations in his mind, he finally arrived at Ning's house, and the assistant brought him to Ning's father. Ning Zhenxin was wearing a suit and sitting on the sofa with his back straight. He looked very serious and had a solemn expression. Every move he made was majestic. From this point of view, Ning Yi must have inherited his mother's personality and his father's IQ, which is why he is what he is now. Sit. Oh, okay. Hee Junkyun was frightened, but he didn't show it on his face. He sat on the sofa with an unchanged expression. Is a Chinese language major, 21 years old this year, lives in Taiwan, has an average family background, and plans to continue his studies after graduation. Ning's father read out the information in his hand expressionlessly. Yes. Hee Junkyun was neither humble nor arrogant. You must have seen that the Ning family has a lot of assets, and Ning Yi will inherit the Ning family's business in the future. What capital do you have to talk about love with Ning Yi? Hee Junkyun raised his head, straightened his back, and looked determined. I thought that with the capital of the Ning family, they would at least give their children the right to choose freely. Besides, whether I have the capital or not is not up to you. I am still young. Why do you think that I will stop here and not be worthy of Ning Yi? Young people always talk about their ideals, but how many of them can succeed in reality? As someone who has experienced this, let me remind you, don't make wild claims at such a young age. I have a little understanding of your experience. You also started from nothing at a young age, and now you are at the peak of your glory. Are you erasing your first half of life by saying this? I don't need to tell you more. Young people nowadays only care about themselves. They are selfish and stubborn. Ning Yi is just like you. I have locked him up. What? Hee Junkyun slammed the table and stood up. What did you do to him? It's nothing. My son has gone astray, so as a father, I must discipline him. I just broke his legs so that he can't do anything wrong anymore. Hee Junkyun was so angry that he was shaking. He pointed at Ning's father and said, he is your son. How dare you do this to him? Where is he now? I want to see him. I wanted to start with you to resolve this matter. Now it seems that I can only use tough measures. Mr. He, please go back. Ning's father had already issued an order to expel them, and the bodyguards around came to ask Hee Junkyun to leave. Hee Junkyun was so angry that his chest heaved. He was unwilling to leave like this. Perhaps, after leaving, it would be difficult for him to see Ningyi again. They had not yet made things clear. Hee Junkyun slowly moved out in the direction indicated by the bodyguard. He took a look at the structure of the house and guessed that Ningyi should be on the second floor. When he was about to walk out the door, he turned around quickly and ran to the second floor like crazy. The bodyguard also realized it and quickly chased after him. Although Hee Junkyun was a nerd, he was also the school's short-distance running champion. In addition, no one was on guard against his turning around, so he went up to the second floor smoothly. Such a rich man, no matter how much he wanted to punish his child, would definitely not lock the child in some other dark place, but in the bedroom. Therefore, he ran and shouted, and knocked on the door. He was like a cunning cat, darting around, and could flexibly run away even when he was blocked by a group of people. Until he was forced to the end of the corridor, just when he was cornered and thought he was going to be caught, the door opened. "Jun Qian, why are you here?" It was Ningyi. He appeared in front of Hee Junkyun in pajamas, and Hee Junkyun went forward and hugged him. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. What game are you guys playing?" Ningyi looked at the people behind Hee Junkyun, who were his father's bodyguards. "What are you doing? Why are you following Junkyun? I asked them to do this." Father Ning walked over from behind the crowd. "Dad, what should I do if you scare Junkyun like this? Where can you get me compensation?" Ningyi held Hee Junkyun's shoulders with both hands and examined him carefully from head to toe. "You little brat, you always stick your elbow out." Ning's father raised his hand, as if to hit Ningyi, but Hee Junkyun immediately stood in front of him. He closed his eyes for a long time, and the slap didn't fall on his face. He opened his eyes in confusion. Father Ning laughed beside him. "Little friend, I was just teasing you for a moment, but I didn't expect you to be so loyal and righteous." Hee Junkyun was a little confused. Does this mean he is not going to break them up? "Dad, if you want to play, go find someone else. If you tease Jun Qian again, I will ignore you." Humph. Ningyi pulled Hee Junkyun into the room, slammed the door shut, and shouted, "Don't disturb us." Listening to the footsteps of the crowd fading away, Ningyi pulled the person to sit on his bed. "Why didn't you answer my call? I thought something happened to you." Hee Junkyun's eyes were full of anxiety and worry. "Ah, about that. I was sending you a message while I was taking a shower yesterday, and my phone fell into the bathtub. I'm still repairing it now." In this case, Ningyi didn't see the breakup news, nor did he ignore him on purpose. "Then why didn't you come to school all day?" "I was too anxious yesterday and sprained my ankle, so I'm taking a day off today." "So that's how it is." Hee Junkyun squatted down and lifted Ningyi's ankle. "Where are you injured? Let me take a look." Just when the two were still being affectionate with each other, the butler came in and delivered something. "Master, the cell phone has been repaired." Ningyi took the phone and asked the butler to close the door when he went out. Having not checked his phone for a day, Ningyi must have received a lot of messages, so he pressed the power button. At first, Hee Junkyun didn't realize the danger until he remembered that he had sent some messages that he shouldn't have sent. He rushed over to grab the phone, but Ningyi reacted very quickly and raised the phone, so he failed to grab it. "Why did you suddenly snatch my phone? Did you send me something shameful?" Ningyi guessed it right. "No, it's just that someone used my phone to send random messages to other people. When I saw it, I couldn't delete it. But they were not important, so I wanted to delete them for you to avoid polluting your eyes." Hee Junkyun smiled harmlessly and was ready to rob at any time. "Since it's not important, don't worry about it. I'll delete it myself." The phone was already turned on. Hee Junkyun made a last gamble and jumped to grab the phone. However, there was a big height difference between the two of them and he couldn't even touch it. Ningyi held his phone up to the sky, entered the password smoothly with one hand, then opened WeChat. A few eye-catching words jumped into his eyes. "Let's break up." Ningyi's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He looked at Hee Junkyun with a dark face. "Didn't you promise me before that you would never mention the word breaking up again? There is a reason for this. There is a misunderstanding." Hee Junkyun stepped back until he had nowhere to retreat and fell on the bed. Ningyi leaned forward and pressed forward. "What misunderstanding? Tell me about it." "That night, I saw you and Yuryu downstairs, and I thought." "Why?" "I thought you were kissing, and that you were lying to me the whole time. I was so angry that I said that. I'm sorry. Hee Junkyun lay under Ning Yi, his eyes lowered, his eyelashes trembling slightly, which made Ning Yi feel itchy and unbearable. He deserves to be punished. He leaned over and kissed Hee Junkyun's eyes, then kissed Hee Junkyun's face, and finally looked at Hee Junkyun's lips and kissed him deeply. Hee Junkyun grabbed Ning Yi's shirt and accepted the kiss. Ning Yi kissed him very gently. For some reason, although neither of them had any experience in kissing, Ning Yi's kissing skills improved by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. He was breathless and his scalp was numb from the kiss, as if he was drunk and flying in the clouds. The two kissed passionately. Ning Yi completely stripped off his clothes, put his hand into his chest, and gently stroked it. Gradually, Ning Yi put his hand into his pants, and Hee Junkyun woke up and grabbed this sinful hand. What are you doing? Ning Yi was satisfied, and rubbed his hair with a smile. Don't worry, I won't give myself to you unless you give me a status. Ning Yi pulled Hee Junkyun's clothes on, put him on the bed, and got on the bed himself. He pulled the quilt and wrapped them both in it. Okay, it's getting late now, let's go to bed. Hee Junkyun lay in Ning Yi's arms, his body temperature constantly penetrating him, and he couldn't sleep. Didn't you say before that you liked Yu? Am I ruining your good thing by doing this? Ning Yi chuckled and pinched Hee Junkyun's nose. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? The whole school knows that Yu and I are buddies. We often act out confession scenes just to see who has more people posting condolences on the campus and who has more suitors. Did you know each other before? Hee Junkyun was a little surprised. Of course, we are good friends. Whoever falls in love with the other will feel like throwing up, okay? It seems that you are really out of touch with the news in college. We confessed our love to each other several times in school, but you didn't even know it once. Oh, no wonder. Hee Junkyun suddenly realized. What's the wonder? No wonder Yu has been trying to match you and me up from the beginning. No wonder Yu said he hated you, but there were chat records with you so early on. It turns out that you two were lying to me together. Hee Junkyun turned over and left his back to Ning Yi. Ning Yi hurried forward to coax him. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise, I will give you a better confession, please don't be angry. Ning Yi kept his word, and on the second day after Hee Junkyun returned to school, he decided to fulfill his promise. He was wearing a neat suit and holding a rose in his hand, standing downstairs of Ho Kwan Him's dormitory. His hand was not full of flowers, but only one rose. This scene was not as grand as the previous joke, but it revealed Ning Yi's utmost seriousness. Upon closer inspection, one could find that Ning Yi's hands were still shaking slightly. Hee Junkyun was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He wanted to turn around and run away, but he was pushed to the center by the onlookers and stood next to Ning Yi. Ning Yi knelt on one knee and stretched out his right hand. My dear Jun Qian, this is the first time I like someone, the first time I fall in love, and this is also the first time I sincerely confess my love to someone. Are you willing to be my boyfriend? Hee Junkyun was very shy. He was not used to such crowded occasions. He put his hand on Ning Yi's palm awkwardly and said in a low voice, I'm willing. Please get up quickly. This is so embarrassing. Ning Yi stood up suddenly, picked up Hee Junkyun, and spun him 360 degrees. It's not embarrassing at all, you are my boyfriend now. Ning Yi was very excited. He held Hee Junkyun's hand and showed off everywhere. See, this is my boyfriend, my Ning Yi's boyfriend. Although Hee Junkyun couldn't let go in such situations, he allowed Ning Yi to do as he pleased. By the way, Ning Yi paused, in order to show you how much I value you, I brought my parents with me. They're over there. Hee Junkyun and the onlookers looked in the direction of Ning Yi's finger. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and successfully breaking up Ning Yi and Yu. The system sound that had not been heard for a long time appeared in Hee Junkyun's mind. Amid the hustle and bustle, he had no time to pay attention to it and could only say goodbye in a hurry. Goodbye to the system. Goodbye Ning Yi. Chapter 62 Becoming Human. When 007 opened his eyes, he found that he had a physical body, a human body. Lord God, what is going on? He had led a host before and knew very well that there would be a system following him. 007, your points have reached the qualified standard, so I grant you a human body. As long as you complete the final mission, you can survive with a human body. Their system went through untold hardships to find a host just to one day experience the ups and downs of human life, and he finally made it to this day. Thank God. What task should I complete? Eliminate the protagonist's resentment. After saying this, all the information was transmitted into 007's mind. This is an ABO story, and the character he wears doesn't have a good ending. Revenge for Every Sin is a face-slapping novel. The protagonist Liang Chen was abducted by human traffickers when he was young and sold as a child laborer. Fortunately, the protagonist met a kind-hearted person who helped him escape. The protagonist was very motivated and ranked first in the city by his own strength, and was recruited by an aristocratic school. I thought that coming to an aristocratic school was the beginning of my life, but I didn't expect to meet the original owner. The original owner's family was relatively wealthy and had a lot of influence in the school. He couldn't stand poor people like Liang Chen. So he started to lead people to bully the protagonist, making it difficult for the protagonist to survive in this school. Liang Chen had been enduring humiliation in school, and relied on his own efforts to be admitted to University A, founded a company, listed it in Country M, and became a leader in business in Country H. The protagonist, who had such a huge business, did not want to let go of those who had bullied him in the past. He annexed the original owner's company and created an accident that caused the original owner to be insulted to death by a group of alphas at the age of 24. Thinking of the plot in the book, 007 couldn't help but shudder. At this time, the original owner had bullied the protagonist for half a year. He made the protagonist sleep on the ground, tore his clothes, hired someone to beat him up, and pushed him into a river in winter. The original owner had done everything that 007 could think of and couldn't think of. 007 cried bitterly, why could a high school student be so mean? How could he redeem his image? He didn't want to be insulted to death by a group of big men. He still wanted to be a good person. Although the original novel did not describe the process in detail, it is easy to imagine that he must have been physically and mentally torn apart. He would rather die than lose his reputation. The only thing we can do now is to be nice to the protagonist in every way possible, salvage as much as we can, and cling to the protagonist's thighs. If you want to cling to the male protagonist's thigh, you must first ensure that he has good food and drink. Thinking that Liang Chen had no relatives and lived on his scholarship and part-time job, his diet was definitely not nutritionally balanced. 007 decided that Liang Chen's meals would be covered by him in the future. The next day, 007 got up early and asked the butler to prepare several sets of breakfast, carefully arranged them, and placed them on Liang Chen's table. After all, the role he played was a rich young man, so it was convenient for him to do these things. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Liang Chen walked into the classroom on time. Seeing a pile of things that did not belong to him on his desk, he frowned. 007 sat in his seat, secretly glancing at Liang Chen's seat. He wanted to see how Liang Chen felt when he saw breakfast, but he didn't expect that Liang Chen was walking towards him. 007 sat upright, waiting for Liang Chen's thanks. Please don't put your things on my desk. Liang Chen walked to 007 and put several boxes of lunch in his hand on 007's desk. No, this is for you. 007 was a little at a loss. For me. Liang Chen raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of disgust and contempt. You want me to take laxatives again? No need to beat around the bush. Again. When the protagonist said this, 007 remembered that in the novel, when the original owner first came into contact with the protagonist, he gave the protagonist a cup of milk tea with enough laxative added to it, causing the protagonist to have diarrhea for 3 days and 3 nights. It was from that time that people in the school began to know that the young master did not like the poor gentleman, and everyone in the school began to intentionally or unintentionally ignore and isolate Liang Chen. Liang Chen was young and ignorant, and thought that the relationship between classmates was not as complicated as that between adults, so he gladly accepted the cup of milk tea. Who would have thought that it was just the beginning of his difficult high school career? No, there is no laxative in this meal. I brought it from my home, 007 tried to explain. Liang Chen obviously didn't believe it. To prove his innocence, 007 opened one of the lunch boxes, picked up a piece of vegetable leaf and put it in his mouth. Look, there is really no laxative. Such an explanation was of no use. In Liang Chen's eyes, all these actions were Ling Qi's new means of bullying him. Liang Chen clenched his fists. He didn't know why Ling Qi had to use such a roundabout way today. He kept all of this in mind and would repay it one day. After Liang Chen walked back to his seat, the original owner's good friend He Feng came over. "Is this what you want to play today?" He Feng stood next to Ling Chi. 007 did not give up trying to please the male protagonist by feeding him, thinking that since the male protagonist did not believe in the food he prepared, it would always be okay to take him to the cafeteria to eat. But at noon, I waited at the cafeteria door but didn't see Liang Chen. Unable to wait for anyone, 007 walked towards the dormitory and met the protagonist, who was sweating and pale, outside the dormitory building. Liang Chen was squatting by the wall. When he saw Ling Chi's face, his eyes immediately became fierce and he glared at Ling Chi viciously. 007 was horrified by his stare, as if he was about to be eaten alive by him. "You, why are you looking at me?" He was so scared by the stare that he even started to stutter. I didn't do anything to you." It would have been fine if he hadn't said this. Once he said this, Liang Chen's blood rushed up and his breathing became more rapid. He was treated like this, and he still says nothing happened to him. Liang Chen was already weak at the moment, and he fainted due to anger. 007 rushed over and caught him. "Brother," he wanted to cry but had no tears, "I'm not the one who bullied you. Can you please stop treating me like this? I'm scared." Unfortunately, Liang Chen had fainted and couldn't hear any of these words. Chapter 63 Maintenance. Ling Chi carried Liang Chen to the infirmary. After looking around for several times, he didn't see any doctor, so he had to put Liang Chen on the bed. Looking at Liang Chen's face, he looked pale and weak. The white sheets made him look even weaker, and there was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. The protagonist has good genes and is very tall, a full head taller than Ling Chi. Even though he is pale, he still looks handsome. Students of this age should be healthy, sunny, and full of vitality. Liang Chen probably didn't eat well for a long time, so his school uniform looked loose and he looked sinister. 007, who has always lived in a beautiful imagination, could not imagine that there would be such a dark group of people in his student days. They were much more vicious than adults at such a young age. Thinking of this, Ling Chi couldn't help but feel sorry for the male protagonist. He has suffered since childhood and is still targeted like this. How miserable. Ling Chi saw Liang Chen's brows wrinkled and his eyelashes moved slightly, as if he was about to wake up. He slowly moved his face closer, and was thinking about whether to wake him up, when Liang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, held the hand he stretched out, turned over and pressed Ling Chi on the bed. The other person seemed to be in a very bad mood after waking up. After his eyes gradually cleared and he saw Ling Chi, his chest heaved violently and his breathing became rapid. Although his hand was pinched and hurt, 007 still showed concern. "Are you okay? You just fainted downstairs." After a pause, he added, "I was the one who brought you to the infirmary." After saying that, he looked at the other person with an expression as if asking for praise. In just over 10 minutes, Liang Chen had a dream, which was full of the things that Ling Chi and his followers did to him. Even in the dream, Liang Chen felt unbearable and suffocated. As soon as he woke up, he saw the culprit reaching out his hand towards him. Liang Chen could see this devil whether he was asleep or awake. He was furious. For the first time, he controlled this man without thinking and pressed him under him. The devil didn't think he was a devil, and smiled at him. He didn't understand why Ling Chi suddenly became strange, but it didn't matter. No matter how he changed, this person was still so disgusting. "You let your people bully me, and now you're sending me to the hospital. Aren't you tired of calling me your savior?" In the original novel, Ling Chi did not show hostility towards Liang Chen at the beginning, but pretended to be friendly to him and gave him a helping hand. The first time Liang Chen was invited to drink milk tea, everyone knew that drugs were put in it. The original owner gave him medicine, and Liang Chen thought that he had a stomachache. Later, Liang Chen was pushed into the school pond in the middle of winter, and the original owner passed by and rescued him. The protagonist at that time thought, fortunately there was Ling Chi in the school, otherwise how would he gain a foothold? It was not until he overheard the original owner's conversation with others, saying that he was a drowned dog and that he was grateful to the mastermind, that he found it funny to think about it. Only then did Liang Chen understand where all his experiences came from. The original owner was such a person with bad taste, Ling Chi also knew it. But Liang Chen said he was playing the same trick again. Where did he come from? 007 had a confused expression and stared blankly at Liang Chen. Looking at the pair of aggrieved eyes that seemed to be able to speak, Liang Chen had an illusion that Ling Chi seemed to be different from before. but he couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. Liang Chen was stunned for a moment, then regained consciousness and said viciously, "Go ask your good brother." After saying that, he shook off Ling Qi's hand and strode away. He Feng was chatting and laughing with a group of people at this time, and they were talking about how Liang Chen was tricked by them. 007 ran over to find He Feng and heard their conversation. This group of people knew that Liang Chen couldn't eat spicy food, so they deliberately went out and bought the spiciest peppers on the market and forced Liang Chen to eat them. Liang Chen's eyes turned red and his lips were swollen from the spicy food, but the group of people didn't let him go and forced him to eat a plate of raw chili peppers. No wonder Liang Chen was holding his stomach when he saw him today. No wonder he had sweat on his forehead and looked weak. These people are so excessive. 007 rushed forward and slapped He Feng in the face. The people around him and He Feng were all in disbelief. "Why are you crazy?" He Feng covered his face. "Why did you feed Liang Chen chili pep?" Ignored He Feng's words and turned back to his seat. It's better not to associate with such a group of people who bully the weak and fear the strong, and bully others by taking advantage of their power. This matter quickly spread throughout the school. Everyone was puzzled as to why Ling Qi suddenly changed his attitude towards Liang Chen. Everyone was discussing this matter, and Liang Chen, who happened to be in the bathroom cubicle, also heard it all. Liang Chen was no less confused than them. When he stared at Ling Qi's eyes today, he found that Ling Qi's eyes were different from before. In the past, Ling Qi would never look at him straight in the eye. When he looked at people, his eyes were full of contempt, arrogance, and disdain. Such Ling Qi would not allow Liang Chen to resist, otherwise he would only get revenge more severely. Now Ling Qi's eyes are clear and innocent, and he doesn't seem to be calculating. Ling Qi didn't seem to be unhappy about the few times he spoke to him. Why does a person change so much in a short period of time? Shaking his head, Liang Chen decided to abandon the doubts in his mind. Who knows if this time, is it another self-directed and self-acted one? He has already been fooled by this person once, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be fooled a second time. No matter what Ling Qi becomes, it will always be the right thing to do as long as you don't get close to him. The sound gradually faded away, and the person outside had already left. Liang Chen opened the door and was about to leave the bathroom when a person stumbled in from outside and threw himself directly into his arms. When I looked down, what I feared came true. It was Ling Qi. Liang Chen subconsciously pushed the person in his arms away, but he didn't expect that the person in his arms was so tightly attached that he couldn't get rid of him at all. Ling Qi mumbled incoherently, and a closer look showed that Ling Qi's face was flushed at the moment, and there was the smell of omega pheromones in the air. "You're in fever period." The person in his arms listened to this thing that he had only seen in novels, and said in a daze, "Fever period." Yes, there is such a weird setting in the ABO world, but he forgot it. Ling Qi spent the first half of his life working on systems, and only knew theoretical knowledge, but no practical operation experience. He just felt that his body was hot and unbearable, and it turned out that this was the fever period. 007's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and he could only rely on instinct to get closer to the person in front of him. Being regarded as a life-saving straw by a feverish Omega who bullied him, Liang Chen's eyes became deep and profound, and he had unprecedented thoughts in his heart. Chapter 64 Soft Heart. In the original novel, Ling Qi has always been a fierce character, and his family has concealed his second gender. So when others see him for the first time, they will subconsciously think he is an alpha. Even 007 who traveled through time wasn't quite clear about this, because Ling Qi in the original novel was just a stepping stone for Liang Chen, and there was no need to explain so much. The little bit of ink that was saved in the original novel has now caused great harm to 007. He doesn't know what the fever period is, nor does he know that he is an Omega. Now he has fallen into Liang Chen's hands. Liang Chen's heart was in turmoil at this moment. The person who bullied him for so long was actually an Omega. Such a proud and self-centered person was actually an Omega. Just based on their second gender, he can bully Ling Qi back in the same way he bullied him before. He looked at the person holding him tightly in his arms, and then looked behind his neck. What would happen if I bit his gland now, marking him? Will he drag that high and mighty person into the quagmire with him? The Omega pheromones in the air became stronger and stronger, and the lemon-scented pheromones continued to flow towards Liang Chen. The alpha shook his head, finally gave up the idea, pushed away the feverish Omega, and left the bathroom. If he stayed any longer, his susceptible period would be triggered. After leaving the bathroom, Liang Chen was much more sober. He was not conscious just now, and he actually wanted to mark that person. This was definitely not something that should come out of his mind. 007 was thrown to the ground, feeling scared and sad. He originally had a glimmer of hope that the protagonist might help him, but now he not only felt weak all over, he didn't even have the strength to go out. He had read in a book before that when an omega gave out heat, it would attract an alpha. He had just become a human being and had not thought about having sex with a man yet. He climbed up with difficulty, moved step by step while holding onto the wall, entered the bathroom cubicle, and locked the door tightly. There was no other way but to use the door as a temporary barrier. Fortunately, he usually kept his cell phone in his pocket, so 007 quickly took out his cell phone to see if anyone could help him. But after looking around, it seems that they are either a bunch of bad friends or people I have no impression of. It seems that no one can be trusted. 007 has persisted in this world for so many days, but now he wants to cry. I was already isolated and helpless, and I didn't do anything bad, but I had to take the blame for others. No one would believe me if I told others, and I had to face Liang Chen's cold face every day. As he thought about it, 007 actually started to cry. His body was so hot that he couldn't hold his phone steady and it fell to the ground. 007 felt like he would be burned to death by the heat from his body, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Just when 007 was about to give up in despair, footsteps were heard in the bathroom. 007 was very scared and tried his best to hold his breath, even though the other party would definitely discover him quickly with such strong pheromones. As the footsteps got closer, he became more and more nervous, and even had the idea of committing suicide to prove his integrity. At this moment, the person outside the door spoke. "Ling Qi, is that you in there?" It was Liang Chen's voice. Why did he come back? 007 breathed a sigh of relief, used up his last bit of strength, opened the door of the compartment, and fell forward. Liang Chen reached out to catch him. It was obvious that Ling Qi had lost consciousness at this time. The smell of omega pheromones had filled the entire bathroom. It was so strong that Liang Chen almost lost control of himself. Fortunately, I took an alpha inhibitor before coming here. Liang Chen tore open the package in his hand, supported Ling Qi, peeled off the clothes on the back of Ling Qi's neck, and injected the omega inhibitor into Ling Qi's gland. Alpha was about to walk away, but when he was halfway there, Ling Qi's eyes inexplicably appeared in his mind. They were clear and bright, staring at him blankly. He suddenly felt guilty. Leaving an omega and fever period there was tantamount to watching him die. Ling Qi's death had nothing to do with him, but he suddenly felt guilty and suddenly felt like he had become a bastard. So he turned around and ran to the infirmary, asked the doctor for some omega inhibitors, and rushed towards Ling Qi. After injecting the inhibitor, Liang Chen noticed Ling Qi's condition. Ling Qi's clothes were all soaked with sweat. His coat was taken off, leaving only the thin outer layer. The sweat-soaked clothes stuck to Liang Chen's skin, and he could vaguely see Ling Qi's body. Omega's little face was still covered with tears, and he looked so pitiful. Liang Chen noticed for the first time that Ling Qi would also have such vulnerable moments. He thought that Ling Qi would always have that annoying and arrogant face. After the injection of the inhibitor, 007 slowly regained consciousness and awareness. He was surprised and delighted to see that the person in front of him was Liang Chen. 007 burst into laughter and rushed forward to hug Liang Chen's neck. "We've ha 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 ha," hiccup. When Alpha saw the person in front of him who was crying, laughing, and burping, he suddenly felt that he should not have come back at all. "Thank you, Liang Chen," 007 said sincerely, the kind of sincerity that comes from surviving a calamity. "I will really treat you well in the future, I swear." "How will you treat me well?" Liang Chen moved Liang Chen's hand away, half believing and half doubting, and asked his question casually. "I will buy you delicious food and drinks, and I will never let anyone bully you again," 007 promised, patting his chest. "Others? Aren't you the one who bullies me the most?" Liang Chen was not polite at all. 007 blushed, then turned around again, with a firm face. "Then I will never bully you again." The omega in front of him now looked so fragile that anyone could crush him, yet he kept saying that he would not bully others. There was a gleam in his eyes, which went straight into the eyes of the person in front of him. Liang Chen thought, Maybe he could really trust this person for once. Chapter 65 Makeup Lessons. Liang Chen was able to come back to help him. 007 felt that the relationship between the two had improved qualitatively, and he must strike while the iron is hot. I originally wanted to send a text message to ask someone out, but I found that I didn't even have Liang Chen's contact information. I must add him on WeChat when we meet. Early the next morning, 007 asked the housekeeper to prepare 2 breakfasts and bring them to school. When I entered the classroom, Liang Chen had already arrived. 007 walked over confidently, took out 2 snacks and 2 bottles of milk from his bag and placed them in front of the 2 people. Here, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? I prepared this carefully. Liang Chen did not have breakfast, but he was not used to accepting things from others, especially since the person in front of him had a criminal record, and he could not adapt to it for a while. No, I've eaten. There's nothing wrong with this snack. If you don't believe me, let me taste both bites before you eat them. He sounded a little guilty about this. After all, this person really didn't have much credibility before. If it really doesn't work, then take this milk. It's unopened, so there's absolutely no problem. 007 raised his right hand and assured the person in front of him. For some reason, Liang Chen was willing to believe what Ling Qi said this time. He reached out for a bottle of milk, untied the straw, and drank it slowly. 007 looked at the man in front of him, who was finally willing to accept his things. He felt that his struggle had taken a big step forward, and stared at him with a smile. The people around were afraid to say anything when they saw this scene. What Ling Qi said yesterday was indeed true. Not only was it true, Ling Qi even looked like he was pursuing Liang Chen. Don't try to guess what the young master is thinking. He may hate this person to death today, and start trying to please him tomorrow. He Feng was so angry when he saw this scene. Ling Qi not only slapped him, but also blocked him. Now he is loving with Liang Chen here. If Ling Qi hadn't said he hated this person before, why would he do those things? If it weren't for Ling Qi's family background, who would be willing to do those things that would make people dislike him? This Ling Qi must not fall into his hands. After school in the evening, 007 grabbed Liang Chen. After thinking for an afternoon, 007 came up with a great idea. Liang Chen had good grades, while he was at the bottom of the class. He could ask Liang Chen to give him extra lessons and then pay him a salary. Of course, he didn't really want Liang Chen to give him extra lessons, he just wanted to have a legitimate reason to give him money to improve his favor. When the people in the classroom saw Ling Qi holding Liang Chen, they all left the classroom with a tactful look. Liang Chen, I want you to help me with my studies. Liang Chen turned his head and took a look, then said slowly, find a tutor yourself. No, I want you. Afraid that Liang Chen would run away, 007 stretched out his hands and blocked Liang Chen. As long as you want, there are many excellent teachers to tutor you. I don't have that ability. He could probably guess why Ling Qi did this, he just wanted to help him. There is no tutor who is as suitable as you. The tutor doesn't know the progress of learning, nor does he understand my level. There is no way to make up for it. I don't understand either. It has to be you. 007 was afraid that Liang Chen would leave in a while, so he began to make up a lie. Actually, I was beaten by my tutor when I was a child, so I am very afraid of strangers. You are fully capable of teaching me, and I will never put pressure on you. As long as you teach me, I will definitely learn well. After saying this, he pretended to be sad and acted as if he was uncomfortable and scared. Liang Chen looked at him and he didn't seem to be faking it. And judging from Ling Qi's attitude, if he didn't agree to it, there was no way he would leave the school. When would you like to take the extra classes? It's all right. It's up to you. Seeing that the other party finally agreed, he quickly took out his phone and said, add WeChat. This way it will be convenient for you to tutor me. Okay, Liang Chen did not refuse directly this time. After adding Liang Chen's WeChat, 007 was so happy that he was spinning in circles. Liang Chen was thoughtful. He heard some rumors today that Ling Qi had bullied him before in order to attract his attention. Now that he found that method was not working, he changed his method. Liang Chen didn't believe this rumor because he had deeply felt Ling Qi's malice before. He now had a guess that the person in front of him might be Ling Qi's twin brother. The two had the same face, but completely different eyes. It was a fantasy that the previous Ling Qi liked him, but the Ling Chi in front of him, at this moment, really acted like he was pursuing him. But, it's not annoying. Eat quickly after school every day and take 1 hour of tutoring. Every Saturday and Sunday, take 4 hours of tutoring. The tutoring fee should be based on the market price. Okay, I'll do as you say. Take out your books now and start studying Chinese. What? Now? 007 just wanted to give money and didn't really want to take extra lessons. After all, studying was quite a headache. I can't take your money for nothing. If it doesn't work, forget it. Liang Chen picked up his bag, turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, make up for it. Make it up now. There is no other way. The road to pleasing the protagonist is far and long. The system, which has never experienced the pain of learning, now has to learn to pick up the textbook. Liang Chen sat back in his seat and took out his textbook. Let me start with the simpler ones, starting with the recitation of ancient poems in the last chapter. 007 sat down next to Liang Chen, took out his textbook, glanced at the ancient poetry, and found that this person was really prepared to teach him seriously, and he felt even more resistant in his heart. Helplessly, I took out my clean textbook which didn't even have my name written on it and started taking notes. An hour passed quickly. 007 studied very seriously, his expression was very focused. Liang Chen was even more certain that the person in front of him was definitely not the previous Ling Chi. He remembered very clearly that the previous Ling Chi had no knowledge since childhood, and the reason he was able to enter this school was because he spent money, and he actually didn't even know pinyin. But the person in front of him could even pronounce the homophones in Quiet Girl correctly. Liang Chen was mesmerized by the person in front of him. It was the same face, but why did he feel that the person in front of him was so pleasing to the eye and good-looking? I've written these 2 poems down. Test me on them. This voice brought Liang Chen back to his senses. After realizing his thoughts, his ears turned red. He just wanted to leave this place of trouble. You should get familiar with it today. We will do another random check tomorrow. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to answer, he picked up his skull bag and walked out. Seeing Liang Chen's anxious look, 007 felt strange, but didn't think much about it. I didn't expect studying to be so tiring and brain-intensive. I must go out for a big meal. Having said that, he took his bag and left the classroom. Chapter 66 Eating. During the physical education class, 007 was absent-minded and would look back at Liang Chen's position from time to time. Finally, when the physical education teacher gave the order, he quickly ran towards Liang Chen. Here, mineral water, fresh. 007 held the water in both hands and handed it to Liang Chen, blinking his eyes at him. Liang Chen felt a little helpless when being stared at, so he had to pick up the mineral water and take a sip. However, Ling Chi did not leave and looked like he had something to say. Liang Chen, my mother asked you to come to my house for dinner. After a day, he finally found an opportunity to talk about this. No. Liang Chen refused without even blinking. Why? No reason, I just don't want to go. Liang Chen finished the water in his hand in a few gulps, stood up, walked to the big tree, and sat under the shade. 007 quickly followed and sat down next to Liang Chen, who did not avoid him. Please, come with me. 007 still used a coquettish tone. He knew that although Liang Chen looked indifferent on the surface, he was actually a soft-hearted person. I came home late yesterday, and my mother thought I was doing something bad outside. I said I would take extra classes with you, and she said she had to see you in person before she believed it. Just go, okay. 007 didn't know why he was so good at acting like a spoiled child. As he spoke, he hugged Liang Chen's arm and started shaking it, like a child asking an adult for candy. Liang Chen pushed Ling Chi's hand away, stood up, brushed off the dust on his pants, and threw the empty water bottle to Ling Chi. There won't be a next time. Okay, 007 agreed quickly, thank you, Liang Chen, you are such a good person. After getting Liang Chen's promise, 007 was in a good mood the whole day. After school, he skipped over to help Liang Chen carry his skull bag. In the car, Liang Chen seemed to want to say something but hesitated. 007 looked at his tangled expression and couldn't help but ask, are you nervous? No, how could I be nervous? Liang Chen immediately sat up straight. I just want to ask, what kind of person is your mother, what should I pay attention to? I can't lose my manners. Wow, you are amazing. You have thought of everything. 007 praised sincerely. He thought for a while and said, my mother looks like a very gentle person, but she is actually very strong. If her demands are not met, she will not give up. When you go to her house, you don't have to do anything. My mother likes to arrange everything by herself. She enjoys this feeling, so basically when I am at home, I do whatever my mother asks me to do. So in the final analysis, don't disobey your mother and be a good child, is that what you mean? Yes, 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 007 nodded repeatedly, that's what I mean, my mother likes good children. Does your mother know what you did at school? I don't know. I never tell my mom about school. You let me go to your house, aren't you afraid that I will tell everyone about what you did at school? You won't. 007's voice trembled a little. Liang Chen showed an expression of guess what. 007 was a little scared and began to beg. Liang Chen couldn't resist Ling Qi's coquetry. Ling Qi was too close to him, so close that he began to feel hot and his face started to turn red. He wanted to push him away, so he pinched Ling Qi's arm. It was soft and slender, and the wonderful touch made his face even redder. He was suddenly afraid of breaking this little arm, so he quickly let go of his hand, but the person in front of him didn't care at all, and came closer and closer to him, almost touching his face. For the first time in his life, he felt that there was no way to solve a problem coldly, so he had to compromise. Promise me everything. Yes, 007 nodded repeatedly, you can make a request to me, and I will agree to it as long as I can do it. After getting Ling Qi's promise, Liang Chen fell into deep thought. He wanted to make good use of this condition. Are you here? Go wash your hands and eat first. After the two sides met, Chen Cheng spoke before Liang Chen. Chen Cheng is not tall, and is relatively short among women, but her eyes are very determined. Even at her age, her eyes are still bright and her expression is very kind. This left a deep impression on Liang Chen. After all, he has no mother and doesn't know what kind of role a mother should play. Chen Cheng prepared a rich dinner, but he just ate quietly at the table and asked a few irrelevant questions. He did not ask Ling Qi about his performance in school, nor did he confront Ling Qi about whether he was lying. After the two of them finished their meal, he drove them into the study to study. This is a mother who knows her limits and protects her son's dignity, Liang Chen thought. What are we going to learn today? 007 took out all the exercise books from his schoolbag, placed them on the table, pulled over a chair and sat down, patted the seat next to him, and asked Liang Chen to come over as well. Liang Chen also put down his schoolbag and took out a math workbook from it. Today I will teach you mathematics. Your foundation is too weak. I will start from the first chapter of the compulsory course, collections. Liang Chen's lectures were very detailed, repeating almost everything the teacher said in class. But he was afraid that Ling Qi wouldn't understand, so he added a lot of details. Do you understand? I understand. It's so simple. You are amazing. You explained it so simply and understandably. Okay, then you should do all these classic questions first. Only when you can do the questions well can you truly understand them. 007 took the test paper and started writing seriously. Although he had never experienced the feeling of studying before, he now found that it was not that difficult. He was immersed in the sea of questions. When he finally finished, he looked up and saw that Liang Chen had accidentally fallen asleep next to him. He wanted to wake Liang Chen up, but stopped halfway through. Not because he was afraid that Liang Chen would be grumpy after waking up, but because he was mesmerized by her beauty. He carefully moved the stool closer to Liang Chen, until he could faintly feel Liang Chen's body temperature, and then stared at him intently. Liang Chen seemed to be sleeping very soundly and didn't notice him approaching at all, without even blinking his eyelashes. He suddenly had an idea. He wanted to touch Liang Chen's face. He stretched out his fingers and gently touched Liang Chen's face, but he didn't wake up. He poked him gently again, but he didn't wake up either. He had a bolder and more impulsive idea. His head gradually approached Liang Chen's head, and his breathing became very light. They got closer and closer, and then 007 kissed Liang Chen on the cheek. Liang Chen's face was icy cold and soft when kissed, like the taste of a persimmon. He put his mouth on her face and was immersed in this feeling. Suddenly, Liang Chen's eyelashes trembled. He was so scared that he stood up suddenly, fell to the ground, and overturned the chair. What are you doing? Liang Chen's cold voice came. Chapter 67 Panic. 007 sat on the ground, hesitating and unable to speak. He just had a chance to get closer to the other party, but now he had to go back to the starting point. What did you do? You were sitting on the ground. You scared me awake. 007 was a little excited. Were you just woken up by me? What else? Was I scared awake by myself? Liang Chen looked impatient. 007 got up from the ground, his expression immediately changing from the panic of having done something wrong to a happy one. I'm sorry, I scared you. I wanted to say that I had finished the test and wanted you to check it for me, but I accidentally dropped it, ha 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 ha. It's really useless. Liang Chen's voice was very low, not like a curse, but more like a complaint between lovers. He picked up the test paper on the table, no longer looking at the person on the ground, and began to correct the test paper seriously. Well done, 90 points. Really? 007 was a little surprised. After all, it was his first time learning it. Then I am still very good, ha ha ha. He picked up his test paper and spun it 360 times, feeling a little dizzy. He was so happy that he forgot that this was his first time as a human being and he had never experienced this kind of dizziness. As a result, he accidentally turned into Liang Chen's arms and sat on Liang Chen's lap. The moment he glanced at Liang Chen, he was so scared that he stood up immediately, but the dizziness lasted so long that he couldn't stand at all, and he fell back into Liang Chen's arms. Sorry, I'll leave right away. 007's eyes were still spinning and he apologized verbally immediately. Just as he tried to get up again, he was held down by someone. Don't move. 007 obeyed and froze immediately. Wait until you're better before you stand up. You've hit my chest so hard over and over again. Sorry. No need to say sorry all the time. Liang Chen curled his lips and tilted his head. Yeah. 007 looked at Liang Chen with emotion. This man was indeed a very soft-hearted person. Xiaoqi, Mom is coming in. Chen Cheng knocked on the door, and the doorknob turned, and the door opened a crack. The two panicked at the same time, as if they had done something shameful. 007 stood up suddenly, clasped his hands together, and stood like a receptionist. Liang Chen immediately turned his head towards the table, picked up the test paper in a panic, and pretended to check. You must be tired after studying for so long. Come and take a break and eat some fruit. Chen Cheng put the cut fruit on the plate on the table. He saw Liang Chen's red earlobes, Ling Qi's flushed cheeks and panic, and seemed to be thinking about something. In front of her, both of them were obviously very reserved. When eating fruit, Ling Qi always gave the first bite to Liang Chen. Chen Cheng understood everything in his heart and said, Xiao Chen, this is the first time I see Xiaoqi studying so hard. From now on, you come to my house to tutor him, and I will pay you the market price. What would happen if he came to my house every day? Auntie, Okay, no need to refuse. The environment at home is nice and quiet. If you need anything, you can ask someone to buy it for you right away. It will definitely be more convenient than being in school. And I don't go home so early every day, so you don't have to be so afraid that I will disturb you. It's a deal, you can come to my house for tutoring in the future. Before Liang Chen had the chance to refuse, Chen Cheng had already made his words irrefutable, so he had no choice but to nod and agree. After eating the fruit, Chen Cheng asked the driver to take Liang Chen back. It was already late, and Liang Chen could vaguely see himself through the car window. He stared at himself for a while, then raised his hand and touched the right cheek. Somewhere seemed to be still burning. Chapter 68 Unworthy. Liang Chen has been tutoring Ling Qi for more than a month, and Ling Qi's ranking in the monthly exam has risen by dozens of places. Liang Chen, my ranking has improved a lot, thanks to you. Outside the crowded crowd on the leaderboard, Ling Qi saw Liang Chen at a glance, trotted forward and hugged him. During this month, the two gradually became familiar with each other, and Liang Chen slowly acquiesced to his approach. 007 felt that this was a good sign. It's the result of your own efforts. If you are not serious, no matter how well I teach you, it won't help. Liang Chen commented on Ling Qi, his eyes showing unusual tenderness. Little Lingzi. A sound like a loud bell broke the warm scene between the two. Ling Qi turned his head, a little puzzled, and searched his mind for a long time before he realized that this was the original owner's childhood friend. They were so close that they wore the same underwear. Yesin. Haha, I knew you would still remember me. Yesen didn't even notice Liang Chen standing next to him. He just pulled Ling Qi over and hugged him tightly. He even took a deep breath on Ling Qi's shoulder. Yeah, it's still that smell, the smell of two stinky things. Before Ling Qi could reach out to push Yesen away, he was grabbed by the back of the neck and pulled to the back. Liang Chen hugged him, which was a little abnormal today. Don't push and pull in school. It's disgraceful. Xiao Lingzi, who is he? Yesen was pushed away and pointed at Liang Chen with an unhappy look on his face. Ling Qi pushed Liang Chen's hand away and stood between the two of them. The situation was a bit awkward. He first said to Liang Chen, "This is my childhood friend, Yesen. Our two families are old friends and we grew up together." Then he turned to Yesen and said, "This is." Ling Qi wanted to say that Liang Chen was his friend. He turned his head and saw that Liang Chen's expression was not very good. Although he had been with Liang Chen for a long time, Liang Chen never took the initiative to get closer to him or said that they were friends. He didn't dare to say that about their relationship. After thinking it over, he said to Yesen, "This is my tutor." After saying this, Liang Chen glanced at Ling Qi, frowned, and walked away without saying a word, without looking back. Ling Qi clearly felt that Liang Chen's mood had worsened. He wanted to chase him, but was tripped by Yesen and could only watch Liang Chen leave. After the evening self-study, Ling Qi was ready to wait for Liang Chen to go home together as before. But Liang Chen packed his bag again and left the classroom without looking back. He finally realized that something was wrong and quickly took his school bag and chased after him. Liang Chen, Liang Chen. Liang Chen walked very fast. He jogged all the way and could only keep up with the ones in front. Seeing Liang Chen leaving the school gate and turning right, and about to disappear at the intersection, Ling Qi gathered all his strength and ran at the speed of 800 meters to catch up with him. He opened his arms to stop him. "Liang Chen, you have to make up for my mistakes. I have only made a little progress, you can't give up halfway. No need, find someone else, he will definitely be able to do it better than me." Liang Chen said indifferently. "No, I want you. Then I'm sorry, I can't complete the task. Please tell Auntie that I can't go there anymore." "Why? Did I do something wrong?" Ling Qi felt aggrieved. Seeing Ling Qi's aggrieved expression, Liang Chen suddenly got angry, pushed him against the wall, and asked in a low voice, "You said I was your tutor." Ling Qi was a little stunned by this sudden action, and after a few seconds, he said, "You are my tutor. So are we friends?" This sentence was a test from Ling Qi. He thought that if Liang Chen admitted it, his relationship with Liang Chen would be closer, but the opposite happened. "Friend." Liang Chen suddenly raised his voice, "Are you worthy?" Chapter 69 Reunion. 007 sat in the study stubbornly and waited until the early morning, but Liang Chen really didn't come. "Xiaoqi, why are you alone today?" Chen Cheng saw that the light in the study was still on, and when he walked in, he found that only Ling Qi was there. "Liang Chen has something to do and won't come anymore." 007 looked very depressed when he said this. "That's great, I was just about to tell you." "What?" "Pack your things tomorrow. We are moving to City A. We have already arranged your transfer. Tell your friend that you don't need him to be your tutor anymore." "So sudden?" "Not suddenly. Your father's business has moved to City A. We are going to follow him. Say goodbye to your friends properly tomorrow." 007 knew that he could not stop this from happening, so early the next morning, he ran to the classroom to wait for Liang Chen. However, after waiting for a whole day, he did not see anyone. The teacher said that Liang Chen had taken a leave of absence due to illness. After school, Liang Chen came to the school to get something, and the two finally ran into each other. "Liang Chen." 007 was overjoyed. When Liang Chen heard the voice, he didn't even show any expression and walked towards the teaching building without looking back. "Liang Chen." 007 raised his voice. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he had no choice but to yell, "I'm leaving tomorrow." Liang Chen finally stopped and turned around slowly, "If you want to leave, just leave. It has nothing to do with me." Liang Chen left, and this time he never looked back. 007 muttered quietly, "I'm not coming back, and you don't even want to look at me." 8 years later. "Boss Ling, it's time to go to the dinner." "Okay, let's go." Ling Chi followed the secretary downstairs, got in the car, and looked at these familiar places, reminiscing all the way. 2 years after graduation, he started a business with his family's money and became a small CEO. He moved his company to S City, hoping to see if he could meet that person again. "We're here, President Ling." Ling Chi followed the secretary and walked into the reserved box. This time he was negotiating with a large company, so he specially selected a luxurious box. The person in charge of cooperation had already arrived. He pushed the door open and was shocked by the person in front of him. "I guess this must be President Ling." Liang Chen sat in the main seat. It turned out that he was the CEO of Chinkai Technology. After not seeing him for 8 years, Liang Chen had long lost his youthfulness and became mature and steady. He looked a little taller and his face looked rounder and healthier than before. He looked at Ling Chi with no expression on his face, as if he was looking at a stranger. Ling Chi felt a little sad to be looked at like this. After all, they had a relatively harmonious relationship before. For the sake of the company, he still took a step forward and said, "Boss Liang, I am here to discuss cooperation with you this time." He also wanted to step forward as an old acquaintance, but he was afraid that Liang Chen would treat him with a more indifferent attitude. "No hurry, come, drink something first." Liang Chen picked up the wine glass and filled Ling Chi's glass. "Can we discuss cooperation after drinking?" 007 had met many tricky managers before, and he was able to deal with them calmly every time. But this time, his brain was not working, so he could only use the most clumsy way. "Of course, we can talk about cooperation after drinking." Liang Chen crossed his hands and sat there in a posture of watching a show. "Okay, I'll drink." 007 took a few steps forward and picked up the wine glass, but was held down by Liang Chen. "Wait, I didn't say one glass." Liang Chen pointed to the bottle of wine next to him. "After you drink this, we can talk about cooperation." Ling Chi is not good at drinking, Liang Chen actually knows it. Once during a makeup class, Ling Chi rushed to get a glass of water from the refrigerator, and only found out that it was wine after drinking it, and he was drunk and unconscious. Although Ling Chi has been able to drink more or less over the years, he is still not good at it. A few glasses are okay, but a bottle is very difficult. Ling Chi looked at Liang Chen in embarrassment, but Liang Chen's expression remained unchanged. "Never mind, just consider it as paying off your debt." 007 picked up the bottle and poured it into his mouth. Before he finished drinking, he fell into Liang Chen's arms. Liang Chen did not push him away, but hugged him tightly. "I'm so drunk that I'm hallucinating," 007 thought. Chapter 70 Kiss. "Oh, that hurts." 007 covered his forehead with his hands. Every time he drank, he would wake up the next day with a splitting headache. He opened his eyes and found that he was not in his bed. He remembered that he seemed to have no memory of going home yesterday, but was drinking with Liang Chen. He sat up suddenly and found Liang Chen sleeping next to him. "I looked down and found that my clothes were intact. Fortunately." Seeing that Liang Chen seemed to be waking up, he did not even bother to put on his shoes and ran out of the house barefoot. 007 took a taxi and received a strange phone call in the car. "Where are you?" It was Liang Chen. His voice was very cold. How did he know his phone number? "Of course I went home." Ling Chi tried to speak more firmly. "Come back," commanding tone. "Don't want." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, then he said, "I haven't signed the contract yet." "You liar, didn't you say I would sign after drinking?" Ling Chi was very angry and wanted to go over and argue with him right away. "What did I lie to you about? I said finish drinking before signing, but you only drank half." "You. Come back, I'll sign for you." Listening to the almost coaxing tone on the phone, Ling Chi hesitated. This contract was the company's first order here. If this big order was signed, there would naturally be other cooperation later. If it failed to be signed, the company would not be able to continue, and his father would force him to go back. He originally came to this place to meet Liang Chen again, but now he is timid. "How about it? Have you thought about it?" "Okay, don't lie to me." Ling Chi asked the driver to turn around and go back. At the door, he rang the doorbell. "Come in directly," Liang Chen said on the monitor. Ling Chi walked in again. Needless to say, Liang Chen was definitely looking for a score to settle with him, but he didn't know what score exactly. He felt that Liang Chen must be venting his anger on him. Ling Chi walked into the hall and Liang Chen sat on the sofa. I'm here. You have to keep your word and sign the contract. Ling Chi stood at the door, a little timid, and whispered his needs. Come here. Liang Chen sat on the sofa and waved to Ling Chi. Will you just sign it when you get there? Come here. The tone was stronger than last time. Ling Chi felt that Liang Chen was unhappy. He was most afraid of Liang Chen's mood changes, so he had to move over step by step and move to the front of the coffee table. Come and sit here. This time the voice was much gentler. Ling Chi walked over step by step and sat at the edge of the sofa. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Sit here. Liang Chen patted the seat next to him. Ling Chi was a little hesitant, but still moved over slowly. Do you know what you did to me last night? Liang Chen was above him, his expression dimmed by the light, and he couldn't see Liang Chen's expression clearly. What did you say? Hee. Liang Chen laughed bitterly. I knew that you would only run away 8 years ago, and you still do it now. Speaking of the past, Ling Chi was also a little angry. I clearly went all the way to find you at that time, but you didn't want to see me. Don't you know what you did to me yesterday? I'm giving it back to you now. The shadow from above suddenly covered down, and Liang Chen kissed Ling Chi on the lips. Ling Chi's brain was a little out of control, and he didn't know how to react for a moment, and he froze. He tried to look at Liang Chen's face. Liang Chen closed his eyes, kissed him intoxicatedly, and deepened the kiss step by step. Chapter 71 Ending. Liang Chen's kissing skills were exceptional. At first, Ling Chi still had the energy to look at Liang Chen, but later he was brought to lose his mind by his kiss and fell into this heat little by little. Liang Chen's left hand gently stroked the back of his neck, and his right hand slightly lifted his chin, kissing him passionately and fiercely, as if he wanted to bite off every inch of him. After the kiss, Ling Chi snuggled in Liang Chen's arms, grabbing Liang Chen's clothes with both hands, panting. Are you going to take off my clothes? Ling Chi's hands unconsciously unbuttoned a few buttons of Liang Chen's shirt, and were still tightly grasping them. Anyone who saw this would know that he had other intentions. Ling Chi quickly let go, his face full of panic, like a frightened mouse. He didn't know why Liang Chen suddenly did this. Do you remember what you said to me yesterday? Liang Chen lifted Ling Chi's chin, making Ling Chi look directly at him, with no escape. What? Take a guess. I asked you to sign a contract. He must be reminded all the time. Guess again. I can't guess. How could I not guess it? Liang Chen pretended to be sad. You said you wanted to sell yourself to me. Impossible. How is that impossible? You told me every word. Any evidence? I am the evidence. You told me in person when you were drunk that you loved me, that you were sorry for me, that you wanted to make it up to me, and that you wanted to give yourself to me. With every word Liang Chen spoke, his tone became stronger and it didn't seem fake. Ling Chi was stunned for a moment, his eyelashes drooping. But, it's obviously you who don't want me, it's obviously you who hate me. Ling Chi thought about the day he left. Liang Chen didn't even give him a chance to say goodbye. So many years have passed, he thought time would dilute the memories, but the fact is that the memories are clearer, and even some unconscious emotions have emerged, so he returned to this place again. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved and sad he felt, and tears just flowed out like a flood breaking through a dam. Liang Chen didn't expect Ling Chi to cry. The moment Ling Chi's tears fell, his hands, feet and mind were all panicked. When Ling Chi was drunk yesterday, she also cried and asked him why he was so heartless and whether he had no feelings for him at all. At that moment, Liang Chen understood that it was his impulsiveness that broke up the future of the two of them. Be good, don't cry. Liang Chen wiped Ling Chi's tears gently with his hands and told her everything. Don't cry, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have been jealous and ignored you. I thought you said you were leaving for a short time, but who knew it was actually a real departure? If I had known earlier, I would have told you my feelings before that. Liang Chen wiped the tears from Ling Chi's face with his suit and looked at the person under him seriously. I liked you a long time ago. I have wronged you for 8 years because of my stupidity. Are you willing to give me another chance now? Seeing Liang Chen's nervous expression, and remembering how he had been frightened all the way, Ling Chi didn't want to answer so quickly. Get out of the way. You don't want to. Liang Chen was obviously panicked. I will agree to whatever you want, a contract, or anything else. As long as you want it, I will find it for you. I want to get up. You're suffocating me. Liang Chen felt up and helped Ling Qi sit up. Are you okay? Ling Qi was still sobbing. He sat up for a long time before he slowly said, if you leave me again, I will really not be with you anymore. Liang Chen hugged Ling Qi tightly. What you mean is? I mean to see how you perform, humph. Okay, watch me show you. I won't abandon you again.